The movement in the direction of becoming is really the problem, because it is that creates and tells you that this is me and I want to be something like that. It doesn't matter whether you want to be a billionaire, which you consider is a materialistic goal, or to be an enlightened man or a god man or whatever is your particular fancy. Both are exactly the same. The society, culture may consider one superior to the other, but basically and essentially, both the movements in the direction of becoming something other than what you are is the one that is creating all the problems.
The culture, the society, or whatever you want to call it, you see, I want to use the word, for want of a more adequate expression, the world mind. You see, the world mind means the totality of man's experiences, thoughts, and feelings. And that is passed on from generation to generation. And I maintain, I have no way I can, you see, make this definitive statement that it is also transmitted from generation to generation through the genes. But the world mind I am talking about has created you and me for the sole purpose and main purpose of maintaining its status quo. That's all it is interested in. So without the use of that knowledge, the world mind, you have no way of experiencing your separateness from that. And the very fact that you are alive is also cannot be experienced without the help of that. Your existence as you know yourself, as you experience yourself, is possible only through the help of that. Just the way I have to feed myself to have energy to keep this physical body going, you have to use that, the world mind, to maintain your continuity as, you see, a separate entity. I don't have any thought which I can call my own.
Well, see, for me...
So since I don't have any thoughts which I can call my own, I don't have any experiences which I can call my own. I'm just, you see, a tape recorder. Whatever is put in there comes out. It's a computer. You see, the problems you want to discuss. You have the solutions. I don't see any problem there. What is the problem, I am asking you? I don't see any problem there. And you have solutions, and no time you are ready to accept the hard reality that they are not the solutions for the problem. So you are going here, there, and everywhere, finding out, you see, whether there is anybody who can offer me another solution. So in exactly the same way, you see, you want another answer for your question. Why you are not satisfied with all the answers you have? Why you are still asking the questions? You have the answer, so I don't want, you see, to participate in this question and answer ritual. You see.
So you're saying
I have no answers at all.
From an early age, Yu-Ji was obsessed by two questions. What is enlightenment, and how can I achieve it? After having tried in all possible ways to get an answer to his questions, at the age of 49, he suddenly understood that it was his searching for an answer that kept him from reaching his goal. In this period of his life, he went through a physical transformation that brought about a radical change in his consciousness. It was then that he, as he calls it himself, entered into the natural state. In one of his books, Yu-Ji describes the natural state in the following way. This state is a state of not knowing. You really don't know what you are looking at. I may look at the clock on the wall for half an hour. Still I do not read the time. I don't know it is a clock. All there is inside is wonderment. What is this that I am looking at? Not that the question actually phrases itself like that in words. The whole of my being is like a single big question mark. It is a state of wonder, of wondering, because I just do not know what I am looking at. The knowledge about it, all that I have learned, is held in the background unless there is a demand. If you ask the time, I will say, it's 3:15, or whatever. It comes quickly, like an arrow. Then I am back in the state of not knowing, of wonder.
And surprisingly, you see, I find that more and more people in the West are getting interested in this kind of a thing. That's why they are importing all kinds of things from India, from Japan, from everywhere, because you have everything that you can reasonably ask for. You see, I always maintain and insist on repeating time and again that what has not helped those countries like India and other Asiatic countries is not going to help anybody in the world. You see, meditation is one of the worst techniques that people are preaching. You see, if it were not for the fact that Ashoka, one of the great emperors of India,
the guy who
used it
pillars,
as an instrument of power, both Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism have become the instruments of power. This is what I tell very often to
So
the
they
people.
have become the banner for worldly powers,
Yeah.
but claiming they were a
Yes,
spiritual movement.
exactly. At that time, the religious
Okay. But
thing was
does
the
that-
only instrument we had. Now you have political ideologies. Why you killed so many hundreds and thousands of people
and cows.
preaching, love thy neighbor as thyself. How many men, women, and children have been killed? And all the political ideologies you enforce on the world only through the instrument of power and violence. Even
So
I told
can we do
Gandhi,
something about it?
even when I met Gandhi, I
Yeah.
told him, more people have been killed in the name of non-violence than violence. He himself admitted when his movements ended up in violence and killing of so many men, women, and children. You see, he admitted and announced to the wide world that he committed a Himalayan blunder. But a few months after, he started another organization, another movement, and killed so many people. When I pointed out that he didn't quite understand what I meant when I said both violence and non-violence spring from the same source. Of course, Indians had no weapons to fight the British Empire at that time. So that was the instrument of an impotent man who had no power to challenge the power that was entrenched there.
So
in
you
that
say that
country.
comes from the same basic instinct, which is like the lust for influence.
Yes, influence. So why bother hanging around me? You are not going to get anything because there is nothing to get. Nothing to get, nothing to change.
I see the greed. You see nothing. You can't listen. You don't talk all that nonsense. You see nothing there. You don't even see this. This will finish you. You see nothing. You are empty words. You are repeating memorized empty phrases and words. That's all that you are doing. Whatever is put in like a tape recorder, you are repeating everything that is there. Put in there, that's all. You see that. How can you see? You have never seen anything in your life, I tell you. Never.
But one thing I can say with certainty is that the very thing that I searched all my life was shattered to pieces, and I said to myself, the self-realization, God-realization, transformation, radical or otherwise, or even enlightenment, there is nothing there to be realized, nothing there to be found there. The very demand to be free from anything, even from the physical needs of the body, just disappeared. And I was left with nothing. And whatever comes out of me depends upon what you draw out of me. So I have actually and factually nothing to communicate, because there is no communication possible. The answers that those people, the wise men, have given you are not really the answers. And so if they were the answers, there wouldn't be any question there. The fact that you keep asking this question all the time means that they are not the answers. Supposing I give you an answer, you will repeat this. Nature has no use for your culture, no use for our ideas, no use for your religious thinking, no use for gods. The nature wants your body to recycle. I'm sorry to say that.
I cannot agree completely.
You cannot
I
agree
think
because
that
it's frightening that is that all after 80 years of my life
I think that
discussing these very profound questions for 61 years, the usefulness of this body is only for nature, which is interested in recycling this body. There must be something more than that. Come on, Mr. Artalani. You just go out,
take care.
walk, do something more significant.
To discuss about those things is for me very interesting. I had hope that I can realize before my death something real of that, but they was only words and words. Also now, I am this conviction.
In the moment.
No, there is no moment, there is no now, there is nothing. No, don't introduce that.
Okay,
Well, in a way,
The now is here. You tell me something about now. Don't listen to all
Yes.
that crap. The present is here now. There is no such thing as present. There is no such thing as now. Here and now. Moment does not exist.
it doesn't.
Doesn't exist. Tell me now. The moment is here.
That's what I'm trying to.
Now is here. If you say I am trying to
Yeah.
find out, that's the past.
That's the past.
Finish. So that is why I say it is easy for us to get along with a selfish man like me, because it is here that he will understand that I cannot get away with my selfishness. You understand?
So is it right to say
So
the
you
false-
say that you are a selfless man. You are not a selfless man. You are going to be a selfless man. Tomorrow, until then, you will remain worse than a selfish man like me. Huh? So there can't be any relationship between you and me. What are you and who are you?
Well, that's what I don't
who
know.
are you is a
That's
wrong-
what I don't know.
No, listen.
I don't know that. That's why I'm here.
No, who are
because I
you?
feel you know who you are.
I'm-
I feel you know who you are. I feel that I don't know who I am. I see you as a bridge between ignorance and some kind of mystical, esoteric, secret knowledge that will reveal to me who innermost I am. Right? That's what I feel
Let
that
me
you've got.
frankly tell you that I don't have any mystical, esoteric, what other words?
Esoteric,
Esoteric,
secret knowledge.
No. Sorry, I don't have any such thing. I don't know anything about those things.
You don't think-
What all I know is what I have been taught and memorized. So I am nothing but a memory,
Mechanical,
mechanical.
not organic, no.
Organic also is mechanical. What brought you here will certainly take you somewhere else. I will not be hurt tomorrow if you find some persuasive speaker, more intelligent than I am, telling you something, and if you fall for it, I will be happy. I'm telling you. I will not be hurt. Not at all. So what brings you here will certainly take you somewhere. If you asked me, are you alive? Sure, I am alive because I am told by those people who claim that they know how a living organism is functioning. So I repeat the same knowledge, apply that to this and tell you that I am alive, very much alive. But when once that description is over, what is left there is something which can never be experienced by me or by anybody. So how can I say that I am alive, and how can I say when I am dead that I am dead? So for this body, since it cannot experience the living thing that you are talking about, it cannot experience death. Death can never be experienced. Never. No, you can't look for something or search for something that you do not know. You already know what you are looking for. You say that you are looking for something you do not know. You can't look for anything that which you do not know. You can't ask for anything that which you do not know. Do you know?
So then why you are searching, why you are seeking? Why don't you stick with it? See, what you know does not operate in your life. It has no relevance to the way you are functioning. That's really the crux of the problem. And if you continue to go on with that, it's because of the hope that somehow, it's going to be a reality in your life. It's going to be a fact of your existence. Or somebody.
There is no such thing as objectivity at all. Everything is subjective. Even in my case, it is subjective. When Yuji is there, all his prejudices, personal likes, dislikes, predilections, everything is there. No such thing as an unconditioned mind. Conditioning will not go, but conditioning cannot influence your actions. You see, it cannot be separated, you see. Stimulus and response is one unitary movement. It is not that nonsense they talk, oneness of life, unity of life. You cannot be separated from what you are looking at. You see, unless you know what you are looking at, you cannot say that that is a tree. The physical eye does not see that as a round tree. It is flat because it is focused on only one side. If you say that the tree is round, it is born out of your imagination here, not the tree is round. You can take me there, take me round and show that it is round. All that is useless. The physical eye, I am sitting here, it sees the tree as flat. Everything, all that is like, you see the painting there. There is no depth there, no matter who says what. The physical eye, I am talking about the physical eye, can not see the depth at all. You see, you are sitting in front, all those, you see that frame. It doesn't see, this all one, you see the trees there in the back. It is very close. You cannot say that that is far away from the window.
And what about the concept of distance, sir?
It's all, distance is only measurements.
If you can't see the depth, how can you walk safely, sir? You'll fall
When you
down.
go there, no, you will not fall. The body is more intelligent. It knows how to protect itself. There, you see, you move away from the wall. Not sit here and say that the wall is there, you are going to hit your head.
That's what we do.
Nothing is there. Only when you are there, automatically you turn.
We are going to decide.
Like a water flowing, there is a rock, either it flows over or sideways. That is how all your actions are. That Madonna's last prayer and the other fellow cannibals, she drives me crazy. You heard all that?
She drives you crazy?
That's the song.
Oh, that's the song.
Oh, I also thought
Because that man Roy Orbison is dead.
Yeah.
Whatever you need, you got it. Every individual in this world is that you want to be happy without even one moment of happiness. That is just not possible. You have to take my word. If you don't want to take my word, it is just fine with me. I do not know what happiness is like, so I can never be unhappy. So I don't have any way of telling myself this is me. What are you? You tell me, what are you? If I throw this question at you, who are you? First of all, this idiotic question rises because you think that there is something more than what you know who you are. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask that question. Something more than. First of all, tell me what you are, who you are. I don't know which is the correct.
I have no answer.
No answer. Then why you are breaking your head to find out who you are? And that starts the whole business. You see, the assumption that there is something there, you have to know that there is another I other than the I you know of.
How much the influence of thoughts like superior, inferior, higher, lower, possessions, getting, having, all of these concepts are influencing the situation in this world.
You want me to answer that?
Sure. That's the question.
They are not going to be of any help to you to solve your problems, much less the problems of the world, except to brag about that you know a lot more than others. You don't even know where you
Because
are.
look, I was born in ignorance.
No, that you don't repeat all.
Well, how can you not say that? Because this is my condition, this is what I feel.
You are saying so many things which are not true. In your case,
How can you speak?
you are
I
making
come,
assertions.
I come to see you, right? I feel...
You have come to the wrong man.
I've come to see you, I say to you, please, I'm ignorant. Advise me on how I go from the darkness into the light. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, see, first of all, you have come to the wrong man.
Well, that's a cop-out.
Not a cop-out.
He has forgotten it.
So if you say you've got some kind of knowledge, that's the knowledge that I want to hear. Simply because I feel that that knowledge can liberate me from ignorance.
I tell you that the knowledge is the one that is responsible for your ignorance.
Right.
And that knowledge cannot be any help to you to free yourself or liberate yourself. So you want to know more and more and more and more. It's not going to lead you anywhere. If there is somebody in this world who will help you to free yourself from ignorance, you are most welcome. I don't even want to say good luck to you. You are not going to get anything. I am not selling you anything.
It's that simple. It is that simple, I tell you. It is so simple.
What you mean by meaning? Why are you looking for a meaning? Why should there be any? Why should there be any meaning? What for? You obviously don't see any meaning in your life. Everything you do seems absolutely meaningless to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be interested in trying to find out a meaning. No? You replace one how with another how. That's all. That is what you mean by life, I think. You see, how to live. Living is the problem, not life. Life, we really don't know anything about life. So what we call life is the one that makes the body respond to these things, stimuli, Body is responding. There is pulse, there is beat, there is throb. Those things stop, then what you call the clinical death takes place.
You are always trying, to free yourself from the illusion. What is the illusion? The illusion is that you can do something to be free from illusion.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you are doing to free yourself from illusion? You accept that, there is an illusion there. From then on, you are trying to replace it with another illusion. We come to that. Why? Why you go anywhere? Why do you listen to anybody? Why do you read any book? What for do you do it?
To realize it.
The purpose?
Yes.
What purpose?
Well,
I'm telling you that there is no purpose at all. Purpose, no meaning, no purpose for life. And you have been for centuries brainwashed to believe that there is a meaning, that there is a purpose. Obviously you don't feel that there is any purpose. You are not living the life. You want to find a meaning, a purpose for your life. You don't see any meaning, you don't see any purpose. You are not satisfied with your living. You are not satisfied with what you are doing. You are not satisfied with your relationships. You are very unhappy. Maybe you have some moments of happiness. What are you looking for? What are you searching for? What do you want? Tell me. It's your problem. It's not my problem. It's your life. What brings you here will take you somewhere else. You see.
Reality does not exist.
So it's too hard for us to believe that.
What nonsense it is you are talking. I am not an enlightened man in the sense in which you use that word. Not in any sense. There is no such thing as enlightenment. They cannot talk of love, compassion at all. You can fool yourself. I am not interested in freeing you from your foolishness. Why should I? I am not interested at all. You have described me as a debunker, throwing all those questions at this debunker, such questions which people have been asking for centuries,
is a reflection on your intelligence.
Well, maybe I'm not intelligent. That's
Not intelligent enough, but are you really interested in finding out the answers for those questions?
Greed. You preach against greed. I'm sorry to point out this to you because you harangue, give discourses on how to be free from greed. Are you free from greed? No. Do you want to be free from greed? No. No. Why the hell you are asking me to be? I'm sorry to spotlight and put you in that spotlight. Right? So you tell me.
Yeah.
You see, I don't know if there is any such thing as greed. If there is a greed, it is operating here, this moment in you. I don't like to use that word bastard. You are the greediest bastard at this moment. I'm using this only to drive home to you. My guru is...
He's watching
you.
He's watching you.
So you think that I have something which you want. If there is money, you can rob me and take the money away. Something there. But here, your assumption that I have something, that I am functioning differently, that I am this, that and the other, you want to be like me. If that is not greed, what else is it? And if you want for any reason, she is laughing.
She knows I'm greedy.
You see, when are you going to be free from greed?
Who are you, sir? Who are you? Are you the channel for that life energy?
Life doesn't
That
heal.
life that has created this whole universe, do you mean to say it cannot heal itself and it needs your help?
It needs nobody's help.
Nobody's help. It does not think suffering as part of that, you see. It is transforming itself, shifting, reshuffling atoms. It's all one unit.
It doesn't think
It's your
something-
cry. The life, if it has any way of healing itself, it will heal. If it cannot, there is no healing for the body. There is no disease, no malady here. You call it. You define health, and these jokers come and sell homeopathy, allopathy. You are paranoid. You see, you don't even let that, you see, body to take care of itself for 5 days. If you touch fire, it burns. Not one single exception. Whether you are a child or a saint or an innocent man, regardless of any of that situation, you are burnt. That is nature's law. Anybody who is at peace with himself will not ask anybody to be free, to be at peace. That you can be certain. Anybody who is free, if there is one, he will never want anybody else to be free, because the very demand to be free is absent. There was only one honest fellow in the history of mankind. When they gave a hemlock, he just drank it and went away. Socrates. They have not destroyed. Where Greek civilization was destroyed, not that fellow.
I can tell you, I have been everywhere in the world. Human nature is exactly the same. And we all speak the same language with different accents. That's all. I don't find any difference. But we have very strange ideas. The British are very difficult to become friends. And once they become your friends, they are friends for your life.
I see. That's true.
In America, they are very friendly the moment you leave.
Yeah.
You see that their lives are as miserable, if not more miserable than yours.
Don't believe them. They have the same problems. Those who are talking of angels, talking to gods, taking walks with gods, or they themselves are gods. You see, you somehow place your confidence in those people. You believe them. But you see, if you closely, they are, you see, not easily accessible to you. They are people who are very aloof. If you don't know, have you ever watched those people? They never mix with you. They don't want to be caught. You see, they don't want to be caught, you see, at all. So if you see them very closely, if you have an opportunity and access to them, you will be surprised. You are, compared to them, a saint. True. Yes. True. So they are not free from the things you want to be free from. Don't review this.
Don't review this.
Don't try to put it on paper. No. Don't talk about it to somebody else.
How do you know that we are going to review
You are going to do it.
Yes. How does you know?
I know that. Jayasri will ask, what did you do? Somebody will ask.
I will ask also.
I compare notes.
Or whatever recollections I have, I tell, right, correct, sir.
Your recording is distortion.
Oh my goodness.
Even what I am telling about my past events in life is colored by, see, where I am
present,
today.
yes, present.
Yes, so that is all false.
My goodness.
So that's why there is no biography.
It's a terrible statement you are making.
So all biography is false, fake.
See, बहुत dramatic है, तुमने खरे को just a very dramatic statement. It is beyond intelligence too.
No.
No, intelligence सवाल है. Don't think intelligence. You are very right, sir.
Yes, assuming for a moment that no outside agency can help you. Do you think that you can help yourself?
No, also that.
And helping is always in the direction of something, you see, some achievement, some attainment. Mm-hmm. So my question is there anything to be attained? So that is more important than whether somebody can help you or not, or whether you yourself can find out the way.
Nothing there is no such thing. Listen, there is no such thing as objectivity at all in this world. Only subjectivity.
The whole thing, nature is a puppet. You see, we are all puppets, like it or not. You have no free will, no freedom of action. That's the cause of man's sorrow. Well, I have said my piece. And
who's pulling the strings?
You.
Are we just chemical machines?
You are, you see, a biological being, like it or not, you see. Nature has no use for anything else.
We seem to think
reshuffling of, huh?
We seem to think we have
You
freedom.
seem to think that's the unfortunate part, somewhere along the line, you see. I don't even know if there is any such thing as evolution, but we assume and presume that there is. The human species experienced for the first time this is self-consciousness. When I use the word self-consciousness, I don't mean in the sense in which you all use the self, that there is an entity, center, self. It is just like, the self-starter.
Come on, Sunny, come in.
The car. So he felt and experienced for the first time the separateness from, the nature around him, the life around him. And otherwise, you have to treat the whole of nature as a single unit. We are not created for any special purpose, the human species, you see. What is that word? Fortuitous concourse of atoms, If there is a shortage of atoms anywhere in the universe, the nature will use all these human bodies to maintain its the energy level somewhere else, you know. But unfortunately, the culture, the society, or whatever you want to call it, superimposed on it what we call thinking, you see. You know? But we have, I don't want to give a talk, we have to ask the fundamental, basic question, what thinking is and why do we think? These are the two important questions which we have to ask. We take it for granted, unfortunate but nevertheless true, that the thoughts are not spontaneous, they are not self-generated. You see, they always come from outside, and it's not that I have a special insight into the human brain, but from what has happened to me, what I have stumbled into, made it possible for me to realize that the human brain is just a reactor and a converter and not a creator, you see. So the thought responds to the stimuli and translates them in terms of your ideas and then feelings, emotions, etc., etc. So it is a unitary movement. You can never separate yourself from the totality of things around you. And what separates you from the totality of things, the nature, or whatever you want to call it, is the thought. What is thought? Are there thoughts? That is my question. Are there thoughts? Let alone what is thought? What is there is only about thoughts, you see. You know, but no thoughts.
But they attempt to give meaning to things. I guess that's where...
Now you can define a thought, but basically there is no such thing as a thought at all. What is there is only about thought, you see. You have no way of separating yourself from thought and looking at thought, you see. I don't know if you have ever tried it, you see. So, can you separate yourself from your thought and look at it? You see, the very question that we are asking is absurd because we assume and presume that there are thoughts and that we can separate ourselves from thought and look at it. Why the hell do you want to indulge in such a frivolity of separating yourself from thought and look at thought?
Well, my friend Vita will tell me that we do know there are thoughts. And
but how do you know?
How do you know?
Yes,
Perhaps by
from the
another
knowledge that is passed on to us from generation to generation. But we don't care what others say, but what do you have to say? I don't want a definition from you.
No.
No.
But
I don't care what Socrates said, what Jesus said, what Buddha said, or what any philosopher said, or even what scientists say today. You see, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. That is, I can hazard an opinion that the quest of these scientists for the fundamental particle is not going to be successful at all, because there is no such thing as a fundamental particle at all. Because nothing ever was created, nothing will ever disappear. Nothing ever is born, nothing ever dies. That's the way the things are functioning. So if you are lucky enough to stumble into a situation where this stranglehold of thought is not there anymore, you will realize, you see what I am saying. You see, it's not an experience. It's not part of my experiencing structure. I have not captured anything within the framework of this experiencing structure and talking about. It is not something that I can say I know. You see, there is another kind of a knowing, if I may use that word, just the way, you see, the body knows that it is functioning. But you and I know the function of the body in a different way, and that too is through the help of the knowledge that is given to us by the doctors who have observed certain things. And the heart does not know that it is pumping blood. You see, the body does not know that it is alive. The body does not know that it is dead. It has no way of experiencing those two things. So for all practical purposes, death does not exist. You have no way of finding out for yourself and by yourself the fact that you are alive or dead. So I've said a lot of things are now come.
Huh? So that's what you're expressing a thought. That's what you think.
No, that's not what I think. This is not born out of my thinking, or it's not out of a logically ascertained premise that I'm talking about. You can brush all this aside and say it's nonsense. Goodbye and good luck to you. That's all that I can say.
It seems to me that the basis on which we say that there is anything in order to say it at all, you have to use some knowledge, or else you can't say anything.
There is
So
no
that seems
need
to
for
be
any
what,
that
is
there is
behind.
no need for any communication at all. You see.
Yeah.
So that is why I asked the question at the very beginning: why do we think? See, why do we think? There is thinking only when you want to know something. Wanting is thinking. So that's the very beginning. I want to know something about myself. I want to know whether I am alive or dead. You see, that is itself an idiotic question. There's no reason for a living thing to pose that question to itself. Huh? It knows that it is alive. You see, it has no meaning, that kind of a statement. It is a dead thing. Thought is dead, you see. So it's the dead thing that wants to know something about the living. So it can never make the living thing part of the dead structure.
So the way you want us to know is not what ordinarily how we know things. You expect us to think in order to know anything we have to be directly in contact, in communication with that thing.
Now that's a very misleading statement you are making, because you see, we have been brainwashed to believe that there is some way that you can have a living contact with the thing. You see, there is no way you can experience anything, especially the one that is living, through the help of this experiencing structure. You see, the experience is born out of the knowledge that is passed on to us. The only instruments we have at our disposal is the sensory perceptions. You see, senses do not tell you anything. The stimulus and response is one unitary movement. So you cannot say that this is a response to a particular stimulus. So the fact that we are talking about, you see, this activity which is a unitary movement in terms of stimulus and response becomes possible only through the help of the knowledge that is passed on to us. Probably, you see, if you go to a laboratory, the physician will, you see, knock something here, and it's because of this that you see you have this particular response, you see, to the stimulus. But that's not going to be of much help to us except to communicate to ourselves and communicate to somebody through this knowledge that is given to us, you see. So, are there any responses to this? Are there any stimuli? I even question that, you see. How do we know that this is a response to that stimuli? The eyes are focused on that. It doesn't say that it is a bright light. You see that this is responding to that light. It is one unitary movement. Whatever is there is reflecting. Reflecting what is there. So to put it this way also is misleading, because you think that I am saying all these things out of the experience I have, which is not the experience that we all experience through the help of this knowledge. It is only a reflection. I put these things in this way only to give you a feel that if you and I were functioning in exactly the same way, and you are also functioning in exactly the same way, there is nothing that you can do to be, say, in this way I am functioning. That is the way every human body is functioning, and human body is not separate from the light there. I am not talking in terms of the Vedantic sense. There is no way you can separate yourself from that. What separates you from that, and what makes me say all those things, is to use the knowledge that is given to me, and you see, to explain those things, emphasizing that this need to separate yourself from that and maintain the continuity of it is meaningless, is useless. Unless we want to maintain the demand for the continuity of the knowledge, and the demand can be fulfilled only through this repetitive process of applying the knowledge and experiencing the same thing. So there is no such thing as a new experience at all. I have said a lot.
The experiencing structure is built into us.
Yes.
The rest of us.
Where is it? Where is that? I said at the very beginning, it is responding to the stimuli. All that comes from outside, you see. The culture, the society, or whatever you want to call it, you see. I want to use the word for want of a more adequate expression, the world mind. You see, the world mind means the totality of man's experiences, thoughts, and feelings. And that is passed on from generation to generation. And I maintain, I have no way I can, make this definitive statement that it is also transmitted from generation to generation through the genes. But the world mind I am talking about has created you and me for the sole purpose and main purpose of maintaining its status quo. That's all it is interested in. So without the use of that knowledge, the world mind, you have no way of experiencing your separateness from that, and the very fact that you are alive is also cannot be experienced without the help of that. Your existence as you know yourself, as you experience yourself, is possible only through the help of that. Just the way I have to feed myself to have energy to keep this physical body going, you have to use that, the world mind, to maintain your continuity as a separate entity.
But those of us who are familiar with philosophy, what you're saying is quite familiar in the form of skepticism. If knowledge is not the way we know about anything, and if direct acquaintance we have no possibility.
No, I'm sorry, I said knowledge is the only way and there is no other way. And even to bother about experiencing the reality of things without the help of this knowledge is an exercise in, the word I picked up, total futility.
All right. The third thing we picked out from what you were saying is, from our acquaintance with philosophy, we know that any skepticism is based on certain presuppositions, and we're used to questioning those presuppositions. Now we come back to you and say, how do you know that thought is doing this operating? Is that a piece of knowledge?
No.
In which case we're back in square number one.
The question, how do you know, how demands to know. You see, otherwise you won't ask the question. How implies that you want to know, and whereas I am emphasizing that your attempt to understand the reality of anything and experience anything outside the field of that knowledge is an exercise in futility. So don't even bother about trying to find out the reality of anything. See, we have to take it for granted. The reality that is imposed on us by culture. You see, otherwise I have no way of functioning in this world sanely and intelligently. So I accept the reality of the world as it is imposed on me for purposes of communication. And that communication is only simple things, as where can I get the water, how can I get to this place, island, whatever is your number. These are the only questions that I'm interested in, but not ask the questions about reality, the ultimate reality, and so on and so forth. There is no how, that's all that I'm saying. The very fact that we are asking the question how to live is the one that has created the problem, and the problem is the human values that are imposed on us. You see, they are false. So it has falsified, our lives, but we are not ready to brush them all aside. You see, there is no way you can do it. That is possible, you think, only through the help of a new mode of thinking. So I'm not suggesting that there is no other way of thinking, you see, other than the way we are thinking, and that thinking is the one that has created the problems, and through that you cannot resolve this problem at all. Thinking it can only create the problems, and it cannot help us to solve the problems. And because we have tremendous faith in our thinking, and that thinking has helped us to create everything, we still have a tremendous faith in that, and we hope that through the help of that we will be able to solve the problems that thinking has created.
But isn't thinking a natural phenomenon? I mean, you seem to say that it's not. I mean, is it not a physiological thing, a property of the brain that it thinks?
No, that's all that I'm saying. It's not the property of the brain. The brain is only a reactor and not a creator.
So it's not a thinker.
It is not. There is no thinking at all. The brain is not involved in thinking at all. Another thing, you will be surprised. What, after all, is man? Man is a memory. You see, we don't still have the answers for the question, what part these neurons play, see, in memory. And what memory is. The other day I was discussing with a neurosurgeon, and he said, how you have stumbled into this, what you are talking about is something extraordinary, because we have now more or less come to a tentative conclusion that every sense has a different memory, you see. So the eye has a memory of its own somewhere, the listening mechanism has a memory of its own, and there is no such thing as a totality, you see, of the memory. And brain is not interested in translating any of those sensations for the purposes of maintaining its status quo, you see. So all experiences which we consider to be extraordinary, the bliss, the beatitude, the love, the compassion, are a menace for this body because it is not interested in that, it is throwing them all out. You see, that is the reason why there is pain. See, when once you have an extraordinary experience, a pleasurable feeling, and that demands the permanence. You see, the demand for the permanence is something which the nervous system cannot take it. So what we call pleasure is pain for the body. As far as the body or its responses are concerned, both are the same, whether it is pleasure or pain. But the moment you translate it into a particular sensation as a pleasurable sensation, the demand to make it last longer goes with it. So it is trying to throw out, so what you call pleasure is turned into pain by you, and it is, you see, something that the body is trying to throw out. You see, it is not interested in enjoying any of these pleasurable sensations at all.
But then when the person is born, when the organism is born, are you saying that the brain will not think at all and only the society puts in the values?
It all depends upon, you see, what you mean by thinking. I think even animals do a sort of thinking, in the sense that the dog knows that you are the master, you are not the master. The dog knows its way back home. You see, that is what you want to call it thinking, you see, is altogether a different thing. But what you mean by thinking is to use thoughts put in by the society, culture, or whatever you want to call, to achieve certain goals. You see, so you place the so-called spiritual goals on a higher level.
So you're thinking about purpose, you're talking about
achieving a goal. Achieving a goal. It doesn't matter what the goal is, happiness. You see, we are not concerned about God, truth, reality, enlightenment, and all that stuff. You see, we can brush that all aside. But everybody, whether he's here or in India or in America, or Australia, God knows, Russia, is only interested in one thing. That is happiness without even one moment of unhappiness. Pleasure without one moment of pain. That's what everybody wants. And so our God, enlightenment, you see, all that stuff is the ultimate pleasure, you see, placed before us as a goal. And the instrument which you are using to achieve your so-called spiritual goals, permanent happiness, permanent bliss, eternal happiness, God knows what, is the same instrument that everybody is, even the thief there in the prison is using exactly the same instrument to get out of that prison. The one which you are using to achieve your spiritual goal, it's matter. You see, thought is matter. So all your spiritual goals are materialistic, you see. When you go to a temple or church, what do? You see, you ask your prayers. What are your prayers? You want this, you want that, you want material goods. If you don't want material goods, you want spiritual goods. If you don't want spiritual goods, some eternal goods. And God.
Are you saying this is a survival mechanism that has gone in the wrong direction?
Survival mechanism that is necessary for the survival of this body is already there. You don't have to do a thing about it.
Then why is it there? Why is the demand there?
The demand is introduced by culture. That's all that I am pointing out. It's the tragedy of man. Why it occurred is an idiotic question which we ask. Why it occurred, this self-consciousness or separateness from the totality of life around, is a meaningless question. It is there, you see. It is that is responsible for my misery, you know. Sorry.
No.
I'm giving a lecture.
I have to go back to square
All right,
one.
we'll go back to
Philosophers have a bad habit of
may I ask you, you are all philosophers. You are all philosophers.
Square one says...
We are all philosophers, you see. I wanted to be one I'm a dropout now.
Square one says
No. You see, the philosophy has nothing to tell us about anything.
Unfortunately. But we want to get out of philosophy.
It offers us no guidelines to improve our lives, to make our lives better. It only helps us to, you see, use that instrument, sharpen that instrument. So you have to produce philosophers like
we are used to calling it intellectual masturbation.
We can find out some other refined word, maybe.
But our square number one says, listen, when you started talking about, we thought we were in a certain game playing called knowledge game. You asked us how do you know whether there are such things as thoughts? That's the initial question. If there are such things as thoughts, so the first question, then do you know whether there are such things as thoughts? In which case, of course, we wonder if we knew, then we would be doubtful. Then if you came and gave some explanation about how we know or didn't know anything about it, then it looks like we can turn the question around and ask, how do you know?
And I know, that is the question that I have to face ultimately. See, so how do you know? So I am telling you that question wouldn't be there if, you got the hang of it all. You see, the fact that you are still throwing that question at me implies that, I have wasted my breath.
Yeah.
Listen.
The problem is...
no, it's not my problem.
We want to get out of that game, but
listen, my problem is, it's not a problem. How I stumbled into it is something which I myself don't know. You see, that is my problem. It's not that I cannot communicate, but there is nothing to be... That's the reason why I'm lately using these peanuts. You see, very interesting. How it happened, why it happened, when it happened. I tried to answer all those questions. And I forgot the last question you asked. Has anything happened to... So has anything happened? I really don't know. I have no way. So that's the reason why I cannot, communicate anything to anybody, because this is not within the field of the experiencing structure at all. If it were, it would be like any other experience.
You see, the dialogue is becoming so impossible for just this reason. We think you're playing our game of knowledge, and you're telling us knowledge is a disease, and we're asking you, how do you know that? It's simple to summarize the whole discussion.
Summarize it, sir, then we would...
And we don't know what's going on. In other words, there's a complete blockage of communication between us folks, philosophers, and you.
Yeah, that's bound to be there, because there is no way we can communicate with anybody unless you have a reference point there.
That's the problem.
See, the reference point is very important.
You seem to come out to say some things, and we translate that as part of our game of knowledge.
Yes.
And if you deny that, then we don't know what you're saying, and nor do you know what we are saying.
We can say, nice meeting you all and goodbye.
And see,
nice lunch. No, I'm not...
How do we get us out of this disease?
It's not my interest.
Disease of knowledge.
I am not here to instruct you. I am not here to entertain you. I am not here to enlighten you. I am not here to suggest other modes of thinking. You see, I have no illusion that, this dialogue is going to be of any help to anybody. Nor is it, an intellectual dialogue. We sit here and discuss whether the chair is still there in the room or not, go out and discuss for hours and hours, that has no meaning,
But do you feel a need to tell this to people?
No, I don't even have the impetus to talk, to express myself, This is I gave the simile of a machine gun here, A machine gun, this is a self-activated machine gun like this voice-activated tape recorder I have, So any movement, of thought anywhere around, it just shoots down. Its interest is not, to shoot it for the reason or purpose of that something extraordinary will happen as a result of this shooting. The machine gun is not even conscious of the fact that it is activated by the movement that is there around it, and then it's shooting at random.
It seems to make sense that we understand you. I feel like
you
there's
haven't
something
understood
intuitive. I feel like, no, I really do. I feel like
there is
there's
no
something
such thing.
Intuitive that's happening.
There is no such thing as art of listening, art of seeing, no listening.
Why does what you say make sense sometimes? It seems to. We can talk about it for hours. I know we always do.
You can do a better job than I can ever hope to. You see, you are educated. I am not. I am an illiterate village bumpkin. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think, how do you define life? Because you're defining non-life, therefore there has to be a life, right? So how do you define it?
What is the point in capturing something living within the framework of a deck structure and define it?
But on defining it, on defining it, you're defining it.
Why do you want to define life?
What? Because why do you want not to define it?
Well,
you're talking about
we are
knowledge.
all defining life all the time.
You mean
see,
you want to
how
pass
to
through-
live? You see, I don't know a thing about life. The life never asks the question I said in the very beginning is, am I alive or dead? You see, so if you asked me the question, are you alive? I would say, certainly I'm alive because of all these definitions, because of all the information that is given to me by the doctors, you see. And you, see, because you are sitting here, you are talking, you are responding to the stimuli, you are doing all kinds of things. So you are very much alive. I'm good, I'm delighted that I'm alive. But the fact that I am alive is very difficult for me to experience that. What is that? You see, what is life? I really don't know. It is expressing itself. The expression of life is energy. You are the expression of life. I am the expression of life. The mosquito, if there is, that is the expression of life. Everything that is there around is the expression of the same life. See, there is an integral unity, but unfortunately we separate ourselves and we have given to ourselves the tremendous idea that we are quite different, placed ourselves on the top of the whole creation, which we are not. We are nothing in the scheme of things. You are no more important. All of us, all these human bodies will be used by nature because it needs this energy somewhere else. You see, if not cancer, if not AIDS, there will be something else. It will wipe us all out. You can have any number of doctors in this world. They are not going to do it. It's not a pessimistic, you see, the energy level, you see, you are no more important in the scheme of things, but through our thinking, we are made to believe that we are something extraordinary, that we have souls, that we have got soul, you see,
I think that
life.
that's a thought that you presuppose that people have. I didn't say that I was important in life. I know that.
The fact that
because
you want
I
to
know
know,
it's a process.
the fact that you want to know something about life,
sure,
implies that, you see,
And all
I
that
am
you're doing,
suggesting,
you want to know too.
I
as
have
a
no way of
research.
knowing. I don't even ask that question. It
See,
is living all the time.
I think the difficulty is becoming more and more clear.
Yes.
That is, whatever you say, sometimes we seem to understand, as Jean was saying, and sometimes we don't we agree with you. One way or the other, we are able to put it in some kind of structure and we'll come back to dialogue with you from that structure, and you say, you're not in that structure.
We have decided, sir, at the very beginning and in the middle, and probably we will come to the same conclusion at the end. If there is a beginning, if there is an end, that there is no way you can, you and I can establish any contact on any level, and I go one step further and say there is no need for us to do that.
Would you say that our bodies are reactors?
The brain, I said.
No.
You see, first of all, the division of that unit, if I may call it, which is not separate from, you see, the whole nature, does not divide itself into brain, into cells, into heart, you see, or all those divisions. It's for the doctor, you see, to localize, you see, a particular part of the body, to understand, to know more and more about it. Otherwise, you see, you will be surprised that, you see, every cell in the body has a memory of its own now, you see. So, its interest is survival. So it knows, he will ask me the question, it knows that its survival depends upon the survival of the cell next to it, you see. That's the reason why there is a cooperation. Our phony culture says that you must love your neighbor, that you see, the love neighbor as thyself, that cooperation is extraordinary, something we should all cooperate with everybody. That's all phony baloney. But here it knows in its own way, and that knowing is only for the survival. It is selfish to its very core. The unfortunate situation we find ourselves in is the creation of some selfless, you see, thing there out there. So it is that is responsible for the misery, but not the selfishness that is very essential for its survival. This selfishness, which is part and parcel of the living unit here, cannot harm anything.
I have a question.
Yes.
You say that you're not quite sure about evolution, therefore the other source we would be created. Either way. So it means that there is a creator if there is no evolution.
There is no creator. No, that's the logical thinking has to. That's what I said at the very beginning. There are no beginnings, there are no ends. Nothing is ever created, so nothing will ever die. So, you see, what has created this problem for us is the thinking that has created the space and time. You see, it has created time. Thought is time. So the moment you see, you fix a point here, you create another point, so the space, the span of space is created by thought. So you have to invent a creator. The logical thinking cannot accept that anything and everything and the whole thing around us can be a causal. So it's a projection of our own thinking that there must be a creator. You see, that's the problem of these scientists also today. See, the Big Bang theory they are talking about, the fundamental particle that they are talking about, they are not going to find out. You see, it's going on and on and on and on because there is no way you can capture that. The more you find out, it's useful. You see, you can get your doctorates and your Nobel laureates. And that's all that is the usefulness of all these scientists, because we admire the scientists and think of pure science as something extraordinary because it has given us all this, the technology.
We're not going to capture it. That implies that it does exist. Maybe we're not capturing, but
if you don't capture, it doesn't exist.
That does not.
An experience that cannot be experienced by you, there is no experience other than what you experience. So there must be a point here. That point is the thought, and in relationship
even
with that,
for the assertion of the existence of anything.
Anything.
So why do you talk about the unitary movement of life then, knowing that our thought structure won't allow us to think about such
you
a
have
thing?
to fight. You have to stay miserable. So there is no way out.
Usually, I think.
Sorry.
Now
I'm on your side.
When you said earlier that nature is something that uses
us,
human beings,
we allow ourselves.
Then nature has a purpose. Then
no. It may not. If it has, we don't know. It may not have any purpose. But because of this demand to create a purpose, you see, an origin of everything, we mess up things. You see, the more we understand nature, the more we discover the loss of nature, the more dangerous we have become. You see, you may say that there is a tremendous progress in the world. I give this simile. I have known the United States for 40 years. First time I came here in 1949, if I remember right. It took almost 24 hours. And then you see 18 hours, 12 hours, 6 hours, 3.5 hours. If hypersonic planes are put into operation, we'll be able to do it in 1.5 hours. Right. So then what? You see how many planes we use to destroy life and property. So you call this progress? I don't call this progress. Why do you take advantage of this? Do you want me to go back to the bullock cart age of my ancestors? Even I used to use a bullock cart in the village where I grew up. So whatever is available there, I'm using. You see, but I don't consider this extraordinarily wonderful world we are living in. There is a tremendous progress here. Tremendous progress, there is no doubt here, but progressively we are moving in the direction of wiping out everything, you know. So that's why I have no respect for human race.
They're not existing anyway. They're not real. There is no reality.
If there is no reality, that
no
solves
reality.
the problem, sir. It's not simple. You can't say there is no reality, you know. Come on.
So on the one hand,
there is no reality. As an intellectual concept, you can say. It's just a very dangerous. It's a very the consequences. The consequences of that situation are tremendous. You see. You know, I was telling this friend, you see, the other day. You see, it's the pressure movement is knocked off. Everything goes. Somebody was discussing with me jealousy. Look here, buddy. You see, if jealousy goes, you know, the thing that is responsible for jealousy goes. There can't be any sex afterwards. There can't be any woman. There can't be anything else. Along with it, everything goes. It's too dangerous. Don't play with all these games. Just forget it. And live in misery and die in misery.
You didn't get where you are by listening to anybody.
I'm
How come
sorry,
we're sitting
I
here trying
owe
to listen to
nothing.
you? Well, this is the point.
I owe nothing to, what is the correct way? The American, I owe nothing to anybody in this world. You may feel that, you say, I'm making a meaningless session. I did see many people, you say, I talked to many people. Nobody ever helped me. Not that, you see, I have gotten, is that I gotten what I really wanted in my life. You see, the hunger for finding out things for myself and myself was never satisfied. It burnt itself out. That's all. I have stumbled into a situation despite all those people who tried to put me on, you see, the wrong track. You see, there is a cake here. Don't bring in your socialism, capitalism.
Why not? You're prejudicing the case before you make it good.
There is a cake here. You see?
Cake's too small.
You have to fight for your share in the cake. The society, the culture tells you we are going to educate you to fight. How to fight, we will teach you. If you want a larger piece in the cake, you have to fight. Tread on the toes of everybody.
Even if you want a small piece, you have to fight.
No, if you say I am satisfied with small piece and feel hungry and die hungry, it's too bad. Too bad. Don't make a virtue of your poverty. No, you have to fight for your share in this world. So it is your responsibility, if you want to call it a responsibility, you see, to give him a tool. You see, but it's...
And the rest is brainwashing. Is that what you're
Rest
saying?
is
Education equals
brainwashing. We have been fed on this bunk for centuries. If the diet were to be changed, we would all die of starvation tomorrow.
But that doesn't apply to cells. They cooperate with the cell beside each cell.
They are selfish to the very core.
But
And
you
you
said
have placed before mankind the idea of a selfless society. Where is the selfless society? It is that is perpetuating, you see, this selfishness. That's what I'm pointing out. Tomorrow you are going to be a selfless man, for whatever reason. So until then you will remain a selfish man. Tomorrow, until then, you will remain selfish. So when tomorrow arrives, the day after tomorrow, and the Indians are very clever to talk of next life, you see, I don't know, 84 million lives, you see, you have to go through. The Indians knew very well, they did not promise enlightenment, you see, in this life, you have to go through, several lives. Here all these people, the jokers in the marketplace, each one trying for a piece in the business, they offer you see, here and now. There is no now, sir. Where is now here? Here and now, this moment. What is it that they are talking about? This is the now. You tell me something about now. There is no present at all. Forget about the future. Here is the now. Tell me something about it. I'm not your teacher. You please tell me what is this now. The now, the eternal, here and now, this moment, living from moment to moment. It's a joke, great big joke. You see, it's a sales speech, living from moment to moment. The mind cannot live from moment to moment. It's not interested. The body is living from moment to moment because it is not thinking in terms of permanence. It knows, quote and unquote, that this is immortal, not in the sense in which you use the word immortality. There is no depth to it, you see. It may not remain in this shape. It is no consolation to my wife or husband when this is reduced to ashes, or you see, becomes a food feast for the worms, or you see, the vultures. So somewhere it is no consolation. But how can you experience death? Death can never be experienced. Just the way you see life cannot be experienced. The experiencing structure will not be there to experience your own death, you see, or the death of others. The condition of a stiff, the condition of that body, you see, is described through the help of that word, is dead, you see. So there is life, you can't say it is dead, it is not responding to the stimuli, but millions and millions of, you see, germs are making a living on that. You see, it is giving continuity to life. So this is not interested in thinking in terms of, you see, 1 year or 10 years. If there is a confrontation of danger of extinction of this body, everything that is available, see, within this framework of the body and around this body is thrown into the situation, and it fights until the last, and if it survives, the next moment is guaranteed for it. So it lives from moment to moment, you see, the body. But the mind that is interested in continuity, permanence, can talk of living from moment to moment, you see, and make a business out of it. But there is no such thing as living from moment to moment in that area. It's just not possible. If it is possible, good luck.
So there is no place for values in education?
I don't know. I'm not. You're a teacher?
Yes.
What do you teach? What do you teach if I may ask?
Mathematics,
Simple
computer applications.
Is there number 2 without number 1? Is there number 2 without number 1? You see, mathematics ultimately ends up in mysticism. You see.
You said that you cannot experience your own death. That's it's because you don't know. You really something that you don't know.
The experiencing structure that is there now has to come to an end before what you call death can take place. What you call, I'm qualifying that, you see, clinical death. So even the death of your own dear and near one, that is not the death that you are experiencing, is what I said. You see, give a name to that and call it, you see, the person is dead because...
It's in a different state.
No, because you see that death has created a void in your life and there is no way you can carry on, maintain the same relationship with that cause. So you call it to dead and dispose it off. You see, for our own reasons we dispose it off. You see, otherwise it stinks. A saint or a sinner, it goes exactly the same way.
It seems to come back to the
point.
Experiencing structure. There's the experiencing structure, and then there is that which is not. And
where is that? I am asking you.
Well, that isn't clear because I said it was built in.
You are the one to answer, not what others say. Right. How do you experience a thing? Tell me.
Well, as far as...
You are repeating, just throwing words at me. It's a mechanical thing. You see, that's all that is going on there. What is put in there is coming out of you. Just the way I am operating here. Something, you see, you are throwing the ball, so you are getting it back. That's all. It's a puppet here. I am saying that we are all, you see, puppets for the universe, for the nature.
But people don't want to listen because they cannot imagine that they are puppets. It goes against everything that they believe in.
Even if we are puppets.
So they don't listen.
No, because you see, you believe in the freedom of action. Where is the freedom of action there for you? You please tell me. You have to use those thoughts which are not yours. They are not mine. Probably they are yours. I don't have any thought which I can call my own.
Well, see, for me...
So since I don't have any thoughts which I can call my own, I don't have any experiences which I can call my own. Just, you see, a tape recorder, whatever is put in there comes out. It's a computer. It's a robot. Sorry, you may not like it. You may feel proud that you have invented the robot. You see, I was saying, the robots can, you see, discuss your problems in the hospital. They can communicate to the doctor, you see the problem, get the prescription, feed, they change your clothes, they give you bath, they do everything. I made some ridiculous, somebody was upset. You see, you can have even, you see, a live-in lover, robot lover. Any fantasies you want to satisfy and stamina, you have to order that kind of a robot. I'm sorry, but you don't want to accept the fact that we are all computers, machines. We are all monkeys, imitate monkeys. You think you are different. Everything you are doing, every gesture of yours, every word of yours, every expression of yours is taught by somebody. What is so marvelous about you? I don't say anything.
Maybe not.
I did not descend from heaven, you see, with all these qualities. I learned everything. Everybody taught me. I may have added something more, you see. I may not even be conscious of the fact that I pick up all those things from different situations in life, different ways, you see. You are not even conscious of the fact how this sponge is picking up all those things. Now they say the genes, you see, decide, it's a language, you see, not alone the capacity to learn the language. I don't know, I'm not competent enough to say that there seems to be something to what they are saying. You move, you see, in the direction and put yourself in a place where, you see, the genes can bloom. Automatic, you see. So where is the freedom of action for you? There is no freedom of action, there is no free will. I'm not talking of the funny fatalistic philosophy of India. You don't have any freedom of action there. Like it or not.
It's not clear that we don't.
You have? Tell me.
No, I'm not saying
you may
I
have
do,
freedom of action, you see, to come here or not. Even there I don't think how much of freedom of action you have. I really don't know. I don't have any freedom. Every time I come here, I have to come and eat Narayan Murthy's food. This time I asked these friends, you see, can you please come and tape it out? You say, I want to put it across something, you know, and then finish.
Yes, sir.
Why you may very well ask
the
me.
The question is what you're putting across. That's our square number one question.
I said at the very beginning, this is like, you see, some labor that is going on here. Some, yes. I know what do you call that woman who comes and delivers the babies, midwife.
Yeah.
I don't know how qualified you are. Probably you are not.
We're trying.
You have the wrong training. What the result of it will most probably be a stillborn child.
Yes, probably.
And I won't consider a stillborn child any
It's
better
still something,
than
it's a phenomenal thing. A stillborn child is a commodity. You can look at it.
No, it's very much alive. Lately, I've been telling people you will be useful to nature dead than alive. More useful. No, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I'm ready to place myself at the disposal of nature at any time.
You see, sir, this, what was it we just mentioned, the thing we throw out here, it's, something is happening where somehow seem to be talking to each other, seem to be.
Right.
And in this talking, you're not participating in our logical games, okay? Knowledge games and logical games. And yet you talk, and yet you seem to be doing something, and our minds of being philosophers, nice peel cobweb systems.
That's why I'm asking you, Dr. Narayan Murthy Garu. Yes. You write something about me. Yeah. See how you, where you can fit me. Your professor said, exactly. I can't put you in a. What is your name? Srinivas Rao said, you see, Chandrasekhar pushed him. You say something. I can't put this fellow in any cage. So we let this bird fly. That's the way out.
Yeah, but we have to try out some more theories before we give up. We have plenty in our pockets.
Yeah, I know that.
The next one comes around and says, here, listen, you're not participating in our games. This is square number 3 or 4 along the line. You're not participating in our games, but it's not completely nothing you're doing. You seem to be doing something. Could it be that you're a skeptic who refuses, who only is interested in destroying other people's constructs, but not interested in participating in the game?
I think even a skeptic has a motivation, you see, just to achieve some result, you see. It's very easy for you, you see, to put a label on me, call me a skeptic, call me a nihilist, call me an atheist, you see. When I say that God is redundant, the creator is irrelevant, it does not mean that I'm an atheist, you see, or no place.
We'll use your own words, sir, and put you in a pocket. A package like this. We'll use something like this. Here you see, this is a philosopher, somebody, sort of philosopher, who is shooting down with some kind of energy, perhaps in language which people use, to destroy their thought
I'm not even good at that. You see, if you put them on paper, you will be surprised.
Yeah,
not one sentence is complete here.
Yeah, the problem with you is as soon as we said that, you are something else. We can't put you even in your own cage, in other words. We have trouble.
How do we resolve this problem?
Are you? Yeah, it's purposely misleading.
One purpose is, sir, we have had a very nice lunch here.
I mean, there seems to be some common ground of communication. We don't ask you your name and then you say, "Oh, it was
That's
a
all
nice
that I
salad
can tell
or
you. But even that is, I don't know
some
why.
appropriateness in the responses that we get from you. Your responses are not completely unrelated to our questions.
They are related.
Listen, no. What I am emphasizing is a very simple.
What?
You see, you really don't have any questions. You only have answers. So you want me to indulge in this frivolity of a ritual-like thing and indulge in what is called question and answer meeting. You are asking questions for which you already have answers. You see, I am a village idiot, village bumpkin. I don't have any questions which you have. I did ask some questions because I was an idiot, you see. So I know that, you see, how come you have all these questions? Where do they come from? You already have the answers. You see, the problems you want to discuss. You have the solutions. I don't see any problem there. What is the problem I am asking you? I don't see any problem there. And you have solutions. And no time you are ready to accept the hard reality that they are not the solutions for the problem. So you are going here, there and everywhere, finding out, you see, whether there is anybody who can offer me another solution. So in exactly the same way, you see, you want another answer for your question. Why you are not satisfied with all the answers you have? Why you are still asking the questions? You have the answer, so I don't want You see, to participate in this question and answer ritual. You see.
So you're saying
I have no answers at all for your questions.
Do you have any question of your own?
Restructuring. Huh?
Do you
I
have
have basic
questions of
questions.
your own?
I have only
What are your
questions.
questions?
Basic questions: food, clothing, shelter.
Beg pardon?
Basic questions. Where do I get? You see, my cow, brown cow yoga. That's all. You see. Okay, where can I buy that small cheap bag for travel bag for me? Kmart. Are you with all that you have, with your beauty, with your this, with your that? You see, are you happy?
Well, we want
I
to be
don't
happy.
know what happiness is like. You see, so I can't be unhappy.
So you're describing your position in life, how you feel yourself related to life.
No.
You say, I'm unhappy.
No, you see,
And I'm
I
not
don't
happy.
know what happiness is like. See, people always throw this question at me. You must be very happy all the time. What is it that they are talking? I really don't know what happiness is, so I can never be unhappy.
So
I know what gives
that's
you.
your status. It's not mine.
I don't know what is yours. Since I don't know my situation, how can I know about
You're
yours?
telling him that he's not happy and you're not happy, you don't know happiness. How do you know that I don't know happiness?
A happy man would never seek happiness. That's obvious. It's for you. How can you?
It's not a continuous state.
It is.
In order to...
That's exactly what I said. You want.
Permanency is what
You
we
is
want.
interested in happiness without one moment of unhappiness.
Right.
That is the
At
quest. That is the
moment.
search.
And like Dr. Faust, give me a perfect moment.
I don't even look at flowers. So,
Dr. Foster.
Eugene,
Yes,
I
sir.
like you a lot, but I wonder if this is a little bit of a showmanship pose that you're assuming. I think there is more depth in you than that.
more depth in me than that. You see that I don't see. I have no way. First of all, I'm not a
There's
showman.
entertainment going on here. This
Yeah,
has
it's an
entertainment value. People
entertainment.
seem to be enjoying themselves.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
If it has served that purpose, it's fine.
It's not bad.
It's fine.
We'll collect
But
fees
you
from
and your
next
laugh.
time. Entrance
No
fees.
cover charge.
I don't
I see you
mind.
smile, I see you laugh, you have a great sense of humor. So
Your consul asked me, you don't have anything nice to say about America. I read in the newspapers, why you want to go to the United States? I said, you see, America is a land. What can America offer me? And then why are you going? She said, you see, I'm going because America is a land of entertainment. I'm going to entertain myself and I have the means to entertain myself. If you say no, good luck. No.
That worked the last couple of years, Eugene, but you're tired of TV, you don't go to movies anymore. There's something else.
No.
you like
Still,
to
your
do.
commercials are
Oh,
very
commercials,
interesting. You don't want. That's the only thing that I enjoy here. I am taping all those commercials. You will be surprised. The Indian little children, is it 5 years old, 6-year-old children. You see, they are enjoying all these commercials there. The jingles.
They are good.
Bad. You see, everybody is singing there.
if life is so meaningless, why not enjoy the little things of it,
I can't say
You
life
have
is
to
meaningless.
entertain
My
yourself
you
as
see,
you go
listen,
through
when
it.
we talk of life, we are talking of our living. See, we don't talk about life, we
Life
really
in
don't know. Our living doesn't seem to have any meaning. That's why we are asking the question, has life any purpose, has life any meaning? You see, once a 95-year-old man in Bangalore came to see me, he asked me this question, has life any purpose, any meaning? I said, what are you talking? You have lived 95 years, you haven't found the meaning or purpose of life? In 95 years, why are you asking me that question? Obviously, you haven't found the meaning. There may not be any meaning, you see, except to go on asking the question. By the time you get the answer, if there is an answer, you will have been dead, you see. Huh? So then he asked me the next question, you see. I have lived 95 years of my life. I have written books on spirituality, published them. Everybody has read, you see. And they have not helped me, you see. I have written books on the question of death, even. He is still alive, I think, 105 or something like that. And he asked me a question, what will happen to me when I am dead? So you are the only one that can answer the question. I said, you see, look here, you have lived 95 years. You may not have many more years to live. You will find out when you are dead. Why should I give the answer? It was not a clever answer. There is no use of my telling him that there is no such thing as death, that there is no such thing as reincarnation. So tell me, what is there now while you are living? Why are you concerned about reincarnation? If you want to know death, the answer to your question, what is death? Is there anything after death? You have to die now. at this moment, then only you will get the answer. No matter what I say is of no importance to you. It is not such a burning question for you. The fear of coming to an end, the fear of what coming to an end, the fear of what you know coming to an end, that's all that you are concerned about.
No.
So we are not, there is no such thing as the fear of the unknown. You do not want the fear to come to an end. You love fear. All these therapeutic cults can exploit you and tell you to be with fear, be choicelessly aware of fear, one with fear, that, this and the other. But the fact of the matter is that you don't want to be free from fear, because the end of the fear is the end of you. You don't want such a thing to happen while you are enjoying your fear. Enjoy your fear and love your fear.
And what do you feel about it?
About fear?
What do you feel?
About fear.
You have no fear?
Physical fear, yes, I have physical fear.
So you do have fear.
Physical fear, and it doesn't last long. There is no reason for me to go into the question of fear. By the time you
So
see, you
are a
know that
degree-
you are...
You are a degree of fear like the rest of us.
Not
You have
degree,
a
totally.
No, you have a degree of fear.
Not, you are introducing
drop of-
degree. You are introducing degree. I am not introducing degree at all.
Well, you
see,
say,
because the
you
fear,
have no fear, but the fear of the body.
He's
It is
saying
the
he is
fear
fear.
that it is the fear is necessary for this to protect itself.
Right.
So if you see a cobra, it steps back.
That's right.
And then from that moment on, this and the cobra take a walk and sing songs together. But you can't do that, you run away.
So
You
we give
cannot
a
do me any harm.
continuity to the fear that you don't give it. Our thinking process gives a continuity to the fear
Yes,
that you don't.
the cobra smells the smells
Yeah.
that you emanate, you see, your fear. So it has to take the first step and not let you use your thinking and then use the weapons that you have at your disposal to kill them. You are not killing one snake, you are killing millions of snakes. You see, you don't seem to understand one thing. Any event that occurs here is affecting the whole thing. It's not an isolated event, you see, at any time, at any given time.
But you say we don't understand that.
don't
I knew that
understand
before
either.
I came here.
I don't understand
So you-
either. You see how it is
So you
happening.
can't do just one thing then.
We want to understand, that's the problem.
You
we
want to
make a
understand?
system out of whatever
I
you're
don't
saying.
know how the hell you are. You
Because
see,
he contradicts
because you
himself
are
in the
asking the
next moment.
questions, you are throwing all those questions and responding. That's all. It's
But it's the only reason to be here is to like you, but I won't be here if I didn't have wanted to ask questions.
You can
You
go on
asked me
asking
to
questions.
ask questions.
Anyway. Yeah. So thank you, sir. I have considered. How long? You have enough?
You know,
You still have questions?
Yeah,
Yes, come on.
I'm really not very interested in making a system out of everything. It's just a matter of survival.
Tell me, what have I said all this 1.5 hours in one word? I'm not your teacher. I'm asking you.
You know, I'm talking
I don't
with
see
you,
any
I'm
question. I don't see any question there.
No,
You
I'm
already
going.
have the
I'm
answer.
going. I could ask.
No. You think that you have questions. You don't have any questions. I don't see any questions.
But I didn't say.
No, you don't even have to say.
Well, I don't know.
What, Mr. Myers, but?
Yep.
Come on, help us.
Build up. Build up there.
Build up, you look at a beautiful beach.
There's a build
And
up.
you are attracted to her.
Then?
And the whole thing, you see, I wish I could embrace that beach, fuck that beach.
Yeah.
All that is the build up I am talking about.
Yeah.
And why you don't do it? Why you sit here and what would happen if I grabbed her? Why?
Because
you are
my-
a frightened chicken.
Because, yeah.
Your
because-
nonsense taught you should not do that. Morality
Because of
comes into the picture.
Look at the
She
same-
slaps you, get slapped, buddy.
No, but because I.
No, because
No, because I actually.
you are not doing anything anywhere.
I want to be sure of the result before I act.
Yes, that's why you are not doing anything. There is no action there. No action. What to do, how to do. That's why you ask how all the time. That's the action. You don't do it. I'm sorry to give a crude example. Bob, help me. It's a waste. You don't do anything in any area of your existence. If you are hungry, you don't just sit and discuss about that food. What is the right food?
Health food, vitamins, all that nonsense. Anything you get. Eat mud, sawdust, anything. Come on, Bob, you have not answered my question. It's a very serious question.
Yuji,
yes.
You said we were talking the other day about sorrow.
I didn't. He was.
Yeah, he brought it up, but you said it like comes through the generations. Is that what you had said?
You are listening to all that crap on the ending of sorrow. That fellow is not free from the sorrow, otherwise he wouldn't talk about that. Whoever is talking of the experience of a silent mind. It's all bullshit. Nothing else. What is sorrow you are talking about?
You keep on saying something which I'm battling with every now and then as it's not there.
What is it that
is there?
What is there? You tell me.
My frustration is concrete, real. My sorrow is concrete, real.
Not
and you
at
just
all.
say it's not there.
Where is it?
It is there inside me.
You are just talking about
it is there.
Because it is not there, that vehemence is coming.
So it is there.
No,
I feel
listen.
it.
It's not
I
there.
feel it.
No, where?
I feel it inside my body as a physical ache. I feel
it is throwing out that nonsense.
No, it is there.
It is not there.
Frustration,
Where is that
sorrow
frustration?
is in the body.
No, it's not there.
It is there in the body.
No,
and you say it's not there.
Where is it?
Inside this body, it is there.
It is throwing out. You see.
What is throwing out?
It is not throwing out. You are just talking about it. It is not there.
It is there.
No, you say that it is there. I say it is not there. That's the end of the conversation. Finish.
For you, it is not there.
For you also, it is not
For me,
there.
it is there.
You are just talking about that nonsense.
It is there for me. It is there for everyone.
I don't say that. How is it expressing itself?
You are the only person in whom it seems to not be there.
No. It's not. It is not there.
That is why a man like J. Krishnamurti or a writer like that makes more sense to me than you.
Yes, certainly.
His frustration makes more sense to me. I can relate to that frustration.
He was a frustrated
Not
bastard.
to you.
No, why the hell?
Not to you. You don't seem to understand what we are talking about.
I understand you.
No, I don't think so.
No.
You say there's no sorrow, there's no despair, there's no frustration.
Why the hell you are still trying to be free from that frustration?
That's what my whole tragedy is. I'm still trying to.
Why you are still? Who is that? You have no problems.
Downstairs, they didn't call me.
What you are dealing with is
that's the point. I have no problems. Then what?
Solution.
Then what? If there is no problem, then what?
Only the solution given by those bastards you are dealing with, not the problem.
Okay. No, then
that is not the solution.
It's not about problem what he's talking about.
No, it is the solution he has offered for your non-existing problem that you are dealing with. All those bastards.
Ask Jed.
Starting with
the only one I've been in kind of contact with.
Huh?
Yeah, and he was saying that there is nothing like frustration. That we are all blissed out, we are all silenced, we are all something that is there and we are just not able to feel it. And then what? You're saying exactly the opposite.
Yeah. Yes.
So what? So what is the truth? What is the point?
What is the point? I'm asking you.
Yeah, but why is he spending sleepless night? Why am I spending sleepless night? Why we all look like
you are the one that
like chicken here sitting and looking at you like that? Why? This I know because otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here.
You say I know, but what is it that you are doing about idiocy?
I don't know. I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing. I'm here, like listening to you with eyes popping out. I'm listening to you.
You say that you are an idiot.
No, you said that, and I confirm
it. What is it that you are doing about your idiocy? Is there any word like idiocy? You are an idiot. What are you doing?
About it? Well, I mean...
No, don't bring her into the picture.
If it's not into the picture...
yes.
And money, her, money, you...
Yes.
That's all.
Don't include me.
Just include yourself.
Include yourself. Leave her alone.
But it's true what Mahesh say, because I mean I've been talking with him. You remember the morning I walked in and I said, "What is it?" And his frustration, sir, down the bottom. His frustration.
What you see? What is that frustration you are talking about?
What is it? It's like being unsatisfied with what I have. I have nothing in the future that can pull me to do things.
Right. What is it that you are doing?
Your state is falsifying me.
You say the frustration is not there.
Yes.
I'm being frustrated. Your state is falsifying me.
No, not at all.
You say there's no frustration.
No.
I say it's frustration.
You are just talking.
Of course, your state is falsifying
Make a movie and make money.
No,
there.
you have no idea what we are feeling, and you say there is no frustration.
You are. I don't.
You ask Robert. That's what we're talking about. Ask Mario.
Yeah, all of you can get together.
You can sit down and say. You can sit down. You can sit down and say there's no
Dance
frustration.
together in the streets. All the frustrated bastards
I mean,
there.
sir, we are at the point where we talk together. Nobody
You
has
go
anything
there.
to say, and nobody has anything to say. We look into each other's eyes and we are all
No, go
talking
to
each other.
the
Nobody
tennis
is
court
listening.
is free. All you bastards full of frustration. Go and dance and sing there about your frustration. And make a movie about that.
What about opening a restaurant?
That is better than talking about all this nonsense.
And then have the climax.
Yeah, and then you can feed them people.
Okay, how about physics?
What physics?
Does when we were talking the other morning, and Mahesh was talking about frustration and sorrow.
Why you are talking? You know you are mechanically
Okay,
repeating.
forget it. Okay.
Just listen. You really are not talking anything. You are just saying frustration, frustration, frustration. They are all empty words.
Okay. The energy in the body.
No, you are just repeating that nonsense.
That's what I want.
I don't see there anything except these empty words. I'm frustrated, I'm frustrated, I'm frustrated. And you
Okay.
put more energy into that.
Okay, let's drop that.
And then nothing else to talk about it.
But
Frustration
you
is-
say you're living the natural.
Don't bother about me. I'm talking about you.
But you say that that's the natural way that the body, everybody's body, naturally would live.
It is throwing it out because it has no place for that.
Like you say, there's some level of hope
Yes,
that there will be a change.
that there will be a change.
Because I'm not satisfied the way
When, yes.
that I'm living.
Yes. Why you are not satisfied with
And-
the way
and-
you are living? This body is interested in eating and fucking, nothing else.
Because I'm
To live
comparing
and
the way I'm living to
reproduce.
you.
Nothing else is there. So anything you are saying about the body is totally unrelated, not interested. It's a shit, throwing out.
But then why after your calamity you stop talking?
Don't worry about that, you see. Don't.
Yeah, but I mean, you're saying that, but then I mean, the reality is that.
Is that then why you don't do it? Why you are making it a big thing? Why you are choosing a particular bitch to shit? All holes are the same. Why there is a choice?
Yeah,
for
but what
it?
happened to you that?
Don't bother about what happened to me. Nothing happened to me. You read wrong books.
And I just.
So is UG, is choice the problem?
Hmm?
Is choice the problem?
What choice?
So the body, you say, has a way.
Leave that body alone. It's not interested in choice. Not interested in anything you are interested in, what you call you. So, what is the hope you are talking about? Hope is related to something. Hope, what? You hope that one day you will get what? What do you want to get?
To be, if I'm honest, what
You are dishonest, Pastor.
Okay, so I'm a dishonest person, of course, because I'm
It's all
here.
right with me. So don't move further from there. No further movement is necessary. You say, I'm an idiot, I'm a dishonest man. What is it that you are doing about it? It doesn't mean anything. There must be some action there.
But for me to take the action and walk out that door
you
doesn't
will
make
go
a damn difference if I stay here or walk out.
No, you will
I'll be
go
the same
somewhere else.
person.
You will go somewhere else.
That's what I mean.
Fine, go.
I don't want to go someplace
Then
else. But my question, which you'll cut, was: does the body? You say that you're only the body. You're not some spirit. You're not something else.
Yeah, then
There's
what?
no-
Why do you act?
Because I'm asking.
Listen, where do you go from there? No argument there. Either you have to accept this totally or walk out. That's all. Nothing else.
I accept.
No, you say I accept.
No,
what does it mean?
I accept that you're living the way you say.
No, what I accept does not mean anything. What is the action there? I accept. There is no room for one more word there. I accept, but you continue to do that. You are just continuing to talk. I accept, I accept, I accept. You think you are fooling me?
But I don't know how you're living.
Yes.
Why are you
How can
concerned
I
about my living?
How can I stop? How can I stop the movement of that thought all
How
the time?
means you want to
I do
know.
want to know.
You want to know.
I'm not lying. I do want to know.
Yeah, I am not the person to put all that shit in you. Go somewhere else. All that they have done and put there in you is that shit. How? The how has to go.
But I'm lying if I sit here and say I don't want to know. It's a lie. The body doesn't have a natural intelligence.
Just forget about it. It has intelligence, and what is the point?
But the point was, my main question was, because the body, like the way that you're living is a natural intelligence.
The way I'm living is like the dog there.
Right.
Are you ready?
So the dog
no
and you...
further conversation necessary. All that is coming out of me is the barking of a dog. Nothing else. You are the one that is making this barking, turning this barking into a language, English language. You are taught how to space this barking that is come out of this individual. The individual does not even know that he is saying things in English. He doesn't know. And you want to know. I cannot be of any help there. Try somebody else. Good luck to you. Go anywhere. Do anything you like. That's the only thing that I'm saying. All frustration, right? Poetry, some nonsense, romantic stuff. What frustration? What is it that you are doing? I don't see any frustration. I have frustration. What the hell you are talking about? Not getting what you want. Mm-hmm. That is the frustration. What is it that you want? You want to be free from frustration.
Yeah.
Huh? Then you want me to tell you how I can be free from frustration. That is the one that keeps the frustration there. The how is related to the frustration. So you don't want to be free from frustration. You want to live with it, romanticize it, and make movies and make money. Sit on a platform and talk about it. Don't condemn it. Don't justify it. Don't identify yourself with the frustration. Be choicelessly aware of that. One who is choicelessly aware of that frustration is the frustration. There is no frustration other than that bastard's statement. Choicelessly aware of frustration. That is the frustration. Because you will never be free from that. That's a joke. Be choicelessly aware of frustration. Just look at it. That doesn't exist. This is the only thing that exists. These empty words that you have picked up somewhere else. That's all. So you don't want to be free from that. If you are really interested in freeing yourself from that which you are not, that shit must go.
Is there something before the words,
Yeah?
like thought?
What?
There was a here today.
Go and listen to that. That joker says.
Well, he did. In one thing, he was talking about.
Why are you talking about? What do you have to say?
Well, my question. That
What he said. You will.
What is thought?
Huh?
What is this thing called?
No thoughts. Either you swallow this statement and repeat it, or that bastard's statement. There are only thoughts but no thinker. I am saying that there are no thoughts. Forget about the thinker. What do you do? Where do you go from there? Where do you go from there? How do you look at the thought? Look at it. The word is not the thing. The word is the thing. You can sit here and great philosophers can discuss everlastingly. There is a thing, some object is there, something is there. Huh? You can all that bullshit, you see. That's all. Recognition and naming. You cannot recognize anything without naming, no matter who says what. Either you repeat that nonsense or pick up these new phrases from here and repeat it. What do you want to do? That's all that you can do, nothing else.
But you don't deny that there's in fact electrical impulses in the brain.
All right, even if they are, those jokers are writing in the Time magazine, what they look at is what they want to look at it. And create some theory out of that nonsense and get a Nobel Prize. Nothing else. You are translating those vibrations
So there may be no correlation, no cause and effect between
Yeah.
these electrical impulses and what we call thought.
Yes, that's all. You translate it. How do you translate that implication? Vibrations. And those jokers, you see, were recording the vibrations of a fellow who is meditating, fellow who has taken drugs. And that is the one, the real one that is registering. The silence is not the nature. You are interested in meditation. You want to prove to the world that this machine is registering the silence, the quietness, and the one who has taken drugs is registering this, whatever it is. So you condemn this and praise that. Fine. How are they translating those vibrations, assuming for a moment there are vibrations there? You are translating that into the framework of this bastard's knowledge because he is interested in establishing a theory and getting a Nobel Prize. He is not honest enough, that bastard. He doesn't know a damn thing about it, what he's talking about. Now you use a different language. There are vibrations. Where is the memory? Where is it located? Neurons. You read all that shit every day. Time magazine is full of that. Now they are going to have advertisements for orange juice and apartments everywhere in Europe, and also call girls telephone calls because they are not making money.
Time magazine.
Time magazine.
Newsweek too.
This week too?
No, Newsweek too is not.
Newsweek, yes. But I want only the call girls' telephone numbers. How do you look at it? How do you look at this one? How? You are not looking at it. No, you can't.
When everything is done.
You can never look. You have never looked at anything. You have never looked at anybody in this world, probably as a newborn baby. Without knowing what you are looking at, you cannot look at anything.
Okay, great. Thank
It's
you.
all right. Listen to all that shit, you see, the recognition, naming. Huh? There are only thoughts, no thinker.
Well, except for times when I thought I saw something.
You are not looking. You
But
see,
it's
why you
something
are,
else.
what? Why
And
you are
realize
repeating?
it.
Why you are repeating all that nonsense? I am just asking you a simple question.
Okay.
Not just look at the flower and listen to the river. That's not what I am saying. That's romantic nonsense. You have never in your life looked at anything. I can guarantee that.
But something's
Without knowing what you are looking at. No, don't say something.
Well, I mean, Uji, I can't deny that these eyes have.
Eyes are not
see more fuzzy now. That's for sure.
Eyes don't see a thing. Eyes are looking at something totally different. Not what you call table or a man or a woman. Nothing. The eye does not say that. You don't know how the physical eye is looking at anything.
That means at least 30 you have.
No. You can sit there and talk. Recognition, naming. The word is not the thing. The thing is, what? That's for schoolboys in the philosophy class. Not for anybody else. It's nonsense that is. So you repeat. That's all. Nothing is done about it. That's all that I'm saying. I'm asking a simple question. I don't have any thoughts. What is the point? The dictionary? Yes, certainly even the word bitch and bastard, I have to look at the dictionary, what it means. So thought, it's a definition given by those jokers. How do you look at the thought? Forget about anything else. I say there are no thoughts. All right, assuming for a moment that there are thoughts, where are they? Don't repeat all that nonsense you read in the Time magazine, the brain physiologists, the brain psychologists. It's a living for those bastards to invent theories, not to help you to. He himself does not know a damn thing of what he's looking at. He has to translate that and tell you it's a theory. Tomorrow somebody else comes along and says it's all rubbish. Huh?
Okay.
And he gets another Nobel Prize. And we are all fooled by those bastards, just the way we are all fooled by the religious man. Everybody is out to fool us because he is fooling himself. So we are not interested in that at all. What you have to say is very important for me. I have nothing to say. How come you have a lot of things to say? What you are saying is that garbage. What you are saying is no different from the garbage they put in those garbage cans. Somebody, my landlord, goes and collects everything. That's the way you collect all the garbage. From the scientists, from the philosophers, from the psychologists, because they have Nobel Prizes. They are written about in the Time magazine. They are on the cover page. They get prestigious awards. And some joker has 5,000 followers and repeat that. You never try even to look at it. I'm asking you a simple question. You are talking of thought, no thoughts, no thinker. Because you are all the time talking about it, I am saying something about it. I am only saying, please, for goodness sake, tell me if you have anything to say about thought other than what they have said. I have nothing to say because I don't even know if there is a thought. I can say there is no thought because every time I looked at thought, when those jokers talked about it, what I found was about thought but not thought. About thought, I picked up from there, memorized from here, that is all. Where is it? How do you separate yourself from the definition and look at it? Forget about anything, thought and all that. How do you look at that? Where is it? He says it's there inside. He barks like a dog, that's all. He's no different from a dog or the grunting of a pig. You can put behind that lot of emotion. Where is it? You don't say that, it is there. Are you really interested in freeing from whatever is the frustration or whatever you are trying to be free from? What is it that you are doing? You are doing nothing. I accept. All right, you accept. Then what happens? What is the action of accepting? Adding this nonsense, putting there in the data bank, memory bank of the computer. Then it keeps coming up.
That's the way it functions.
Yeah,
So
then
what?
you accept it then. That's the end of the story. Finish.
There's a bunch of memory.
Then you are making a statement, that's all.
Well, that's what I said.
You can also say...
I walked down the trail today and memories come.
What memories? You are talking about memory, not knowing if there is any memory there.
What would I call a memory?
If you call it memory, somebody else calls it a thought, somebody else calls it something else. So, other than that, you are not interested in finding out. As long as you are repeating that nonsense, there is no way you can find out anything. If that is gone, there is no need for you to know anything about thought. You can give another definition. A cleverer man, a brighter man.
There's other, like a memory, as like a feeling attached.
What is it? Tell me something about memory. You say memory. How does it operate in you?
I don't know.
Then, why are you saying memory if you don't know?
That's what I've been taught to say. That's what it's taught to call. This
Yes.
thing that is something that I recognize supposedly from a past that
Yes.
is called memory.
Yes.
So
So
there
what?
is an impulse
Why is
comes
that?
up
Why is
has
that?
sometimes a feeling in here, someplace
You
in here.
are saying that. You see, why do you have to recognize that as a woman? What for? At this moment. All right, that's memory, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't call her a man or a donkey or a pig, or I wouldn't call a pretty girl an ugly duckling. You see, all that we are taught. I know that. So why do you have to know what you are looking at, what you are feeling? That is all that I am asking. And how can I? How means you want to add more and more.
I don't feel I always have to know. I don't know every name of
No, if you don't do it, you are preoccupied with something totally unrelated to the situation you find yourself in. Otherwise, you have got to look at it. You have got to look at it. Whether you name it or not is a different matter.
The process of recognizing is automatic.
You are not even recognizing. Where is that recognizing?
You say, I am not bored.
Yeah.
You function differently.
No.
I see I am bored. I want to be in your state. Your presence here creates an aspiration. What do I do?
Get out of here.
Then you say you should not want to change what
Don't
you are.
replace anything else in the place of your man. Go there, read all the books, repeat all that. Go, don't come here. Thank you, sir.
I started with saying that gurus is not your thing, eh?
Yes, unfortunately, gurus have become such monsters on this planet today. And you guys who have had everything, still have everything you can reasonably ask for, created a market for those people. And they are exploiting all the people here in the Western countries, particularly in America, telling them that they have answers for all their problems which they are facing today. You see, it is very natural for somebody to ask a question when you have everything that you can reasonably ask for, and you have everything that you can reasonably ask for. The question arises, is that all? The moment that question springs up inside of you and you throw it at others, you have created a market for them all. You see, I always maintain and insist on repeating time and again that what has not helped those countries like India and other Asiatic countries is not going to help anybody in the world.
You're implying, you say, India has known gurus for thousands of years.
For thousands of years. If India is what it is today, it is not something that the Indians can be proud of. This is what I tell them also. Recently I was on their television. India has no future in the sense that you are not in a position to control the events of this world or to shape in any way, directly or indirectly, the shaping of events in the world today. We are living in a very, very difficult times today. The future nobody can predict. Nobody can say with certainty where we are all going to end up. So, although they have 1 billion people in that country, they are in a position to assert and see that they play a very major role in the affairs of the world. So the only thing that they are exploiting around the globe is the demand for some spiritual shit, I would call it, that they are selling in the marketplace, assuring the people that they have the solutions for their day-to-day problems.
But Eugene, I was in India recently at the Kumbh Mela, and I saw there's two things that the Indian people have, and one of them is they make software. And wherever you go in the big cities, they export software, and they export this spiritual Hinduism, Buddhism thing.
The software is acceptable to me because America is in a condition or situation or in a position where they have to depend upon, you see, the Indians. 80% of the people working there in the United States on software are from India. So why America has not been able to produce the guys to handle their problems? You see, sometimes even I go one step further and tell them, you see, you are in a position to be a hacker and break into all the secrets that they have in their defense department and see that America understands its present position in the world and not play the game of destroying the whole world.
Do you feel that that's what's happening? That's
what is going to happen, you see. When you are in a position to destroy the maximum power with minimum means, you will all sing a different song. I have been everywhere in the world. I have spent more than 60 years in Switzerland. I have been coming to this country for almost half a century. I came here first time at the very beginning of 50s. I was involved with the Theosophical Society. I was an international lecturer. I was invited to give lectures here, and I gave a lecture there in Huizen, the then headquarters of all the European federations. So I have known the West. I have spent most of my life in America, in Switzerland, and in India. And I have been everywhere in the world. You see, the human nature is exactly the same. I went even to Russia and said some very nice things which they didn't like. And they thought that I was a CIA agent there. And in America, they thought that I was a KGB agent because I blasted America, you see. And I blasted Russia. And I don't know what the Indians think about me or of me. They don't like me anyway, because what I say is not acceptable to the Indians. I have always maintained that the great heritage of India, which they are so proud of, the heritage that they are trying to sell, the shoddy piece of goods abroad, was born out of acid heads.
It was born out of acid heads?
Acid heads. All those sages lived in the jungles.
Well, now it's getting interesting. You mean that the Vedas,
all of them,
and the Vedas was only written down, came out of people that out in the woods were taking digitales and
Soma Jews, and experienced some strange experiences and translated them into spiritual experiences and passed on that from generation to generation. We in our turn used those techniques through the help of thought, created those experiences and believed that we are in the same state that those people were talking about.
Wait a moment. So you're basically saying that the psychedelic experience is the basis of the religion?
Is the religion. It started that way in India.
Okay. Well, then I have to ask you, have you taken psychedelics?
I have never taken. Anybody who has not smoked will never condemn others smoking. Anybody who has not even tasted or smelled, say, alcohol will never ask people not to drink. Anybody who has not taken drugs will not condemn drugs. You see? But at the same time, I do not encourage that. I maintain, even today, I insist that drugs should be legalized. Then, you see, you will be surprised. You see, it will fall in its proper place.
Would you say that drugs in India have fallen into their proper place in the past, not now?
In the past, you see.
Because when I see there is people smoking ganga, there is people taking all kinds of leaves and...
Yes. Nothing is, that is no different from any spiritual experience.
But so what do you think that happens in the mind when people take this psychedelic...
They experience extraordinary, quote unquote, similar to spiritual experiences of bliss, beatitude, immensity and love.
And the feeling of unity.
The feeling of unity. And you experience the same things when you take drugs. I have known the fellow who has written my biography, Mr. Mahesh Bhatt. He was one of the top movie directors, and he has written my biography, and he was not exposed to the religious background at all. First time when he took drugs, he experienced all the spiritual experiences, all the sages, saints, and saviors of mankind in the past and present and yet to be born. They are going to experience the same thing. He talked about it in such an extraordinary way. So there is nothing marvelous about it. The moment you legalize that, it will fall in its proper place. The governments are involved in making money. The other day they said $92 billion.
Made by
and why you put all these young people into prison and destroy them? You see, meditation is one of the worst techniques that people are preaching.
Okay, this is not a strong statement. You say meditation, which is preached by the Buddhists and the Hindus, and you say it doesn't serve
Nobody has done seriously meditation. This is what I point out to the people. If you have meditated very seriously for longer periods than they claim that they have done, they will either end up in the loony bins, singing loony tunes and merry melodies, or commit suicide, jump into the river. Many of those sages in India who practiced yoga, who practiced meditation techniques, they all committed suicide, and they called that jalasamadhi. You see, those people, if they jump into the river and commit suicide...
it's like they want to be one with God, and that's it.
That's all. That is the way they interpret that and make them feel good, the followers of those countries.
But that, for instance, is a subject, this suicide to join the Godhead, which happens in the Christian churches too, and it's never talked about.
But do you want me to say some nasty statements about your Jesus?
Absolutely.
He was smoking hash, not hash, but eating mushrooms for 40 days and 40 nights, sitting there in the desert.
Yeah, but that was clear, and then he experienced the devil like anybody would do who takes...
No, but one thing you don't realize, if it remained in that small, limited scale and limited sphere of human activities, it would have been finished a long time ago. Through the help of using that as an instrument of power, the states are responsible for that. Buddhism would have remained a very small cult. You see, if it were not for the fact that Ashoka, one of the great emperors of India,
the guy who
used it as an instrument of power. Both Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism have become the instruments of power. This is what I tell very often to the people.
So they have become the banner for worldly powers, but claiming they were a spiritual movement.
Exactly. At that time, the religious thing was the only instrument we had. Now you have political ideologies. Why you killed so many hundreds and thousands of people
And cows.
Preaching, love thy neighbor as thyself. How many men, women, and children have been killed? And all the political ideologies you enforce on the world only through the instrument of power and violence. Even
So
I told
can we do
Gandhi,
something about it?
even when I met Gandhi, I told him, more people have been killed in the name of non-violence than violence. He himself admitted when his movements ended up in violence and killing of so many men, women, and children. You see, he admitted and announced to the wide world that he committed a Himalayan blunder. But a few months after, he started another organization, another movement, and killed so many people. When I pointed out that he didn't quite understand what I meant when I said both violence and non-violence spring from the same source. Of course, Indians had no weapons to fight the British Empire at that time. So that was the instrument of an impotent man who had no power to challenge the power that was entrenched there.
So you say that comes from the same basic instinct, which is like the lust for influence.
Yes, influence. It is all a sensual activity, the varieties of food. Why the hell people eat so many varieties of food? So you see, I tell the doctors, I have lived 84 years. I'll be entering my 84th year. People want to think that until you complete 83rd year, you tell yourself, and if somebody asked you, how old are you? You would say 83. In India, they say the moment you enter your 84th year, they say we are pushing 84. In China, they add one more year. The moment you enter your 84th year, they say I'm 85 years old. It all depends upon what exactly you feel about your aging process. You understand?
But would that mean that we could overcome the problems of aging?
No, you're not going to succeed. You know, they have started clinics in the United States of America to stop the aging process of dogs. They have become so important. We have ruined all of them by allowing ourselves to be associated with the animals. The emphasis that I'm emphasizing with great, what is the right word? I don't know. Emphasis all the time is that we are no different from any other species on this planet. The human beings are no more important than the mosquito that is biting you, because the only female mosquitoes bite you for the reason that they need your hemoglobin to maintain the continuity of
So
their
they're part of the system.
That is part of the system. But we have been brainwashed to believe that we are created for some nobler and grander purpose than all the other forms of life on this planet. And if they stopped there, it would have been all right. But they went one step further and said that everything around you is created for your benefit. We are creating imbalance here. If what they say is correct, I don't know, I can't make any definitive statements. When once you arrive at 16 billion or 15 billion population on this planet, we will all be wiped out. You see, because the planet cannot take. You see, not only the destructive part on the human kind, but also the heat we are generating. If what they say is true, correct, every human body is radiating 3000 centigrade heat. We are heating up this planet. You understand? So human species is the last thing that is very essential on this planet. It's not that
we can do without human beings.
Yes.
Then.
We have not been on the scene for long, you see. I don't know, I'm talking, this is supposed to be an interview.
Yeah, I know. Let me ask you, you seem to be so fiery. Where does that come from?
From the energy of the life that is there behind these words. I am not interested in winning anybody over to my point of view. I have no point of view.
Is that a fire of love, or is that a fire?
No, that is not. The love is another four-lettered word.
Okay, well, what is the fire then?
The life is something extraordinary. It is so creative, and it is emphasizing certain things in such a way that sometimes people tell me that you are very angry. Why you use such a brutal language? No, just to overemphasize a point. That it is the backing of the life. Life's energy is something extraordinary. They don't understand.
Does your fire, does your life, does your energy come from
the life itself?
From life itself. But you have had some major experience.
I am just a dog here, barking. And you are the one that is making this dog bark. And whatever is coming out is not the product of any thinking, is not born out of my thinking or any such thing. You are bringing out all this noise that is there inside of me and reading something into it, making some sense to you, and others say that it doesn't make any sense. But
it doesn't have to make sense, but where does it come from? Something in your life you had a major experience.
May I point out one thing? There is no need for us to have, not this particular interview or any other conversation, there is no need for us to have any conversation with anybody, whether it is the near and dear ones or the beloved ones or the people around you. The only reason why we want to carry on a conversation with others is to win them over to your point of view and make them accept what you are saying. We use logic.
Why?
Why do you have to carry on any conversation?
Because this is
you
life.
And I go for a walk.
Yes,
you and I go for a walk, and you see the beautiful.
And it's also a play.
Play, yes. You want to win.
No,
always.
It's not about. No, you can play without winning.
Yeah, where is the need for logic? I studied Western logic. I studied all this shit in my university. See, but I never accepted any such thing. See, logic. Where is the need for logic? You
but
know,
is there need for play?
As a student of logic, I denounced logic completely and totally. I went one step further and said that any day Western logic is more logical than the Indian logic. As a student of psychology, I studied and philosophy and logic. And why do we need logic? You are more logical than I am. You are more intelligent than I am. What makes you think that you are more intelligent than I am?
Well,
you have more verbiage. You have more verbiage, more garbage, more words in your vocabulary shit box. I'm sorry to use not you in particular, than me. So you use that, you see, to convince me and to win me over to your point of view. And people find it difficult to accept what I am saying in all kinds of conversations or interviews. They say that's your point of view. All right, that's my point of view. What is yours? Yours also is a point of view. But I am not interested in winning you over.
No, but I'm
my point of view. I'm not referring to you.
No, but I'm just trying to enjoy. and the thing that comes up to me, you say, well, logic, okay, it has no role. Does causality as a concept work? That there is cause and effect?
It's a cause and effect system is the most important thing for the human species, because what you call thinking mechanism or thoughts or whatever you want to call are born out of cause and effect relationship. You cannot conceive the possibility of anything happening outside the field of cause and effect. All right, if you are finished with God and the belief that God created this world, whether it is 6 days or 7 days, it really doesn't matter. Why are the scientists interested in finding out the cause, the origin of the universe? I want to know. I am not interested. You see, why are these doctors interested in whatever they are doing? I have never seen a doctor for 50 years of my life. I never tell anybody not to go to a doctor. I have never eaten, touched anything recommended by any doctor. For a vegetarian, I don't eat vegetables. I don't eat fruits. I don't eat anything they say is good for the body. I have a tremendous faith in this body. This is an extraordinary, intelligent being, unparalleled. And you think you have some ideas how to control this body, how to help this body, how to improve this body, how to make it live, you see, in a very healthy condition, how to make it longer than it is programmed to live, genetically or otherwise. I really don't know. That is why I say that shoot all the doctors on site and at site. They have done such an immense harm to mankind by telling them that they know a lot more about the human body than others do. You see, if somebody comes and asks me, I have this problem, I have been advised to have some surgery, some cancer, go to the doctor, I would never say. Even today I accept what the doctors have found out about the human body, and I will not accept anything that is suggested by any religious man in the past or in the present. So they know.
Who do you believe in?
Belief is a wrong word to use, you see.
Who do you appreciate?
See, I must test the validity of whatever they are saying. And if it doesn't fit into this, I reject it totally. And you see that when I was there in China, I have been to China several times. And the guy who was with me, he was a professor of cultural studies in Beijing University. Yuji, we have succeeded in destroying every trace of Buddhism in this country. Even Mao Tse-tung doesn't mean a thing. The only place where they have his photo is where he was buried. And only a few old taxi drivers still have his photo on the dashboards of their taxis, but nobody. And what you are saying is undermining the very foundation of human thought, not just the religious thinking of man. So many scientists, nuclear physicists come to see me. So many brain physiologists come to see me. Psychologists come to see me. They don't have any way of winning me over to their point of view. They may say, you are a cynic, you are an iconoclast, you are this, you are that. So many words they have in their vocabulary. They use to describe me and fit me into that framework and feel so good about it.
Okay. What do you like?
What do
you like?
What do you mean? I like this conversation, not with the idea of winning you over to my point of view, or make you understand what I am saying.
So I want to know what you like.
I know it's very difficult to say.
Do you like
all my likes are
good books, good paintings?
I'm illiterate. I don't see anything. You see, anything of the past. I have never been to your museums here. You see, I am not interested in anything. We talk about the past, whether they are the painters or the anything of the past. It doesn't interest me. If what you have today is the result of that, I'm not interested in the past. I go to the shopping malls. Yesterday he dragged me to see a shopping mall there. There was only furniture, electric lamps, and then I don't know what it was. I was terribly disappointed with that. Why you go to the shopping malls? I don't take even walk, I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. You see, I don't eat anything they say is good for the body. I have survived, sir, 84 years.
Mm-hmm. But do you like children better than...
Yes, I like the children most because the one problem that is facing us all today, this is what I tell all those people who start schools to help them to create an atmosphere of freedom and all that kind of a thing. They are born with some extraordinary intelligence. You see, we are no match to the children. I don't know if you have any children. You see, but we want to force them to fit into the framework which we have created. But they have to be educated so that they cannot be misfits in this world. How to educate them and see that they are not misfits in this world without destroying the native intelligence, extraordinary sensitiveness they are born with.
Yeah, but
nobody has come up with
the Theosophical Society, but
it has
especially
not,
Rudolf Steiner has
tried
he has not
set up. He tried, but as he produced, Krishnamurti also started so many schools. I knew him very well. I was brought up in the same atmosphere. His teachers were my teachers. We never got along well. So, has anybody come out of your school? You know, when Annie Besant started the Central Hindu College, which afterwards became the university, Benares Hindu University, proclaimed to the wide world that she is going to produce the future leaders of India. Not one fellow came out of that university. My grandfather was a theosophist. He joined the Theosophical Society in 1878 when they moved the Theosophical Society from New York to India. He contributed so much money for all her organizations, you see. Not one fellow came out of that school. And then they started the university for J. Krishnamurti. Let me complete that. No, they only distributed doctorates amongst themselves and closed that university. Mm-hmm. I am yet to see. You see, I believe in, I don't believe in the possibility of creating teachers like Buddha, Jesus, and all those people. They are all the products of our culture. They are cultural products.
But are there then teachers that we should look at? Or are we just to look at the farmers who plow the fields?
They are more intelligent than us.
I know.
More, yes. You know them. They are more intelligent than
absolutely.
us. Why I am
the beggars in the streets?
They are. Why is there one beggar there in these seats? I am asking. I am not going to start any organizations. You see, and all those people who create these institutions are exploiting them. You see, for example, I give the example of Mother Teresa. She started, a wonderful organization. You are perpetuating the misery of those people by giving charity. Charity is the most vicious and vulgar thing invented by the religious man. You are perpetuating their misery, but you are not solving that problem. Because we feel guilty that we have taken advantage of everything that the world can offer us, and we have a way of protecting everything that we have stolen. But by giving them charity, maybe it is born out of the guilt complex on our part that we should help.
And the guilt complex is part of the control system.
Yes,
of religion.
certainly. You see, when Clinton, visited India, and I sent a newspaper article that appeared in all the leading newspapers in the United States of America, saying 11 million people are underfed, underclothed, and most of them homeless. And why the hell they are talking about the human dignity and all that shit that they are talking about, I want to know. You see, as long as there is one fellow there, I am not impressed by your 4 freedoms at all. I am not going to start an organization, because I am interested, in taking their place. That is what is happening everywhere in the world. The moment they are in the seat of power, they do exactly the same thing that they protested against, condemned, and fought against. It does not mean that they should...
So you become what you fight. You become what
you are
fight.
only interested in taking their place, but you will still continue to exploit.
But are there no good people there?
Not even one good person. If he was a good person, if he is a good person, if you think he is a good person, he wouldn't be interested in doing anything. I'm sorry.
So the true holy men, the true saints do nothing.
I don't know what exactly you mean by saint. I don't know why these people are falling for all that kind of a shit. There is a market. A friend of mine was discussing about his future. He wants to be, a holy man. You make money. I'll be happy. There is a market for that kind of a thing.
Wait. Let's forget about holy men. Is there a thing like ethics? Is there a thing like morality? Do we have to live by certain rules?
Anybody who is moral, if there is such a person as a moral person, for him there is no such thing as immorality, and he would never condemn immorality.
I agree.
One who has never tasted even wine, he will not condemn. Those people who drink. One who has never smoked in his life will never condemn anybody and persuade him to give up smoking. This morning I was telling, it's better to smoke than to eat potatoes, tomatoes, and aubergines, what you call them, eggplant in America. They have nicotine. It's far more harmful than smoking. And similarly, if you eat the salads, lettuce, and all the other green stuff that they eat, has opium in that. They are all addictives. I am not condemning that. But why you condemn those people? From smoking, I want to give you an example of my friend who was a smoker all the time, 24 hours. He's my friend who is the famous director. Now he's a public man, Mahesh Bhatt. And he tried his best to give up smoking. He was an alcoholic. And I was even helping him, with very expensive wine bottles bought from the military stores to the help of this guy, who was a very important spiritual man. Mm-hmm. And I never asked him to give up smoking. I never asked him to give up drinking. And he had a 6-month-old baby. And he picked up that baby and wanted to kiss. The baby moved away from him. On the spot, he gave up drinking and smoking. Any action that is real action occurs at the moment. Not tomorrow, not the day after.
Fine. How do we get to the real action? How do we get to the point where
what I have to say will not
happens?
What I have to say will not interest you, will not interest your listeners, because all our actions are born out of our thinking. They are all destructive. The only action, if you want to call that action, quote and unquote, is the physical response to the stimulus.
We're robots in that sense.
We are robots.
Gurdjieff said it, but he said we are.
If he stopped there, it would have been a wonderful thing. But he created institutions and created the mess.
Yeah, well, he said you are 99.9% robots, but I'm trying to
Why
get
not
the 1%
100%?
out.
Why not 100? You see, that's what I tell. You see, they told me that you are a millionaire and that you control the computers here, like that the famous fellow in America. But this is what I tell those people. The moment you put selectivity and censorship in the computers, their usefulness will be finished. Because you will use them to control. A friend of mine has some peculiar name. I suggested that she should change her family name into a bitch. And she put it on the computer. Computer rejected it already. It rhymes well with her name. So, in exactly the same way, the computers are now, you see, having a heyday. They are doing so very well. But the most important thing is how to avoid putting selectivity and censorship. That is the one that is the cause of human misery.
Well, I agree, because I think that the way computers work, they are hypnotic and they force us
thinking. But you have tremendous faith in the computers. But when once you put them, you will also use them like the thinking mechanism which we have developed through centuries. So how are we going to stop that? You know? You see those people who are interested in all the other experiments they are making, you see, and you are not going to create Buddhas, Jesuses. They are all the products of the culture, cultural products. Unfortunately, they are placed before us as models and insisting that we should all be like them. But nature is not interested in that kind of a thing. It is perfecting the species. I even question the evolution, theory of evolution. When the process slows down, you see, there is what they call a mutation occurs. And the result of that mutation is not in any way related to what was there before. You cannot compare. And every time, you see, not that there is any plan or any evolution there, you see, controlling the progress of the species on this planet. It doesn't use anything as a model nature. You see, when once it is perfected.
But does it maybe conform to some kind of what Rubicelli calls morphogenetic field of...
You see, the genetic engineering is going to succeed in turning out all women, prettiest girls on this planet, all men, the most handsome people, but all your movie stars will be out of business. They cannot create actresses. Physical features can be perfected. It may not happen in our lifetime, but it will take some time.
But you don't think that character...
character is a cultural input there.
You cannot change that by...
Not at all. That is the result of human suffering. You see, we have to live in misery and die in misery. I'm sorry, it sounds very pessimistic. But
I find it... It says in Enigma, I find it strange that a man with such zeal, with such fire, says...
He's focusing, spotlighting on the situation exactly the way it is. And it is very comforting for people to put this label on me. He's a cynic, he's an iconoclast, he's an atheist. This is what I tell the people, you see. If you are finished with God, you will not become an atheist. You are still related to God. You still want to free people from their belief in God. When once you are finished with God, you are not interested in freeing the people from their belief in God. So he is no different. He creates organizations, collects money, creates institutions.
But where does the spark come from?
What spark?
Your spark.
You are translating what is coming out of me as something, what is the word here?
Spark.
Spark. And I don't see any sparks here.
A fire.
No fire, no spark. I don't see any. I'm just something coming out. I don't even know what I'm saying. It may sound as funny to you, you know. You're smiling. That's hurting me.
I'm smiling because...
Hurting me.
Okay.
UG. Yes, sir.
Krishnamurti.
Yes.
We talked about many things, and
I covered the whole planet.
The whole planet, and I'm still amazed because I think you're a positive man.
Positive?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And
so this is what I emphasize. You see, let me complete this.
Okay, but sometimes we need a devil to see
I'm a devil. Somebody said the devil is in town.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when they fail to achieve their goals in the positive
There's
way,
already two on one table now. That's bad. That's
when
bad.
when they fail to achieve their goals in the positive way, they invented a thing called the negative approach. But the goal is a positive goal. It doesn't matter whether you approach to attain your goal, positive goal, through the positive way or the negative way.
The via negativa was called in mysticism.
In mysticism is a very clever way, cunning, clever, crafty ways of the people.
Of achieving in the end the same positive.
Yes, same positive. Okay. The goal is a positive goal. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yuji Krishnamurti, thank you for being here. En beste mensen, we hebben gesproken over allerlei zaken in de hele wereld. En misschien heeft u kunnen volgen. Misschien niet. In ieder geval iemand die we heel graag op Kleurnet een keer wilde interviewen. Want een van de raadsels van deze wereld. Iemand die kritiek heeft op alles. En toch blij en vurig hier komt om daarover te praten. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
In the hope of finding some kind of answer to the questions they ask themselves, each year a small group of people comes to Gstaad in Switzerland. There they visit Yu-Ji, a 70-year-old Indian man who they believe will give them a deeper insight into the mystery of life.
You see, I don't feel jealous. I don't feel envious if you go somewhere else. It's because I know for certain that you are not going to get anything from anybody there. There is nothing to change there. Nothing to be transformed there. That certainty I have. If somebody promises and you fall for that kind of a promise, good luck to you. That's all that I can say. Go where you will. Do what you like. But don't waste your time here. You are not going to get anything here. What you are interested, you can get somewhere. For a price, pay and get it. So why bother hanging around me? You are not going to get anything because there is nothing to get. Nothing to get, nothing to change.
In which sense do you function differently?
It never occurs to me that I function differently from anybody. The thought that I am different from anybody never enters my head. I don't think you are anything that I am not. But when once you ask these questions, I begin to realize that you and I seem to be functioning in two different states of being, if I may use that word, quote and unquote. But I try to understand, you see, what the problem is there in you. I don't see any problem. And you are only interested in solutions, you see. My interest is to point out that it is the solutions that you take as valid or responsible for your problems, just to point out. Then I am back in the situation as to what's the problem with him? I don't see any problem, you see. So when you begin to throw those questions at me, I just point out those questions are born out of the answers you already have. Without those answers, there won't be any questions. You see, I don't have any questions of any kind. How come you have questions? You are searching for some meaning, some purpose. And religion provides all answers for that. Still you haven't found a meaning, no purpose. Always looking for something more interesting to do, but there's nothing more interesting to me, more purposeful, more meaningful to do than what I am doing at this moment. If you are not here, I would turn the television on and entertain myself there. Why you should entertain yourself? Why not? The whole thing is an entertainment to me.
We put some motive in you there, and that makes you talking to us.
Not with the idea of saving
helping.
you can go to hell. Stay
Yes.
there for good. Get out, I'm saying.
But why don't you call it helping? What's the difference? I mean, what's the difference between
The
helping?
only help I can give you is to call a policeman and throw you out, which I don't want to do it. There is certain things like common decency and elementary manners. That's all. I'm not just Saying all these things for the sake of saying things. You see, so why do you talk? Too absurd to ask that question. Why it doesn't occur to you that you are the one that is responsible for all this talking? If you go out, that's the end of the story for you. What I would do with myself, why are you concerned about it? Hmm? It's not that, you see. I feel that if you go, there is always somebody to talk to. I assure you that it is not one of self-fulfillment for me. If it were so, that would be my tragedy. I'm doing this for my self-fulfillment. No. Even if you project that image on me, it is just fine with me. I know it is not one of self-fulfillment at all.
But no, there should be an exchange, and there cannot be an exchange. No, there cannot be. If we try to talk together, we are going to compare our set of information. What I know, what you know. No. But if we start to fight, something is going to happen. If we sing together, something is going to happen. But on the level of information, I cannot meet you. Because my past experience is different and yours is different. You've been reading different books, I read different books. And so if we try to, yes, you remember, or what is the writer you prefer, and so on, we are comparing information. And there we are never going to meet. But if we would simply be silent and sit together, as in a Zen monastery, something happens.
If you call the way that you are functioning the natural state, I can't see what is unnatural about the way that I'm functioning.
Wanting to be something other than what you are is unnatural to me. The demand to change yourself, to bring about a change, radical or otherwise, is the cultural input there. You see, you must be something other than what you are. So that is the movement in the direction of becoming something, The movement in the direction of becoming is really the problem, because it is that creates and tells you that this is me and I want to be something like that. It doesn't matter whether you want to be a billionaire, which you consider is a materialistic goal, or to be an enlightened man or a god man or whatever is your particular fancy. Both are exactly the same. The society, culture may consider one superior to the other, but basically and essentially, both the movements in the direction of becoming something other than what you are is the one that is creating all the problems. If there is a problem, you have to do something to free yourself from the problem. I am suggesting that what you are doing is the one that is creating the problem, and that is not going to help you to free yourself from that problem.
Listen, Eugene, it's not possible for us to get to the bottom of it.
What do you want? Tell me.
To get to the bottom of it.
Bottom of what?
This living life. You've just spoken and said something about the human condition, which I didn't know about because I'm inside it. You allegedly are outside it, and so you've said something which I feel might be important to an insider who cannot see the degradation, who cannot feel the degradation, who cannot feel the masochism. That may be one of the things what your use is.
By coming here, you have lost the precious chance you have of resolving that problem for yourself and by yourself. Then you will know that nobody else, no outsider can help you, and you have no way you can free yourself.
Yeah, but if you've taken a step out, then you can see what I can't see.
Because I think that part of me is wants to be real, but a part of me as well is unreal, and it's trying to work out that contradiction, and that's why I come and discuss, argue the toss with him, and try to, in a way, through the talk and through the discussion, find myself, if that is possible.
No chance. So you might as well, you see, live in this world, suffer in this world, live in misery and die in misery. There is no way out except to take a drug and go to sleep. For some time, you have to wake up again or put yourself to sleep for good. I'm sorry.
So what is then this relation between ourselves and the world we live in?
Absolutely nothing except that the world you experience is the one that is created by you.
But does that
You are living in a world of your own. You have created a world of your own experiences and try to project it on the world. So you have no way of experiencing the reality of the world at all. You and I use the same word to describe that as a video camera. What you are holding as, you see, a pen or a pencil as the case may be. So we have to accept all these things as valid because they are workable, you see. They make us function in this world to communicate only on that level, you see, intelligently.
I'm not in accord of many things. When you say that the world exists only because it's a projection of my imagination, but the world doesn't exist in itself. I cannot understand this declaration, this statement. I don't understand. Really, I try to understand, but he say you cannot understand because the instrument you use to understand is the intellect. Your intellect is conditioned, and so you cannot do. But what I can do? Nothing. Closed. Finished. They say, all the time, bye-bye.
You tell me what is there to understand. You tell me. I will sit at your
The signification of life.
Huh?
The signification of life.
The significance of life.
Yes.
Huh? How long will it take to understand the significance and meaning
That
of
is no
life?
matter.
80 years gone. So you're already asking the question, you see, what will happen? I don't have many more years left.
Also, if you understand the signification of
If you are-
life and that at the end of my life, that is something interesting.
No, same question you will ask after another 20 years. I guarantee that. Until you stop asking that question. When that question is not there, you are dead. So that's the reason why you keep asking the question. You do not want the question to come to an end. The question and death are very closely related. They are one and the same. The answers that those people, the wise men, have given you are not really the answers. And so if they were the answers, there wouldn't be any question there. The fact that you keep asking this question all the time means that they are not the answers. Supposing I give you an answer, you will repeat this. The fact that there is no significance, no meaning, no purpose, is something which you will not accept. The certainty that is here cannot be transmitted to you or to anybody. I have no illusions. When that comes to an end, there is no need for me to transmit anything. There won't be anybody left there to find out the meaning, the purpose, and the significance of life. Then only you will understand. Nature has no use for your culture, no use for our ideas, no use for your religious thinking, no use for gods. The nature wants your body to recycle. I'm sorry to say that.
I cannot agree completely.
You cannot
I
agree
think
because
that
it's frightening that is that all after 80 years of my life
I think
discussing these very profound questions for 61 years, the usefulness of this body is only for nature, which is interested in recycling this body. There must be something more than that. Come on, Mr. Artalani. You just go out,
Take care.
walk, do something more significant.
To discuss about those things is for me very interesting. I had hope that I can realize before my death something real of that, but they was only words and words. Also now, I am this conviction.
Who are we? What is reality? Is there reality? What do we experience as reality? Is there a God? Is there love? Age-old questions, but we asked them today to U.G. Krishnamurti. He comes from India, has written widely, has traveled widely, has lectured widely, but has a very unique view on the world. I call him the great debunker. Whatever you believe, he'll find a reason for you not to believe. Whatever you see, he will tell you it isn't there. A man that pushes you back into yourself. And some of us even start doubting who we are. I don't. Today I come from a position like most people where I believe in a God and I believe in things, but that doesn't make U.G. Krishnamurti not less fascinating, because he doesn't. So to start with the first question, welcome. U.G., God. I think there is such a thing as direction and a God. You don't.
You have described me as a debunker. Throwing all those questions at this debunker, such questions which people have been asking for centuries, is a reflection on your intelligence.
Well, maybe I'm not intelligent. That is
not intelligent enough, but are you really interested in finding out the answers for those questions? For centuries, people have been telling us that God created us and God created this world. And those who do not believe that God is responsible for the creation of this world, they claim themselves to be the persons who know what they are talking about, what they have discovered as scientists, you know. And why do we accept the assertions of the scientists? Whether God created this universe or some great big bang in nature created this universe, it doesn't really matter. But we are not ready to accept that a universe like this cannot come into being without some cause or with something, you see. So we cannot accept anything, any happening in the world outside of the field of cause and effect. So we have to find out the cause of everything. We have so far not succeeded. I was telling a few minutes ago, I was made to believe that God created this universe. Those who have lost faith in God, those who have tremendous investment in the scientists, who you think know what they are talking about and what they have discovered, they say just a happening in the universe. All right. And I was told when I was a student that there is order in this world. I was a little boy in the school. I asked my professor, not at that time a lecturer, I don't see any order in this world. Why you are talking of order in this world? He got a Nobel Prize. And another joker arrived on the scene and said, there is chaos in this world. Then I started looking at the same universe. That bastard said there is order in the universe. This joker tells me that there is chaos. I don't see order, I don't see chaos. Then what the hell they are talking about? A third guy arrived on the scene and said he sees both order and chaos in the same frame. All the three got Nobel Prizes. I don't see any order, I don't see any chaos, I don't see order and chaos in the same frame. Why they are telling us that they know how the things are happening in this world, whether God created this world or some happening in this great big bang, I am not interested, you see.
But most people are. As you say, there is a need to find this first cause, this first...
What is the need that you are asserting? What is the need? I don't see any need to know who created the world. I don't even know who created me. You know, I want to tell you some story. My grandson was brought up by Catholics, and they were telling him that God created you and God created the world. And his father said, your grandfather is the only one that can answer that question. Go and ask him. And he called me one day on the telephone. You don't come and spend much time with us. We would like to spend some time with you, Grandpa. We have very serious questions, and we have been told by my grandmother that God created us and God created the world. And my father says that you are the only one that can answer that question. And then I said, I'm a very crude man. When your parents make love next time, insist that you and your sister should be present. Then you will know who created you. And my son got on the line, and what is it that you are telling? We are already having a lot of problems with my children. You are putting these strange ideas into their heads. Then we will talk about who created God later on. Those kids, 7 and 5-year-old kids, asking the grandmother this question, who created God? Who created God? So they were not in position to answer that question at all. So then, you see, we'll deal with that question later on. I have a lot of people, I am talking to them. And then every year he came and asked me, who created God? And I was not in a position to give any satisfactory answer. And I took some money from my pocket and gave him $1,000 to keep him silent. And then every time he came to see me, you have not answered the question. And my granddaughter came, you are very partial to your grandson. I also want money. And so I had to give another 1,000. Every time they came and threw that question at me, you have not answered that question yet. So I had to double it and triple it.
But being very critical, you answered the question about an illusion, about a belief system, about God. You answered it by giving them $1,000, which is another belief system.
The most realistic thing, that is the most solid thing that you can...
But it's also a belief system.
Not a belief. Money is not a belief. No, not at all. When I was 4 years old, you see, 2 plus 2, 4, they said. I was a very troublesome guy to all my teachers. Why should 2 plus 2 be 4? I asked him. And then he brought some marbles and said, 2 marbles, 2 marbles. He said, this is 2 plus 2, 4. No, I don't accept that. The only thing I accept is money. 2 rupees, give me another 2 rupees, put them together and count there 4 rupees. Now, that was kind of a strange approach to all the problems they tried to create for me. You know, if you don't accept 1, there is no 2. You know? And the ultimate analysis, even mathematics is mysticism. You know the whole story of mathematics, you see. 1, 2, 3, they stopped there. And then the Arabs entered the picture and they moved it up to 9. There they stopped for centuries. One day, Bertrand Russell and Radhakrishnan, the very famous philosopher, he was the president of India, brilliant fellow, they both appeared on the BBC. And Bertrand Russell made a statement that India has contributed nothing to the scientific thinking of man. And when his term came, Radhakrishnan said, that's the only thing that India has contributed. Nothing, he said. Nothing means 0. And that created the problems for us all. So I add 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And nobody is able to handle me because I go on adding zeros and zeros and zeros. You know? Yes. So He himself admitted that in the mathematics, in the ultimate final analysis is mysticism. It's very strange that they have found out that the Hungarians are the top mathematicians in the whole world today. So even there you can't be sure of anything, you see. Everything, if there is no one, there is no two. But why should there be one? They create all this mess for us, even in this field where we have to deal with them in a realistic way, let alone these idiotic questions, who created the world, who created the universe, and if you don't believe in God, and if you don't believe in great big bang, as the scientists are asserting, is responsible. I am not interested in this. I am here, living. In the midst of all these things, I never ask any questions like who created this universe, who created God, who created me. You know, what for?
Okay, then we live in a black box, and we shouldn't care about what is outside the black box or what's inside the black box.
Why do you call it a black box?
Well,
the word
inside that box we create belief systems. Money is one, God is one, love is one.
And why? Money is all that matters in this world. Nothing else matters. That's all. I discovered that even when I was an young boy, you know, they asked this idiotic question, what do you want to be when you grow up? Yeah, let me grow up, you see. What do I want now? I want only money. Money, nothing else. I know money can buy anything and everything in this world. When I made an assertive statement like this in one of my interviews, that lady asked me, can money buy love? My God, that's the only thing that money can buy, the love. You may not have a particular lovey-dovey, but there are so many people there, and money, what is it that money cannot buy? That's the, you know.
So you don't have any belief system, but does that make you life a little bit empty if you don't believe in these things?
You see, why I want to assert, and I have time and again asserted this point, that there is only a belief there. There is no believer. So you are that belief, what you call you. It doesn't matter whether you believe in God or whether you believe in the assertions of the scientists or believe in the assertions that the President Bush makes time and again. I will see that Americans will have the same standard of living forever. You invest your faith in that guy. You see, because he is asserting, you know, like that. So there is no believer there. You don't have to take my word, you see. There is only a belief. You are that belief. What you call you is that belief. It doesn't matter what that belief is, whether you believe in God or whether you believe in love, whether you believe in this, that and the other. So if that belief comes to an end, you as you know yourself and as you experience yourself is coming to an end.
When I die, my shit box goes.
That goes first. Before that, what you call clinical death cannot take place, cannot occur. So if that goes now, you will drop dead at this moment. What will remain after that is not your interest, is not your concern, because you are not going to be there to tell yourself that you are dead. So those who say that you are dead and define it as clinical death use their knowledge and tell you that you are not breathing, you are not responding to the stimulus, there is no pulse. They using the knowledge and they say that you are dead. But the fact that you are dead is something which cannot be experienced by you or even by them or even by those beloved ones. What they experience is not the death of their dear, near ones, but the void created by what you call death makes it impossible for them to live the same kind of a life forever. You know? So for all practical purposes, there is no such thing as death for the body. Birth and death is a simultaneous process. The moment you are born, you have to die. You see, birth is a definition. Death is a definition. Health is a definition. Disease is a definition. All these are definitions. We swallow all the definitions. And we think that they know what they are talking about. They don't know nothing. Nothing at all. So they assert based upon what they think that they have found out through their research projects or through the beliefs that is passed on to us from generation to generation. So, the assertion that there is no believer but there is only belief cannot be accepted by you. If the belief comes to an end, you will come to an end. So you cannot but replace one belief with another belief. You see, the question that people ask in the Western countries is that, you see, when once you have all that you can reasonably ask for is already there, the question arises, is that all? It is that question that created a market for all those people from the Eastern countries to come and exploit you and tell you that we have answers for your questions. They don't have any answers. See, you have everything. Is that all? That is all. And then that question does not at all arise. You know? So you are terribly bored, living day after day, the same kind of a life. Go and work for a living. And fucking becomes, I'm sorry to use that word, but that's the most effective word, a terrible bore. So you invested a thing called love. You understand? You have invested, found out, use so many words, honey bunch, sweetie pie, sugar burger, and what is that words, to get, this has become a bore, a terrible bore. I'm not saying anything against pleasure, you see. So, through the help of thinking mechanism, quote unquote, we have turned that, you see, a necessary thing for the continuity of living organisms into a pleasure. So those who deny themselves that pleasure, the spiritual guys, the priests in the churches, all the holy men, all the enlightened men telling you that they are practicing celibacy, why they have to practice celibacy? It is something that is very essential for the continuity of the living organisms. Every form of life depends upon this for their continuity, the human bodies. You know, all the flora and the fauna that is there inside, millions and millions of living organisms crawling on this body. You have no business to take baths for purposes of cleanliness. You are killing millions and millions of them. You know that? Mosquitoes depend upon you, your hemoglobin, for the continuity of the mosquitoes. Only female mosquitoes bite because they need that hemoglobin to give continuity to the mosquitoes. You know, they don't bite me anymore. They sing songs and I enjoy them better than Beethoven's 9th Symphony, 5th Symphony, Mozart, Bach and all those, because such a melodious thing. Probably my hemoglobin is not productive enough for them for whatever reason. You know?
You make me go between my doubts on belief system, that you say religion, love, all those things are illusions.
No, I'm not saying illusion. Well, if you say that it's a belief, so why do you even question? Why do you even doubt? You see, if people believe in God, it's fine with me. But you want others also to believe in God. You see, that is a pleasure. You see, you have to share with somebody else what you believe, what you like. Even you force people to eat focaccia, you see, the bread from Italy. Force everybody to eat that. I don't like it. I detest that one. So unless you also enjoy that, they don't feel the pleasure. Sharing, you see, is very important. You go out for a walk, look how beautiful is the sunset and sunrise. I don't even want to look at that, but he forces you to look at that and share that pleasure. So when once they don't have this pleasure, they turn food into pleasure. Why do they have to eat 25-course meal? All those spiritual people there in the market field, they eat like pigs, hogs and swine all rolled into one. They don't need any tables to put your computers, and then, they don't need it. Why do they have to eat all that stuff? That's also a pleasure. I'm not saying anything against that. So why do we even ask these questions? That is why I say that those who believe in God, you believe in God. And I don't want to believe in God. And you want me to believe in God. All right. No, I don't want. You call me a nihilist, you call me an atheist, you call me this, that and the other, and feel so good. Why do you want me to believe in God? And so why you have invented all this nonsensical stuff that they talk cosmological, ontological, teleological proofs of the existence of God. If there is a God, let him be there. I am not interested. God is irrelevant as far as I am concerned. It does not mean that I am an atheist or I don't believe in God. If you believe in God, believe in God. It's fine.
Yet there's a
like this. And even the atheists want to convert you and free you from your belief in God. Why do they want to free you from your belief in God? You believe in God, I don't believe in God. That's the end of it. As far as I'm concerned, whether God is there or not, it doesn't matter to me. God is irrelevant. You see, I don't need God for any reason in my life. You understand? I don't want to pray to him. Whether he exists or not, it is of no interest. I was telling you, I was in the Masonic movement, and I used to tell myself, if that God has created this imperfect world, he needs my help as a mason to use me as a mason to perfect the imperfect world he created. All right, when we put money there, we have to tell ourselves and tell everybody, I am hereby divesting everything I have, everything I possess, everything I have. I put 10 rupees and repeat this nonsense. So I walked out, you understand? So you have to somehow force others also to believe in all your beliefs. And if you have lost belief in anything, you must also want to free them their belief, you see, or want them to believe that there is no God. So whether God exists or not is of no importance to us. But anyway, millions and millions of people use that existing or non-existing God to make a living. Jesus created a chance for millions and millions of people to make a living, preaching that, you know. And so, why you have to believe in God? You know, I thought I was very original when I made a statement. When somebody threw a question at me, God, I said God is a jumbled spelling. Dog. So now I thought I was very original. Nobody is original. Nobody is at all. We don't quote the source. Now you press that computer and ask the question, God, and then press the button, jumbled spelling. God is the jumbled spelling of dog, you know. So why are we interested? Why do we have to find the cause of everything? We are functioning in the field of cause and effect relationship. You can't conceive of the possibility of anything happening outside the field of cause and effect. Not only there, our relationships. Why do we have to write the stories of our lives? Why do we have to place them before us, all those religious teachers, as models? And tell everybody that you must live like them. You see, when? Tomorrow, the day after? Or, you see, 20 years after, the Indians have invented a thing called reincarnation. Do you know why they have invented a reincarnation? You did something terrible in your past life. That is why you are suffering in this life. Make a virtue of your suffering. In the next life, you will be amply rewarded. Boy, what kind of guys they are. And then, you see, when I was a young boy, I don't know if it is interesting for your self and for others, this interview. I was a 7-year-old guy, and we attended the Golden Jubilee of the Theosophical Society in Madras. My grandfather was one of the earliest members of the Theosophical Society. We knew all the leaders of the Theosophical Society. He contributed so much of money for every cause. For example, Annie Besant started the beginnings of Benares Hindu University, proclaiming to that country, this college will produce future leaders of the world. Not one came out of that college. No leader, came out of that college. And so, when people came, there were 3,000 people from every part of the world. When they met, instead of introducing themselves, my name is Yuja Krishnamurti, what is yours? That's how we introduce ourselves when we meet first. They introduced themselves in a very strange way. I was Queen Victoria in my past life, what were you? I was Giordano Bruno in my past life, what were you? And then I found not one historical figure, not one spiritual person, not even stars were left for me. Krishnamurti star. So I lost my faith in reincarnation. enough. You know? What for? Nothing. Nobody is left for me. So why should there be reincarnation? That was how all those things shattered. They were such big shocks for me. So you have to accept all that. For what? We can't live together, you see, if you don't believe. Even in our homes, you know, they force us to eat the same kind of a food. Why you have to bother about, the 19 vitamins in ovomaltine, and even toilet papers have vitamin E now in in Switzerland. Very expensive toilet papers. My explanation is very simple. Vitamin E activates the sex glands. When you rub that after shitting, it activates probably the sex glands. You feel some sort of a pleasure. And then the razors. What is that they use? Mamselle? And then you see vitamin E. Probably you don't have to kiss or don't, and you rub it with the vitamin E and shave your, and then you feel probably, what kind of an interview is this?
Yeah.
You want
I want something. We are talking about belief system, and sometimes you call, like a religion, a glove. Yeah. For some reason you took off the glove, or the glove fell apart.
I didn't take off the glove, you see. Life, you can give hundreds of definitions. Life is something, whatever the word life means, cannot be captured and contained and given expression to. Our problems, you can talk of life, the meaning of life, the purpose of life, they are all meaningless. But what we are interested in and what is creating problems for us is living. We cannot live with others. Living. The living is the problem created by the whole culture or the society or whatever you want to call it. This is how you should believe. This is what you should believe. This is what you should do. This is what you should not do. That was my problem even as a little boy. I was not interested in spiritual shit, enlightenment and all that, God realization, self-realization. Even as a little boy, I rejected because I didn't see that operating the lives of the people who were there around me, the claimants to all the highest spiritual states. They were also like anybody else, do as I say but don't do as I do. Something wrong. I was not interested in that. I was only interested in my want. Whatever I want, they didn't want me to want. My family members, my teachers, everybody. You should want this and not that. So, to please me, they used the money by giving and denying to force me to want what they wanted me to want. I was not interested. Money is all right, acceptable to me, because that's the only thing that I need. And I know if I know of anything else in this world, money is all that is necessary for me to survive in this world. Nothing else. So even today, money is the highest top on the top. Food is at the bottom of my needs. And when once that is the case, you don't care for money at all. You'll be so surprised. Whatever I don't need, I don't keep it. You understand? So this is not a spiritual state or any such a thing. If I want anything in this world, I have the means to get whatever I want is already with me or in his pocket, and I pick it up and ask him, please don't call me a pickpocket. So it is not a spiritual state. My goals and needs are the same. If I want something, I have the means to get whatever I want. Not only that in that area, but in every field. You see, if I want to reach the top, this was any profession I wanted, I could have reached the top in that area. As a speaker, I was considered to be one of the most brilliant speakers that India ever produced when I was 21. So I knew how I became a speaker, you see, choosing some models and then practicing. And after all, you see, it is an art to be practiced. You see, how I practiced, how I memorized, and how I reached the top, I knew very well. So anything I wanted. So this is the only instrument I have. As a boy, I'm telling you, a young boy, This is the only instrument I have, what you call intellect. I have to use this to achieve my goals. All right? And then you have to take into consideration there is somebody who is more intelligent than I am. How am I going to handle that guy who is supposed to have more, whatever that intelligence means? This was my questions, not God realization, spiritual. No. How am I going to get whatever I want? So far it has not helped me to achieve whatever I wanted, to get whatever I wanted through the use of quote-unquote intellect. You understand? So you have to take into consideration somebody who is more intelligent than I am. All right? And then don't talk of intuition, don't talk of all that thing. This is the only instrument I have. This has not helped me to achieve my goals, to reach the top in any area of my existence. And if I am ready to use the other thing, crooked means, I have to take into consideration somebody who is more crooked than I am. How am I going to handle those crooked guys? This was my basic approach to all the problems, not the spiritual solutions that they offered me, because I found that those who were around me, all the pontiffs were there around me. Here you have only one pontiff, there hundreds of pontiffs, each one claiming to be, see, whatever he claims to be. See, no. It's not operating in your life. I'm not interested. You know? So this is the only way to reach my goal. How am I going to? He's more crooked than I am.
Would you call that approach rationalistic or materialistic?
You see, sir, to call that materialistic or condemn people as materialists has no meaning now, because they have all found out there is no such thing as matter. Why call it, you see? It's an excuse for us, you see, to feel good that you are condemning them. You see, they are materialists. The spiritual people, why do they go to the church? What do they demand? At least here, they are not interested in enlightenment. They are not interested in all that kind of a thing. But here they go and pray. What do you want? Material goodies. That's all.
I don't know. Happiness? Content?
Happiness is a material thing. What do you mean, happiness? What exactly do you mean by happiness? If you translate a particular sensation as happiness, you call it happiness, a particular sensation that is there. You separate yourself and use that knowledge about the happiness that is put in there and translate that and tell yourself that you are happy. The moment it is a sensation. You understand? All sensations are very short-lived. They can't last forever. So the moment you separate yourself from a particular sensation and tell yourself that you are happy, the demand to keep that going longer than its duration of life is inevitable. So what all you are doing to stretch that and keep that going on and on has turned that into the opposite unhappiness. You are stuck with unhappiness. Same is the case with the pleasure. If you say that it is a pleasure, you want to be in that state of pleasure all the time. It is just not possible. So, you are turning pleasure into pain. You know, we are not ready to accept it. And all those religious jokers tell us, we have some ways, we teach you the techniques of meditation, yoga, this, that and the other, and you will be in permanent bliss. The demand for permanence in every area of our existence is the cause of human misery. There is no such thing as permanence at all. The permanence, that is what we are all interested in, you see. Then the future we are talking about. I ask people, first to tell me something about the present. This is the present moment. You are living in the so-called present. Tell me something about present. Anything you tell me about the present is the past that is telling me that this is the present. You know? So, there must be a present before you demand future. The future you are interested in is what you didn't have in the past. I don't have good health, I want to be healthy. I don't have money, I want more money. I am in poor health, I want to be very healthy.
what I don't have now, I want in the future. But the instrument which I am going to use to create the future I am interested in is the same interest that created the past. So the future is not going to be any different from the past, but probably, most probably, a modified continuity of the past. So there must be a present. The present does not exist at all. If the present is not there, there can't be any future. You can't jump over from the past into the future. You have to go through the present. What tells you that this is the present and describing the present is the past. So for all practical purposes, there is no such thing as future. You are wanting to create a future different from the past is the one that is responsible for your problems, you see. So there is no such thing as future at all. Only a modified continuity of the past. This goes on all throughout life, go on and on and on. So that misery has got to come to an end before what you call death takes place. You know what you call death? There is no such thing as death for the body. It cannot tell itself that you are dead. You know, I know a lot of people who created organizations, the near-death experience and all that kind of a thing. I addressed them. They closed down all the near-death experience organizations in Australia. How can you have a dialogue with the death, I want to know? Huh? When you are given anesthesia for certain operations, you go into a strange state and then you think you are having a dialogue with your death. Death does not exist at all. Sorry. You don't even know that you are alive. If you ask me that question, are you alive? My answer would be yes, I am very much alive. Why I am making that assertive statement and give the answer as I am alive? Because that question is born out of the knowledge how a living being functions. So I am using the same knowledge that is there, which created that question, which has made you to throw that question at me, is bringing out the answer. But the fact that I am alive, can never be experienced by me or by anybody. Enough?
Well, I'm still wondering. Yeah, what you say in a way is emotions, believe they're all. You don't need them. You don't need them. But isn't that the same what the old Vedic sages said about detachment? You know, don't get attached to your beliefs.
That's all a shit, you see. There is no need for anybody to detach yourself from anything, you know, at all. Why attachment is a problem? The attachment you are made to believe is the cause of your misery. So detach yourself. The only detachment is to walk out on your wife, walk out on your children, and become a sannyasi, wear orange robes, change your name into some other name, and believe that you are now detached. Not at all. When I went on BBC, the guest of the week program, they could not handle me, the usual interviewers. They invited a professor of philosophy from London University. The first question he asked me was, "Sir, you are tearing apart everything India has stood for centuries. Why you have not changed your name?" And I told him, only criminals and holy men change their names. Holy men change their names more often than criminals. I can understand criminals changing their name, but why holy men should change their names? You wear orange robes, and then you create a new identity with the new name, and you hold on to that name. And those people who gave names, those religious people, gave feminine names to men and masculine names to women to fool everybody, you see. So when once you identify yourself with the new names, it's difficult for you to go back. The identity with the name is the most important thing with us. So my answer to those questions is, you know, I have a telephone number, I have a number for my apartment, street numbers, and then a bank account number, passport number. Give me a number. My favorite number is 4982. I repeat it all the time. It's easier for the computer. Now the computers can come out with the names also. In the beginning they had a lot of problems. They had to handle only the numbers. Now you can put the names also. So we are no different from the computers, but this is something extraordinary. You can't imagine the human computer. This is what I am telling all those experts who come and brag about what wonderful computers are and how it's going to be of great help to us all. I tell them, the moment you put selectivity and censorship in the computers, their usefulness will be finished, and they will be used the way the society and the leaders of mankind are using our thinking mechanism, which is nothing but selectivity and censorship, and destroy that or use them to destroy everything. Their usefulness will be finished. So what all is there is a selectivity and censorship. You should look at this, you should not look at that. You see, you select this, not that. So that is the one that has created a major problem for us. We are all caught up in that, the choices. So we are doomed. It is not a pessimistic assertion that I am making. All right, why do you have to go to the church and pray? The prayer is only to get what you don't have. All those prayers are materialistic, not like the Indians wanting enlightenment and moksha, liberation, freedom from births and deaths. But here they go to the mosque, they go to the temples, they go to the churches. They want only the materialistic things, not spiritual. They talk of moksha, liberation there. You know the prayer, my grandmother, very sharp woman, she was not a spiritual woman. She used to give me this example of a thief hiding in a bush, praying to that God, "Oh God, I am going to break into that house and steal everything. Please see that I don't get caught." That was his prayer to that God. Got it? And then the owner of that house, who has so much, their wealth and all that, praying to the same God, asking him, "Sir, see that the thieves don't break in and rob everything." On whose side do you think God is? God should be on the side of the thieves, because he is struggling, and he doesn't accept the fact that if he is as rich as he is today, he has robbed, and his robbery, and his thievery, and if I may coin my own word, stealery, is accepted by the society, and you condemn the other guys. If there is a God, he should be on his side, not on my side. What do you think, sir? I have said enough.
Yes, I think so. Yuji, as usual, you have shaken my black box of beliefs.
And don't replace it with the other box you think shit box.
Yeah.
You are using a refined term and call it black box, but there also the same shit box is there. All that they have put in created mischief. Some great philosopher now, famous philosopher, is writing a book on Yuji, calling it the shit philosophy of Yuji. Shit philosophy. Shit. Om Tat Chit is the statement there. Om Tat Shit. On that note.
Yuji, the man who, for many people, shakes their belief systems, their existence, and as a paradox, I think that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we're going to be examining the concept of enlightenment. Why is it that people throughout the world, in almost every religious tradition and cultural tradition, pursue the notion of enlightenment? What is enlightenment? Is there such a thing? Is it possible to attain enlightenment? With me today is Mr. Yuji Krishnamurti, a world traveler and author of Mind is a Myth and The Mystique of Enlightenment. Welcome, Yuji.
Thank you.
You know, people often have referred to you as an enlightened being, and I know you're very uncomfortable with that. In fact, you told me earlier you're uncomfortable with the concept of being at all.
Yes. You see, the question arises only in relationship with becoming. And enlightenment is also becoming, you see. So I would go one step further and say that the human mind, if I may use that word, quote and unquote, is interested only in sensual activity. You know, the living organism or the human body or whatever you want to call it is only responding to the stimuli. It is not interested in pleasure at all. See, the moment you use thought to experience anything in terms of pleasure, it becomes a pain for this body.
And yet we pursue sensuality and yet find only pain in it.
But we love pain, in other words, and we enjoy pain and call it pleasure. You see, the human body is not interested in pleasure of any kind. It is only interested in maintaining the sensitivity of the nervous system and the sensitivity of the functioning of the body. So the moment you say a particular sensation is a pleasurable sensation, the demand to make it last longer goes with it. So then the demand to make the pleasure last longer turns what we call pleasure into pain, and that's a painful sensation to the body. The body is trying to be rid of that pleasurable sensation, and what we are stuck with is pain.
It almost sounds as if the greater the pleasure, then the greater the pain must be.
We have introduced the degree into that, what is called pleasure, you see, because the thought is always interested in more and more of something and less of the other. I am not saying anything against pleasure. See, the moment you use thought as an instrument to have pleasure, we have there created a problem. Since man has realized, since I don't like to use the word man or a human being or in general terms, the average man, see, that man is you and I sitting here. So since this demand for permanent happiness is something which cannot be achieved through anything, any thinking that is open to us, we have projected and created what is called enlightenment, God, self-realization, call it by whatever name you like. So that is the ultimate pleasure.
There are stories out of India, you've probably heard, of great saints who are supposedly in states of perpetual sexual orgasm.
That is what these gurus are selling in the marketplace today. You see, even sex is something that the body does not care for. It's a painful thing, and that is necessary for only one purpose, to reproduce one like that. The living organism is interested only two things: it's a survival, and then it's the reproduction. So when once the thought is involved in turning sex into pleasure, we have created a problem. It is the same thought that makes you feel that, you see, the pleasure, you see, can be extended into one of degree, into longer and longer time, and then, you see, keep it going, and so it is more painful to this body.
You almost sound Victorian in your approach here.
I am not Victorian. The sex is totally unrelated to the question of enlightenment. You see, whether it has become fashionable these days for all these people to market sex as the means or the stepping stones to enlightenment. But actually and factually, the sex is totally unrelated to what is called enlightenment. Whether you deny yourself sex or indulge in sex, it is of no importance to what you are searching for. But in a culture where, you see, the denial of sex is maintained as a sine qua non or an essential thing for your spiritual goal, unfortunately, the gurus in the marketplace who are selling that enlightenment invented this thing called tantric experience and use that as a means to achieve your spiritual goal.
Right, it's either tantric here or abstinence there, and what you're saying
both are the same. They are totally unrelated to the question of enlightenment. When once, you see, the question of enlightenment or the demand for an enlightenment is freed from sex totally, either as a means to it or the denial of it as a means to it, we can look at it in a different way and ask the question, is there any such thing as enlightenment at all? We have accepted, taken for granted that there is such a thing as enlightenment, but we never questioned that, because when once you question the whole idea of enlightenment, or as you put it, the concept of enlightenment, we are questioning the teachers who have talked about it, and we have invested our tremendous faith in them. So the sentiment comes into the picture, and we accept that as a gospel truth.
Well, yes, we have this notion of the great sages of antiquity in many different cultures have written and talked about higher states of consciousness and enlightenment.
That is true, but I am questioning the very consciousness itself. Is there any such thing as consciousness? That is my question. So you become conscious of yourself and the world around you only through the help of the knowledge that is given to us by these so-called sages, saints, and saviors of mankind. So is it possible for you to be conscious of anything without the help of that knowledge? So we have to question the very thing that we have taken for granted. We are very naive and to accept it, and then you see spend the whole lifetime in search of whatever you want to have, it enlightenment, God realization, self-realization, or what you have.
In other words, it seems as if there's a paradox here, because on the one hand, our consciousness, it seems as if it leads us to question the tradition, the so-called truths that are handed down to us, and you're saying, but without that tradition, without those truths, we would have no consciousness.
You know, that is part of the structure of our thinking. You see, unfortunately, the thought has divided itself into two, and created, you see, this duality or the neurotic situation for us. The whole culture teaches us that you should not compete. Competition is to be eschewed. Ambition is something which you should not, you see, have.
Spiritual teachings tend to say this.
Spiritual teachings, yes, always.
I mean, certainly in athletics and in capitalism, there is this sense of competition.
That you should be free from ambition, you should be free from greed, you should be free from this, that, and the other. But at the same time, ambition is absolutely necessary for survival in the society in which we are functioning today. So it is that has created the neurotic situation for us. We want pleasure, and at the same time we know that the pleasure is giving us pain. So the demand for permanence is the basic demand of thought. You see, it is interested in permanence. The permanence not of this living organism, but the permanence of the continuity of thought. So the body knows in a way that it is permanent. You see, not in the sense in which we know that this is permanent, that is not permanent, but that knowledge is of a peculiar kind that it knows it is permanent. So it is not interested in the idea that this is coming to an end one day, you see. So the one that is involved in this pleasure moment is the one that is asking the question, what will happen to this living organism when it dies? You see, for the body, there is no such thing as death at all. So because it has no way of experiencing the fact that it is alive at this moment and that it is dead after 60, 70, 80 or 100 years at all.
Are you saying then that the body doesn't die, but what about the spirit?
That is the belief, the self, the soul, the spirit, and whatever you want to call it is invented by thought. And it is that thought that is responsible for experiencing this, what we call thought, because what you call self, spirit, or soul, or whatever you want to call. I don't want to indulge in the frivolity of the root meaning of the words. You see, you know, the Latin word, spirit is a Latin word.
They have to do with breathing, generally.
It means breathing. So you have observed, you see, a certain individual stop breathing, and that condition you described it as death. So the fact that you see the breathing stop, you want to know if there is anything that will continue after death. You see, it is that is interested in demanding to know what will survive this condition of the body which is called death.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to think that my body will not survive, my body will decay, but perhaps my ability to experience at some level will survive.
But can you experience your body while you are living now? You see, if one wants to know anything about death, he has to find out what is it that is there now, and not wait until what we call the death takes place. So do you have any way of experiencing the fact that you are alive today? I say no.
Oh.
You see, the doctor comes and examines you and tells you that this is your blood pressure, this is the temperature for your body, your heart is breathing, your blood pressure, so on and so forth. So you are alive. So you are trying to use that knowledge and experience what you call a living being. But without the help of that knowledge, which is passed on to us by observation of all these doctors, and experience and tell yourself that you are a living being. So when once you are freed from the knowledge, you have no way of experiencing that you are alive today, and there is no question of experiencing when you are dead. I'm giving the talk.
Well, Descartes, a great Western philosopher, said, "I think, therefore I am." And you seem to be suggesting that thinking is the opposite of living.
I think that Descartes, I studied Western philosophy, and he asked a wrong question and answered it in a very funny way. We think, I think, therefore I am. But he never asked the question which you should have asked, the way the Indian philosophers did. If you don't think, are you there?
Uh-huh.
So the basic question which we have to ask is, what is thinking, and why do we think at all? If you don't think, there is still the question there, you see. The question is born out of the assumption that there is something there, and that is why he has come out with this statement, I think, therefore I am. If you don't think, where is that I am?
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't it true that when we talk of enlightenment, the great sages of India have said when you stop thinking, you can enter into this vast ocean of bliss, and that's enlightenment.
The bliss is the bliss, or whatever you want to call it, is essential pleasure that we are indulging in. They may have experienced some extraordinary moment, which he described it as a bliss, and tried to share it with us. And that created the problem of us all trying to experience the same thing. So that is the way the knowledge is passed on from generation to generation. That is the way you are also experiencing things. Without knowledge, you have no way of experiencing anything at all. And when once you experience, that experience strengthens and fortifies the knowledge. So this vicious circle goes on and on and on and on. And that structure has no way of breaking through that, you see, vicious circle. Mm-hmm. So we accept that knowledge is necessary for us to experience, and the experience strengthens the knowledge. So do we really want, you see, to find out, or demand the way out of it, you see?
Mm-hmm. Yes. How is there a way out?
There is no way out. Because the question is posed by the thought, and by asking this question, the thought knows that it has no answer. So that is the only way it can maintain its continuity. You see, the thought has invented time. The thought has invented what is called space. You see, without the help of the knowledge we have of space and the knowledge we have of time, there is no time, there is no space. The scientists may talk and say anything they like, but they are also saying that there is no such thing as time, there is no such thing as space, there is no such thing as matter, but what is called space-time continuum. Is there a space? I question that. Is there a time? The moment the thought is born, the time is there. So it is that has invented what is called the timeless, and pursuing that timeless, and it knows that it has no way of putting itself in a timeless state because the thought has to be absent in a so-called timeless state. It is an invention of the time to perpetuate itself within the field of time.
Well, it sounds like we're trapped.
We are trapped, and the very demand to get out of the trap is really the problem. Mm-hmm. See, there is no answer to that at all.
Well, are you suggesting then that in the history of humankind there have never been enlightened persons?
No, I am not for a moment saying that there is no such thing as an enlightened being. We have plenty of them, you see. But I question the very the demand to be enlightened. You see, as I said at the very beginning, to me there is no such thing as enlightenment at all. You see, the enlightenment is in the future. As I said a while ago, it is the time that has invented the thing in the future. The future is always, it puts the enlightenment there. So the enlightenment is part of the knowledge that is passed on to us from these great teachers who claim to be enlightened people. And it is the past that is in operation here, projecting into a future a thing called enlightenment. So first of all, is there any such thing as the present? I say there is no such thing as present. There is no such thing as now. There is no such thing as the moment here. Because if you say this is the moment, this is the present, this is the now, you have already brought into this picture the past. In the past I was not enlightened, so I am going to be enlightened tomorrow. But what about now? So am I enlightened or am I not enlightened? What is it that tells me that I am enlightened, that I am not enlightened, that I am free and not free? It is the knowledge that tells me that I am not free, that I am not enlightened. So if you are not enlightened now, you are going to be enlightened tomorrow. I don't know if I make myself
there's
clear.
a paradox here somehow, because I guess it strikes me that if one is really enlightened, there's a transcending of space and time, so that if one is enlightened, it's always there.
So that, assuming for a moment that there is an enlightened being,
yes,
he has no way of telling himself that he is an enlightened man, and there is no question of his trying to enlighten others.
I mean, as soon as I say I am enlightened, I've already come back.
The knowledge about enlightenment passed on to us from generations tells you that you are an enlightened man. You see, so then naturally you want to enlighten others. So it is a petty little experience which has become possible for me through the help of this thought. So what I experience and call an enlightenment is a thought-induced experience and not really an enlightenment at all.
You mean every description of enlightenment is essentially an illusion?
Why are we concerned about enlightenment at all?
Well, it seems like
a way out.
Yeah, what else is there to do?
The way out, you see. So you are putting off the problem to a future date. What I am suggesting is that there are no problems at all. You see, what we are stuck with is the solutions offered to us by the people who you think and I think are in the know of things, that they have the right solutions for the problems. But those solutions have not helped us to resolve our problems. But somehow we are caught up in this field of time, and time is hope. You see, it tells us that by repeating the same thing over and over again, you will be able to solve this problem. So these solutions have not helped us to solve the problems at all. We are looking here and there and everywhere to find out somebody who can offer us another solution to solve our problems. But one who is interested to resolve the problem must be ready to brush aside, you see, all the solutions offered by these saints, sages and saviors of mankind in the past and in the present and yet to be unborn.
In other words, to truly be free, to truly be enlightened, one has to give up every concept of enlightenment or every notion of this tradition that we've inherited.
You are talking as if the concept and you are two different things. The demand for enlightenment and you are two different things. So there is no way you can separate yourself from the concepts.
But you just said that's essential to do.
That is essential to do is a manner of speaking, is a way of putting things.
It's essential and yet impossible at the same time.
You are not ready to come to terms that there is no problem here, and that you are stuck with all the solutions offered to us by those in whom we have absolute confidence, faith and trust, and yet they don't work. The instrument which we are using is the one that is born out of hope. You see, what you are today is the totality of all your thoughts, feelings and experiences. That instrument is the only instrument we have, and it is a very powerful instrument. That instrument has helped us to achieve whatever we have achieved so far today. So we are not ready to discard that instrument. And at the same time, we know that understanding through the help of that instrument has not helped us to resolve our problems at all. And yet we have not given up our confidence, tremendous faith in the instrument which we have been using to achieve our results. So that is really the crux of the problem. So when once the understanding dawns on you that that is not the instrument which will help you to understand and solve your problems, and that there is no other instrument, the demand to solve the problems ceases and instantly. So there is no such thing as understanding at all. How I stumbled into this is something which I have no way of knowing. This is somehow it dawned on me that the intellect which I have developed through sharpening it, you see, using it, has no way of understanding anything. And at the same time, the tremendous faith in that instrument is lingered. You see, that is the only instrument. I do not know of any other instrument. That's the only instrument I have. And it has not helped me to resolve anything, to understand anything. And somehow it dawned on me that that is not the instrument and there is no other instrument. So that means it knocks off the whole basis of any other way of trying to understand anything. So the whole idea of intuition goes down the drain and down the tube.
Why? Why does intuition go down the tube?
You see, intuition is nothing but a refined, sensitized thought, if I may put it that way.
Yes.
So, but it is still, you see, caught up, you see, in this, the use of thought to resolve, you see, the problems.
Well, wouldn't it be better at least to have refined, sensitive thoughts rather than crude, insensitive
Well, what is
thoughts?
the difference? What is the difference between a crude thought and a sensitive thought?
Well, in Western tradition in the 18th century, we had a notion of the Enlightenment, which meant, you know, being free of superstition, at least being able to see things as they are.
But are we free from superstition? Why do we swallow everything that every scientist dishes out every day? You see, we say it is scientific, but it is not so scientific. They are as dogmatic as the religious people of the bygone days. But because what science has given us, the technology, we invest tremendous faith, you see, in the scientists. Every 4 years, you see, their theories are changing. As I said the other day, their interest in trying to find out the fundamental particle is research in vain, but they will go on and on and on and on and on. They are not going to give up anyway.
I mean, the intellectual effort to solve the mystery of the physical universe is in vain.
Is in vain because of the fact that the scientist is separating himself from the universe. It is a single unit. You see, the nature and man are not two different things. As I said before, a while ago or last time, that somewhere along, you see, the evolutionary process, this self-consciousness occurred in the human species. You see.
But how do you know we're not actually separate? How do you know that the self-consciousness is not valid?
You know, it is the thought that creates the space, as I said. Thought is space. So let me give you an example.
Okay, we have about a minute left.
This is in touch with this.
Yes.
What is it that tells you that this is hard? The knowledge that you see, hard,
Yes.
is the thought, and the thought creates the space between the two and tells that this is hard. Otherwise, there is no space between the two, and there is no way that the sense of touch can tell you that this is hard and not soft.
I mean, even something as basic as the sense of touch, something we take so for granted, is really just another thought process.
Another thought process. So thought is a space, thought creates a space, and in that space we function.
Mm-hmm.
So the space is something which can never be experienced by thought.
We're trapped in our own thoughts, and our thoughts can never really even see themselves.
It has no way of looking at itself. You see, what you see there, the very question, is there a thought, or the interest, the demand to look at thought, is created by thought. So what you see there is about thought and not thought itself.
U.G. Krishnamurti, thank you very much for being with me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for being with us. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove with U.G. Krishnamurti, and we're continuing our discussion on the nature and the mystique of enlightenment. U.G.,
yes,
the various traditions, particularly from Asia, emphasize meditation as a path to enlightenment, and sometimes it's quite specific. If you meditate for so many years, you will be enlightened. And you know, there's lineages of enlightened master after enlightened master who followed a formula, a recipe almost, and seemed to have been then anointed by their master as being enlightened beings.
You see, all that has gone out of my system. Yes. So what I have stumbled into is something extraordinary for me. This is not something that is born out of my thinking. See, I am not putting across logically a certain premise here. And I'm not thinking at all. There's no thinking involved in what I'm saying. It might come as a shock to you, if not as a surprise, that there is nobody who is talking here. And this is a puppet here. And you are pulling, you see, and you are the one that is responsible for whatever is coming out of me. And so if you ask me questions about Hinduism, the techniques of meditation and what they do, I have nothing to say on that subject at all. I, in my own way, did everything, you see, that one is asked, that I was asked by my teachers, followed everything, you see, that is there in the book, practiced every kind of meditation and got nowhere. I discovered that, you see, it was something in the nature of a violence, you see. The goal of meditation is peace. Yeah. There is already peace here. This is a tremendously peaceful living organism. And why in the name of God, why in the name of enlightenment, I am asked to meditate to reach a goal which I consider to be, you see, a silly goal, non-existing goal, through meditation, you see. So why am I meditating? What is this meditation for? That was my question, basic question. So I discovered that, you see, the goal of silence placed before me as a goal to be reached through one technique or 100 techniques of meditations, it doesn't matter, is the very one that is disturbing and destroying the silence that is already there. Whereas I discovered that, you see, the silence that was there is something in the nature of a volcano erupting, you see. So you go and stand before an ocean, the roar of ocean. You go into a jungle, what do you hear? See the tremendous, you see, sound there, you know. So that is the silence, and through meditation I am creating a dead innate state of mind, you see. It is the mind that is involved, in what is called meditation, you see. So it is interested in creating a peaceful mind. We don't realize, I'm not saying anything about what the Hindus mean by meditation. I'm not interested in that, you see. I'm not here expounding the cause of Hinduism at all, you see. What I have stumbled into, what I have discovered is something extraordinary for me. So I don't even accept that there is such a thing as a meditative state at all, you see. It is all techniques of meditations, if I may use a very, very crude word, is a sort of self-abuse. You see, it gives us, you see, the feeling that we are putting ourselves into a state of silence, into a state of God knows what, you see. So if you practice one technique, if you see one, you have seen them all. There is no reason why we should try 100 different techniques of meditation. But the basic question which we have to ask ourselves is, why do we meditate at all? What for?
It's a very ancient practice.
It is. I cannot defend or brush aside the ancient practice. I am not interested in that at all. You see, there is an idea that is given to us that there is such a thing as peace of mind, you see, the silent mind, that there is a void, you see, that you should not be occupied with certain thoughts and you should be preoccupied with another set of thoughts.
Yes.
But you are always preoccupied with something or the other. At no time so you can say that you are not occupied with something or the other. But all your energy is wasted in choosing between two thoughts. You see, this thought, I want a peaceful thought, and the other one is a violent thought. And there is an actual battle going on between these two thoughts. And one thought that you say is a peaceful thought, and the other thought is a violent thought. So what you are stuck with is a battle, a war between two things. And what you experience and call that a silent mind, or the experience of a silent mind, is the peace between two wars. And then it starts all over again. Mm-hmm. And you constantly battle with, you see, the idea that, you see, this meditation or that technique of meditation is going to put you into a peaceful state of mind. Mm-hmm. So there is no such a thing as a peaceful state of mind.
So the idea of peacefulness may be the illusion. You described it as...
It is the mind that that is responsible for the disturbance that is there, and it has invented, you see, something called a silent mind, and battles with that, you see. That's all that is there.
Yeah. Well, you've attained this insight that you're describing to me, and yet you say you practiced meditation for many, many years, and this practice of meditation had nothing to do with your own insights.
What I would go one step further and say that what I have stumbled into is something that has happened despite everything I did. And how I have stumbled into is something which I have no way of finding out for myself. So it is not the techniques of meditation, it is not the denial of sex, it is not a practice of control of breath, you see. This is a simple trick that we play with, you see, what you call breath control.
Yes.
When you carefully look at, you see, you have no way of looking at it, you have no way of seeing, you have no way of observing. See, that is really the problem. See, we are caught up in this idea that there is some way that you can observe, that you can look at, you see, and see, you see. But there is no way you can separate yourself from the breath, you see. So you want to separate yourself from breath and be aware of your breathing and watch it, and what for. See, you are not conscious or aware of the fact that you are breathing at this moment. And why do you want to be conscious or aware of breathing, and what for? To achieve a certain goal. What you are actually doing is cutting out the flow of oxygen into the brain, and that gives you all kinds of very peculiar experiences, and you dub them as spiritual experiences. So when once you experience something the mechanism of experiencing structure is that it always demands more and more of the same and less of the other.
Well, we seem very hungry for spiritual experiences, as if we have to collect them, like trying the newest drug or the latest guru or the latest tantric method.
It is no different from the way we collect millions. It's no way different from, you see, the way we acquire knowledge. So, you see, in a area where tremendous importance is given to spiritual experiences and not sensual experiences, you can, you see, sell this to somebody else. You see, I have all these spiritual experiences, you don't have, so I am superior to you. That is all that is there in this talk about the spiritual experiences. I know, you don't know. You see, so I am questioning the very the foundation of knowledge. You see, knowledge, there is no such thing as knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Knowledge is power. I know, you do not know. I am a free man, you are not a free man. So I have no way of knowing that I am a free man. You see, if I tell myself that I am a free man, it is the knowledge that is passed on to me that tells me that you are a free man. You see, you know, I have no way of knowing that I am a free man. So when once you are freed from the knowledge of all this freedom business, enlightenment business, the peace of mind business, you are no longer interested in finding out whether you are peaceful or not peaceful, whether there is a silence or there is no silence at all.
Let me shift a little bit with you. There are those who describe the path towards enlightenment as bhakti yoga, the path of the heart, opening up, loving. Sometimes they seem like they get a little bit gushy, but it seems to me
it's emotion. It's emotion, you see. The other day I was telling my friend, what part do tears play? The tears are there only to lubricate the eyes. They have no other part to play. So emotionally, you involve yourself and the eyes become dry. And then the nature has this, you see, facility to lubricate it in its own way. So that you call those tears, tears of joy. But the tears are provided by this organism to protect itself, to protect its eyes. So it is lubricating the eyes. So they are not tears of joy at all. So when once you see, you think that this a man of great devotion is emotionally, you see, involved, you see, in this the joy, you see, of whatever he wants to call it. The eyes are drying up, and then you see the nature is its own way of lubricating and protecting itself, and that you say it is tears of joy.
But let's move beneath the sentimentality of it and talk about, for example, human communication. Being able, for example, to recognize oneself in another human being.
Do we really do that? Is it possible for us to establish any relationship? The relationship that we establish with the other humans, human beings, is on the basis of what do I get out of that relationship. You see, so mutual gratification is the foundation or the basis of all relationships, you see. So you are not satisfied with the reality of the situation. It is so horrible for you to think that the basis on which you have established relationship with the other human beings, as you put it, is so sordid that you have to superimpose on that and call it is love, you see. So love implies two. And see, loving thy neighbor as thyself is so ridiculous, so absurd. In the name of loving thy neighbor as thyself, we have created so much of horror, so much of destruction, so much of killing, you see, in the name of love thy neighbor as thyself.
So are you totally cynical then about love?
A cynic is at least, you see, is sure that his feet are very firmly fixed on the ground. And it is the way out, you see, the cop-out for the other man to call me a cynic because he doesn't want to accept the fact that really there is no love between these two individuals. What do I get out of this relationship? If that is denied, you will be surprised. What is there in the place of what you call love is hate. If not hate, it is apathy, indifference towards the other individual. So what I am trying to say is that it is just impossible to establish a relationship on any basis. There is no need for any relationship at all. The only relationships we have is in the basis, what do I get out of this relationship? Who wants relationship? A person who is lonely, who is lost. He wants to fill his emptiness. He wants to fill his void. And he uses some other individual to help him to fill this void, and he uses this fine word called love.
But aren't we all ultimately in that predicament?
We all are in that predicament. We are not honest enough to admit that we use some other individual to fill this emptiness, to fill this void, and to fill this loneliness. So we are using other individuals and put this fancy label, it is a loving relationship. And you may call me a cynic, you see, it's all right with me. But that is the reality of the situation. So anything that is born out of this relationship is violence.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily want to deny that what you describe as the sordid foundation of relationships, but surely they don't just stop at the foundation. I would think surely there are the heights to which relationships can aspire, and even if it's an unattainable height, it may be worth aspiring towards.
So we live in that hope and die in that hope. Why is it not possible for us to love the other individual here and now at this moment? Why does it have to be tomorrow? You see, tomorrow means, you see, you are pushing what you can do today. That's why I say, people call me a cynic, people call me a pessimist, people call me a nihilist, people call me this, that, and the other. And what they do not realize, I'm not blaming them, I'm just pointing out that when they use these terms as a cop-out, they use this to, when they use this, I point out that it is what you believe is the solution for your problems, is the one that is responsible for your frustration. What I am suggesting is a very positive thing here. And you call this a negative thing because you want this action to occur only there and not now. I don't know if I make myself clear. You see, you are only interested in all actions to happen only in the future and not now. See, you are not acting at all. You see, the action has got to be now. And why is it not possible for us to be kind, to be honest, to be loving, to be whatever you want to be now, and why does it have to be tomorrow or, you see, day after tomorrow? Why is my question. See, you are pushing it off something that you can do now and you don't want to act now. You see, that action is something which will destroy this sordid relationship you have. I'm not saying that you means you.
But I'm here with you right now.
Yes, that we establish, you see, this sordid relationship and cover it up by saying that it's a loving relationship, this brotherly relationship, this, that, and the other. The action implies freeing yourself from this sordid reality and create, you see, if there is any other relationship possible outside of the field of whatever you call love, brotherhood, understanding, and so on. That is too much for us. So it is very convenient for us not to act, Action means this relationship comes to an end. What will be in its place is something you will not know, I will not know, nobody knows.
Earlier, you told me that there was nobody there.
Nobody here.
There's just words.
All words, 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 words. Are you ready to accept that?
I have a hard time. I think I'm talking to a human being.
See, I don't know if there is anybody who is talking. You see, what is it that I am saying? You see, I have to bring this, the functioning of the body, your body, my body, everybody's body, into the present context. See, the senses are all independent. There is no coordination except when there is a need for cooperation. And that cooperation between 1, 2, 3 or all the 5 senses is decided by the situation in which you find yourself, and the situation demands the coordination of 1, 2, 3 or all the senses. And so they are all independent ones. What I am trying to emphasize now and always and put across is that this body is only interested in response to the stimuli. The statement that this is responding to the stimulus is also a questionable thing, because you have no way of experiencing except through the help of the knowledge that is given to us that this particular response is the response to a particular sensation. Otherwise, the response to the stimulus and the response to that stimulus is a unitary movement, and you have no way of separating it. So as a matter of fact, the eyes are looking at one thing, the listening mechanism is listening to something, and the sense of touch is involved in the sense of touch. So all these are all independent activities. There is no way that you can create the totality of your body here and sit here and experience the totality of the body. What you experience there and tell yourself and tell me as the totality of your body is born out of your imagination. You see, so if you want to experience your body here, the only way you can experience it is through the help of the sensory activity. The eyes are looking at it. The sense of looking does not tell me that, you see, it is, a body, and that it is Dr. Mishlov that is sitting there. It does not say anything, you see, about your body, except that it is reflecting the body on the retina.
Yes.
The light that falls on you activates these optic nerves, and the optic nerves throw the image on the retina, and it does not say that it is a man, that it is a human being, that it is Dr. Mishlov. It doesn't say anything except the reflection of the object on the retina. And in this process, the activity of the optic nerves also activate the neurons there in your brain, which we call memory, and tells you that, you see, that you are a man and not a woman, that you are a human being and not an animal, and so on and so forth. But these perceptions are so quick that there is no need for the memory to come into operation and capture it and say that you are a man. I don't know if I make myself clear.
I don't know if you're describing an organic process or a mechanical process here.
I'm only describing the organic process, which is not different from the mechanical process. We are not ready to accept the fact that that is only a robot there, a mechanical thing, a computer with an extraordinary intelligence of its own, and the acquired intellect which we are so proud of is no match to that. So as I
but even the idea of a computer or a robot is also just a thought, just an idea.
For us it is, but I have to use the word computer to give you a feel about, you see, the idea that we have that there is something more than, you see, there is a spirit, there is a soul, there is a psyche, that there is a mind, and so on and so forth.
What you're doing, in effect, is denying that there's a spiritual nature.
This is an invention of thought. See,
well, within the realm of thought, then.
In the realm of thought, the thought has created the materialistic values and spiritual values. That thought is the creation of what is the society, culture, or whatever you want.
Would it be fair to say then our spiritual nature does exist within the realm of thought?
What I am suggesting is that the spiritual goal and the demand to achieve your spiritual goals are also materialistic in their nature.
Yes.
Because the instrument which you are using is thought, which is matter. You see? So You just say that it is a spiritual goal and that spiritual values are higher than the materialistic goals and the materialistic values, but the instrument which you are using to achieve your spiritual goals are also materialistic in their nature.
Well, I would think it's debatable whether thought is matter. I don't really know. But.
See, it is debatable when you consider thought or think of thought as a thought, you see, as matter or not matter. But is there a thought? The question itself is absurd and ridiculous because of the assumption, or we assume that there is such a thing as thought. So if you want to find out for yourself and by yourself, is there a thought? The question itself is absurd because of the assumption that there is such a thought. And what you find is all about thought but not thought. See, I don't know if I make myself clear.
Well, that's a very subtle thought.
Yeah. You see, you have to do that with me, you see. All right, you see. Do you think that there is a thought there? What is there is only the question, do you think?
But isn't that a thought?
That's all that's there, but there is no other thought other than this question. Is there a thought, or do you think that there is a thought? Thought is this, thought is that, thought is not this, thought is matter, thought is not matter, thought is space, thought is not space, thought is time, not time. That's all. We can indulge in this frivolity of arguing and debating for hours and hours and hours, but we don't get anywhere because what we are indulging in is nothing but a dialectical thinking about thinking itself.
Well, what you're
and this helps us to sharpen that instrument and carry on this discussion on and on and on and on and on.
Well, is it like masturbation?
I used a very refined word, a dialectical thinking about thinking itself. If you want to use that word, I'm ready to go along with it.
You seem to be suggesting that it doesn't, we get nowhere. It's like a dog chasing his tail.
Its own tail. Its own tail.
T.S. Eliot.
Or I would put it in a different way. You are trying to overtake your own shadow, but you really don't know or don't realize, don't want to know, and ask this question, what is it that is casting the shadow? It's the light there. Without that, there is no shadow there. So instead of questioning the shadow itself, the materiality of the shadow, for some reason you want to overtake the shadow. You are not going to succeed.
Well, let's talk more about the light.
The light, when I use the word light, I don't mean any divine light or spiritual light. The light that is there. Without that light, I see nothing here. If I see anything, it is only the product of my imagination. So to be able to see you, I need the light. You see, so the thought is not a self-generated one. It is generated by the stimulus of that light. You see, so that light stimulates, as I said a while ago, and brings the thought into operation and tells me that, you see, that is a camera and that you are a man, that's a cord, and so on and so forth. This is a microphone. So what is so marvelous about, you see, this naming and recognition, that's all that we are indulging in. The frivolity of naming and recognizing things. So if you do not know a thing about what is going on outside and what is going on inside, you as you know yourself, you as you experience yourself, is coming to an end. That is the situation which you are not ready to face up to. So you keep on this dialogue with yourself, the communication with yourself, and tell yourself all the time that I am this, that I am not that I am happy, that I am not unhappy, that I am bored, that I am not bored, and so on and so forth. But actually there is no difference between the outside and the inside. So why do you have to constantly carry on this dialogue, this conversation with yourself, to maintain the continuity of your thought?
Rather than to face annihilation.
You are projecting a situation called annihilation. There may not be any annihilation at all, because when once the thought is not there, When once you are not there, you, the product of all the experiences and thoughts, when you are not there, you are no way of finding out what you are left with, and you wouldn't call it an annihilation at all. You are not there anymore, so you have no separate, independent existence of your own. So you are part of the totality of things. You and the nature is one single unit.
Now, Yuji, you seem to be suggesting that there's just a little hair maybe separating all of us from enlightenment, and that hair is our fear of annihilation.
The fear you are talking about, have you ever experienced fear at any time? Because you see, what is fear after all? Where is that fear? What is fear?
Well,
the fear of something coming to an end.
Yeah.
The fear of you as you know yourself, you as you experience yourself coming to an end. So you do not want the fear to come to an end. If the fear comes to an end, you will drop dead here. Physical, clinical death will take place here. It is not in your interest to demand the fear to come to an end. So you play with that, you see, fear. So you don't condemn it. Don't identify yourself with fear. Don't do this. You see, you become one with the fear. You become choicelessly aware. You live with the fear. You see, all these techniques, all the therapeutic cults that have come into the marketplace, each one trying to sell his own particular theory, is only perpetuating the fear and not trying to help you to free yourself from fear, because it is something which you do not want to free yourself from, and it is not in your interest that the fear should come to an end. So you do not want the fear to come to an end.
And do you experience fear?
No, the fear, there is nothing there to come to an end at all. Probably if you see a cobra there, I am not an innocent child, you see, you step back. So then you see the fear that you see it will kill you or it will kill somebody else is absent there. Then you take a walk with the cobra and sing songs with the cobra, and you will be surprised what a delightful creation, what a marvelous piece of creation that cobra is, and you will never hurt that, because hurting that is hurting yourself. Killing that cobra is killing yourself. And what gives you this situation where you are so ruthless and wipe out all these living organisms is the idea that you are superior and that the whole thing is created for your use, and that is why we have created this problem in this world. I am talking all the time.
Well, you were quoted once in a magazine article in India as saying that you thought perhaps a cabbage was more alive than a human being.
You see, do you know that you are alive?
I believe I do,
as long as you have a knowledge of that, you have no way of experiencing the living quality of that. Not that I know or that I experience, that I am a superior being. The demand to experience something living is impossible for the dead structure. The thought is dead. It is not a living thing. What gives you the illusion is that, you see, we are trying to invest thought with life. And we imagine that it is a living thing, but actually it is a dead thing, you see. It is
Thought
is dead. So a dead thing cannot capture something living. If by accident you step on a live wire, you are dead, you are finished. You see, only by accident you can step on, you see, touch life at a point where nobody touched before. And so you see, then from that moment onwards, what is living there expresses itself without the use of thought. So in that sense, I say you will be more useful to nature dead than alive, because you are living in the world of ideas, you are living in the world of thoughts, you are putting ideas into your stomach, and you are wearing names. So you are not living at all, you see.
It's as if you're saying that our ideas are like our clothing, like our hair or our fingernails. They're not living tissue.
Now they are not living at all. They are all dead ideas passed on to by somebody who has come out with his fantasies and ideas. You know, I watch many of your commercials here. I am not plugging in any particular thing. But it is something extraordinary, see, something extraordinary, because they cannot sell anything to me, you know. But I am not interested in the products they are selling, but the way they are selling is something extraordinary. I am always fascinated by these commercials and not by the programs. They put me to sleep. So I have become awake when I see a commercial. I never buy anything that they are selling. You see, if they had viewers like me, clients like me, they would be out of business. But you see, here there is one who is admiring the way they are selling, you see, the products. That always fascinates me.
Because of what? Why does that fascinate you?
The sales speech, the sales talk, you see. Now they have all taken over the religious teachers. You see, they were selling all these products to us. Now Madison Avenue has taken over. I'm not plugging in for Madison Avenue at all, you see. They do a better job than all these holy men who are selling us a shoddy piece of spiritual goods.
Well, do you think there are any holy men, any saints, any teachers anywhere worth listening to?
I wouldn't go to anybody because I do not want anything from anybody. So if there is any other holy man, it is not my concern, it is not my interest at all.
Well, what about the notion of spiritual...
I am not interested in freeing anybody from anybody. You see, you know, what they are interested in is some sort of a drug to put them to sleep. I am telling them all the time, look here, you are awake. This awakeness is something which you do not want. So you want to put yourself to sleep, and so all these techniques of meditation, the techniques of yoga, the techniques of breathing, God knows how many techniques the people in this country have come up with. They are all putting you to sleep, because why you don't want to stay awake? You are already awake. So the whole idea of bringing about this awakeness in you is so funny and so foolish and so idiotic that we all fall for this and buy all those things and try to awaken ourselves. Actually, we are putting ourselves to sleep because this awakeness is something that we don't want.
Yuji, in my lifetime, I grew up in a small town in the middle of the Midwest of the United States, and I had a feeling then in my youth that there was a slumber there, that people were locked into their attitudes and into their values and into their lifestyle, and that I needed to leave.
Where did you get all those things from? They brainwashed us. They made us to believe that, you see. We have been fed on that kind of a bunk for centuries. If the diet were to be changed, we would all die of starvation. So you are only replacing those things, you see, with something from outside. That is what I am not opposed to. That what irks me is, why do you have to import all these things from outside? If religion is all that you are interested in, what is it that you don't find in your Bible? What is it that you don't find in your Talmud? Why do you have to import all those people from outside who are selling you some shoddy piece of spiritual goods? What is wrong with your hymns? I am not for a moment saying go back to Christ or back to your church or any such. There is no question of going back, you see. So anybody who says revive, go back, is one who cannot offer us anything new. You see, you see all the old people in our families, they always talk about their past because they have no future to think about or talk about. They always talk about the past. Any nation, any individual, any teacher who wants to revive the dead past is already dead because he has nothing new to offer. Why do we have to go back? Why do you make it impossible for somebody, something new to come up there? And see, somebody asked me a question. All these youth, young people are lost. They don't know what to do with yours. You have made a mess of your life already, and you are going to pass on what has not helped you to the younger generation. If they make a mess of the world, let them make a mess of the world. They are going to learn. It is their world. You tell everybody we are all here, we are interested. The world is the future for the future generations. They don't let these future generations living here now to have a say in these matters. It is for them to decide their future, and we have nothing to do with it. What has not helped us is not going to help anybody. All the lies, all the beliefs, they have not helped us. Why want to pass them on to them? If they make a mess of the whole world, you see, let them make a mess of the whole world. We have made a mess of the whole world. We have no reason to be proud of what we have created. This is not a political talk or anything.
Let me
I'm going off the
just shift a little bit, Eugene.
All right, we go back.
You are an enigma. You've been described as a guru, you deny it. You've been described as a philosopher, you deny that. People want to attribute the qualities of enlightenment to you, you deny that. But one characteristic which you have accepted is that you're a world traveler. You haven't denied that.
That I haven't denied. I don't know. It is not because I'm restless or anything. Ever since I was 14, I have never lived in any place for 6 months at a stretch. I have seen practically every part of the globe except some Pacific and Caribbean islands and China. But there was a time when I wanted to tell myself, you see, I have been there, please don't talk about your visits to the Greece or the glory of the Greece and the grandeur of the Rome, the splendor of this country. I have also been there. I spent only 3 hours in the pyramids there. That was enough for me. So I can tell myself and tell others, I have been there. So I have never been interested in anything past, anything dead. So that was my problem. I was hungering, wanting to find out for myself and by myself. See, the question of enlightenment obsessed me, if I may use that word. Nothing else interested me. I was lucky enough to be born into a very wealthy family. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and so many silver spoons came along my way. So that made it easy for me to pursue. And I tried so hard. I looked everywhere. Nobody satisfied me. See, nobody satisfied my hunger to find out the answer. Is there any such thing as enlightenment? Was Buddha an enlightened man? Is that man who claims to be an enlightened man is an enlightened man? What is it that he has I don't have? Whatever he is telling me is false, and it is falsifying me. Be selfless. What the hell do you want me to be selfless? I am a selfish being to the very core of being. And you want me to be selfless. You see, it is that, the idea of selflessness that has turned me into a selfless man. You are telling me that I should be free from anger. Why should I be free from anger? Anger is a tremendous outburst of energy. You are not dealing with the anger there. You are not dealing with pleasure. You are not dealing anything that that is happening there inside of me. I am interested in finding out whatever is there inside of me cannot be false. Whatever you are telling me is false. But somehow I didn't have the certainty to brush the whole thing aside. Maybe that fellow knows what he is talking about. Maybe he has something which I don't have. Nothing satisfied my hunger, you see. So then they give you a small piece of bread, you see, and then the brown bread, you see, the stone ground bread, nothing satisfied me. So what happened? The hunger burnt itself out. You see, the freedom that I wanted, you see, the very demand to be free is not there anymore for me. It's not that I have found the answer for that. You see, there is no self to realize. I have spent 49 years of my life searching for the self. It is not there. So they can all go. You see, now the certainty that I have, all that is false. It does not mean that I feel superior and place myself on a higher pedestal and tell myself you are the most superior of all that. Not for a moment. That is false, and I do not want that to falsify me. This certainty I have stumbled into is something which cannot be transmitted to somebody.
You say you stumbled into it, and you say it has nothing to do with this intense search.
Nothing. You see, the intensity is an emotional thing. The insights I had through these encounters with others strengthened and fortified the very thing that I was trying to free myself from. It did not help me anyway. So nothing I did helped me. So I have to use the word stumbled into, because I don't know how this dawned on me that there is nothing to understand, you see. That is not the instrument, and there is no other instrument. there is nothing to understand.
Well, would you have done just as well to have remained in
That
the
is a
small village?
that is a hypothetical question. You see, I must admit that my contact with the West opened, you see, great horizons for me. And unfortunately, I studied both Eastern and Western philosophies thoroughly for my master's degree and psychology. But nothing helped me, because this question, the basic question, is there any such thing as mind? Why you are talking of silent mind? Why you are talking of the mutation of mind? There is no such thing as mutation of mind. There is nothing there to be transformed. There is nothing there to be changed. So why this talk of transformation, radical or otherwise? All that is absolute gibberish, absolute rubbish, poppycock, I said to myself. But yet, you see, I lacked this certainty. So how I stumbled into it, how it happened, why it happened, when it happened, has anything happened to me, I really don't know. So whatever I am trying to put across is all an expression of what I stumbled into. So I can't sit here and give a talk, you see, on the same subject like anybody else. So I go one step further and say that, you see, despite everything, whatever happened to me has happened to me, and it is possible for a rapist, a murderer, a con man, thief man to stumble into this kind of a thing more than, you see, all those spiritual aspirants put together.
It seems very ironic.
Ironic, but nevertheless, the fact does remain so.
So in a sense, anybody who might be viewing this program right now with the idea that they're going to get anything out of it whatsoever to help them along in the path of enlightenment.
So if they are interested in solving their personal problems, there are umpteen number of techniques they have to go there. So this is something which cannot be used to solve the day-to-day problems, you see. So I have no illusions that this will be, or it can be of any help to anybody to solve their day-to-day problems. Because they are not really interested in solving the problems. They are not interested in freeing themselves from fear. See, you know. So all these techniques, be one with fear, live with fear, accept fear, be choicelessly aware of fear, this is all, you see, taking you away from the fact of facing up to the situation that there is no way you can free yourself from fear. I am not for a moment suggesting that you should live with fear. What is there, what you call you, is born out of fear. It thrives in fear. It lives in fear. So it cannot voluntarily liquidate itself, free itself from fear. So it has no solutions for the day-to-day problems of the people. It has no solution for the problems of the world. It has no social content.
But you know, it seems as if the pattern of your life, as I look at it, does fit perhaps a classical pattern, and it's the pattern of struggling, of agonizing, of really pushing yourself on the path and reaching a point of despair, of frustration, and then giving up, then letting go.
No, you see, the despair is the solution. You see, we are not dealing with despair at all. So we are not dealing with anger. We are not dealing with greed. There is no point in giving discourses on greed, or how to be free from greed, or how to be free from pleasure, how to be free from despair. Because despair is something which you cannot separate yourself from. You are dealing with how to be free from despair, but not despair itself, you see. So the answer to your despair is in despair itself, and not in how to be free from despair. So you are only thinking about despair and not doing anything with it. That applies to all the things that we are trying to be free from.
In other words, rather than vainly seeking for enlightenment, or seeking for love, or seeking for all of these beautiful concepts that we have, you're suggesting that we just grab reality by the teeth, so to speak, in all of its sordidness. And
it is not a question of grabbing it. It's not a question of capturing it, containing it, and giving expression to it. But that reality that is already there has to express itself in its own way. How it will express itself, you wouldn't know, I wouldn't know. There is nothing to be done about it. Whatever we are doing is the one that is preventing something living that is there to express itself in its own way. So no two human individuals, no two human beings are the same. The culture is interested in fitting everybody into a common mold. You see, if you look at the leaves, you see, I was a student of botany. I studied the leaves, you see, in a microscope. No two leaves are the same. No two human beings are the same. Now they are doing tremendous amount of research. Now they are beginning to realize their motivation is to track down criminals, not to understand the functioning of the human body. They know now in a way, you see, that no two human bodies are the same. Your hair, you see, if it is dissolved into its constituent elements, you will be surprised that your hair is quite different from my hair. And now they have come out with, you see, with a peculiar statement that women have more gold in the hair than men. You see,
more gold.
More gold than men. I don't know it. I can't make any definitive statements about it. No two human bodies are the same. No two human individuals are the same. The demand of the culture, the society, or whatever you want to call it, to fit all of them in a common mold and produce, you see, the same kind of people is not going to succeed in the long run. Probably we may not live long to achieve our goals. So who knows? I don't know.
So and this must be one of the dangers then of spiritual traditions.
It is not that will help us. What will help us to live together peacefully is a terror, not love thy neighbor thyself. Because if you try to destroy your enemy, you will go with him. If you hurt your enemy physically, it will hurt you. Not psychologically, not emotionally, not romantically, not poetically. If you step on the toes of somebody, you see, he is going to step on your toes. That we have, in a way, understood in the international field in relationship with the superpowers. You see, you can no longer talk in terms of massive retaliation. You have to live with your adversaries, you have to live with your enemies, you have to live with, you see, the one who is trying, you see, to hurt you. But then probably we will understand that, you see, if you try to destroy your neighbor, you are going to destroy yourself. Maybe that will help us to live together in peace, but not love thy neighbor as thyself. Mm-hmm. I'm giving a talk.
Well, you sound sort of like the 18th century British philosophers like John Locke and Thomas Hobbes, who talked about the social contract and humanity as being a leviathan, a dragon inside, and that we had to face this sort of evil quality.
You are talking as if humanity is out there. Mm-hmm. You see, the demand for permanence of society, humanity, is the demand for permanence here. What I am saying is that there is no such thing as permanence. The demand for permanence is the cause of man's misery. The demand for permanence in relationship, the demand for permanence of happiness, the demand for permanent pleasure is the cause of man's misery. So since you know in a way that you, as you know yourself, and you, as you experience yourself, is coming to an end, you see, as an idea, you know that one day you are going to die, but not as a fact, you see, not as a reality, but as is an idea that you are also going to die like, you see, all those who died before. So you project the demand for permanence on mankind, that mankind must be permanent, must be there, and you should do everything possible to see that humanity survives. That is born out of the demand for permanence. So we are not going to succeed in the long run because there is no such thing as permanence in any relationships, in any demands that we are interested in maintaining the permanence.
We have only about 5 minutes left.
Right.
But
you sum it up.
I don't want to do that yet. I
not?
want to get into something a little more personal, something
right.
that you told me once about yourself, that you had experienced physical death.
You see, yesterday there was one lady who visited me and asked me a question. I want to live in this moment passionately. That was her question.
Yes.
I said, you have to be dead now. You see, you can't live unless you go through this process, not dying to your poetic, romantic yesterdays or psychological death, but the totality of man's thoughts, experiences, and feelings that are passed on to us from generation to generation. then what is left there begins to express itself. From that moment onward, you have no existence of your own separate, independent existence of your own at all. So you are part of the totality of things, you see. From then on, this is a single unit. The nature and you are not separate. But when I make such statements, it is not that I myself can experience, you can't experience the totality or the singleness of nature and you, but the demand to experience is not there anymore. So in other words, there is no such thing as death at all. What is there is the fear of something coming to an end. What is it that will come to an end? The fear of something coming to an end. What is there that will come to an end? There is nothing there. There is no entity there now. So what do you think will come to an end? The demand to maintain, the demand for permanence of something that is not there coming to an end can be described as death, you see. The condition of the body. We use the word and call it a dead body because it is not responding to the stimuli the way we think the living body is responding to the stimuli. But you yourself do not know that you are responding to the stimuli. You say that I am talking, that I am full of animation, that I am coming out with all these concepts. I have no way of knowing whether I am saying anything here. What is all this noise coming out? It's just a noise. You seem to make some sense out of it, and it is good. Otherwise, we can't function sanely and intelligently in this world. We have to accept the reality of things as it is, as they are imposed on us. Otherwise, we will all end up in a loony bin singing loony tunes and merry melodies. We have to accept the reality of the world as functional in their value. But the moment you try to understand the reality of anything, let alone the ultimate reality, you are lost forever.
Well, you seem to be suggesting a pragmatic approach to life and letting go of these philosophical abstractions, except as games for the sharpening of the intellect.
That's all that is the part that philosophy plays in our life, to sharpen that instrument, you see. So you are not interested in accepting the fact that there is no foundation for your logical thinking. There is no foundation for your rationality. Whoever said that man is a rational being deluded himself and deluded us all. Our actions do not show any rationality, any logicality in our functioning. I don't know if there is any such word as logicality. We don't see logic in our lives. We don't see that our lives are run on logic. I don't know if it...
Well, Yuji, we're just about out of time, and I'm in the paradoxical position of saying how much I've enjoyed being with you. And in a sense, I say that, and I know that you probably, you may be thinking to yourself, there's nothing to enjoy.
No, I'll just tell you, thank you very much indeed.
Okay. And thank you for being with me.
Thank you. I don't know, we talked a lot. Really, if you put it on paper, or if you try to listen to that, it won't make any sense. It's my idea, is not idea. If there is a purpose or if there is any motivation in these dialogues, it is only to leave the other individual with this enigma, with the paradox. And he has to resolve the problem for himself and by himself.
Thank you for sharing the paradox with us.
And what about meditation?
Meditation is evil. When you sit for meditation, you know that. You see, what you have to say is more important than all the other books, you see, or all the other teachers. When you sit for meditation, what happens? The evil thoughts come there first.
It's horrible.
And
there's that mind going on.
It's a battle, war going on there.
Yes.
It's between good thoughts, bad thoughts, good thoughts, evil thoughts. There's a battle, war.
Yes.
And then you see the peace you have after the war is war weariness.
Right.
And you call that peace, peace of mind. It's a joke. You don't know you don't have any idea of silence. You see, you think that is a silent mind and a peaceful mind.
Try
Silence, the silence that is there in that living organism can be compared only to an erupting volcano. You see, the other day, one psychiatrist was with me there in Mill Valley. He was telling something. See, the silence is not that dull, stupid, idiotic state of mind you put yourself into and believe that you are experiencing the experience of a silent mind. So when silence is there, it is something like, you see, the roar of an ocean, the blood flowing through your veins, and the heartbeat. See, you cannot listen to that at all. There are so many people who are working in the soundproof laboratories, scientists, to work on certain scientific experiments. Most of them, if not all of them, have gone crazy because they have to listen to what is going on there inside your body. It's like the roar of an ocean. See, the silence you experience as a result of this war between two things, which you call meditation, is something you can't imagine. See, this piece, you can take a drug and put yourself to sleep. It's a lot easier. Why waste hours and hours and hours meditating on what? What do you meditate?
You don't have to go.
You don't have to meditate.
What do you do with this mind?
You don't have to go to that extent of torturing yourself to put yourself in a peaceful state. The peace is already there. What you are doing is destroying the peace that is already there. It's a very peaceful organism. It is not interested in your spiritual experiences at all. That is the fight. Anything you experience.
Well, it's the mind.
Through it.
The mind that just.
Mind, yes.
Hopefully, it is a myth.
It is.
That's what's caused all this stuff in the world.
That one. Books like that.
Dangerous.
You are still here. I get telephone calls from different people. I have an answering machine. If you want to see me because you have read my book, you don't have to come to see me. The book has not done its job.
Do you live someplace?
Now I am here at this moment. Next moment I will go somewhere else.
Let's see.
I don't have any place. I'm a vagabond.
Yes.
A man with no fixed abode. No.
No country. No country. No
No tangible means of livelihood.
You're a sadhu.
That's a high sounding word. So.
Yeah. Could you tell us a little about your history?
My history is all there.
It's all here.
Yes. I don't want to repeat that again, the story of my life. Now I am interested in telling people that don't read that book.
So they'll never get your history. One way or the other.
It's a sure way to get them to read it, though, Eugene.
It happened last time. You see, I bought a very expensive answering machine and left a message there. I don't want to see Krishnamurti's widows. I don't want to see Rajneesh divorces. I don't want to see any religious books of all shapes, sizes and colors. And there were more people knocking on my door because of that message.
That's a sales technique. Are you good enough for this camera?
True. I have only a small room, 1/3 the size of this room, so only 5 people, 6 people can sit there. So I'm safe that way. Really, I don't know what is there in that book. Honest to God.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, you don't know, we are saved. She told me that your restaurant has the photos of all sages, saints, and saviors of man.
I wish you would come in because he sounds exactly like Peyton. He said, "Don't tell me about any of your dumb gurus and all that stuff. And I don't want to hear it." And he just does his daily, life. I wish you would come in. You two would have had a lot in common. Don't like that.
But it is a natural food.
Oh, we do.
Yes.
Well, we serve some chicken. And we serve some,
chicken is all right, but
And,
if it is a natural food, organically grown food, the
Well,
very
I don't-
mention of it makes me sick.
That's what Peyton said. Don't tell me about your organic food. I don't want to say.
I have to answer more questions on food. On television,
Yeah,
I made a
they-
statement to the effect that one lettuce leaf is enough, you see. That will take care of our vitamin needs.
We get all these
Not for
fanatics.
1 year, but for the rest of your life.
We get all of these fanatic people that are, vegetarians and everything. So Peyton eats steak to balance it.
Smokes too, doesn't he?
Smokes and drinks coffee.
No, I like soup made from the newborn babies. Settle for that. Friends?
Oh dear, that sounds like me.
But my friends are running out of newborn baby stunts.
Yeah, my daughter called me up a few years ago and said she was pregnant. I said, no. Nobody understands.
Yeah.
You know?
One thing that scared me is the huge photo you have of J. Krishnamurti, she said.
Oh, she's little. Oh, did you see the
I didn't
angel?
see
We have a big picture of the
Exaggerated.
angel.
Oh, angels, I don't mind.
But I must say that Peyton has liked Krishnamurti, I hate to tell you.
Yeah.
Mm.
Take it out. There you go.
It's too hot.
I know. You're boys. You are very serious. You frighten me.
Really?
Serious?
Serious people frighten me.
Yeah.
No,
What
frivolous.
you have a
See how
serious
frivolous I am.
question?
What?
How frivolous I am. A very
Very
frivolous.
frivolous.
Noel, you have a
Frivolous
serious question?
questions get frivolous answers. You see. Serious questions get no answers because there are no serious questions at all.
Hmm. Nothing is serious, huh? Mm.
Haven't it? That's enough.
Noel has a question. She hasn't
Oh,
come
It's
out
too
with it.
serious.
It's too serious. Oh man, if you're laughing so much, it couldn't be so serious.
Why do you always have questions? I don't have any
Something
questions.
because
You read too many books, not only
I
self
don't read that many books. I really don't. Gee, I don't know what to say now. I was going to ask
You are not recording all this.
Oh, yes. Still
I'm
going.
in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, what do you say of death, daily death? Dying
Where did you
daily,
pick up that?
just from living.
Come on. You're not joking, are you?
Well, no, I'm talking about
There is no such thing as death at all for that body.
now. What does that mean? I don't understand.
Hmm?
I don't understand what you mean when you say
Because
that.
this physical organism has no way of knowing that it is born, that it is alive, that it is awake. You see, it has no way of experiencing the fact that you are alive. Hmm? You get what I'm saying? So when you are dead, put quote and unquote that word dead. It's a condition of the body you describe as a dead body. See, those who are alive, those who think that that body is not responding to the stimuli as the way it does when you think you are alive, or not functioning the way you think the living body is functioning. So you describe that condition of the body as a dead body. Hmm? But the body has no way of experiencing its own death. And those who are watching that, see, involved with the death of are related to that, say, the dead person, also cannot experience death. It is not the death that you experience, the death of a near and dear one, see, or your people, but the void created by the disappearance of that individual. and the impossibility of having the same kind of relationship with that individual you think you had before the death. So you have no way of experiencing death at all. For all practical purposes, death does not exist.
What is all this astral projection and all the near-death experiences and the channeling and the out-of-body experiences and all the people everybody's channeling?
Out-of-body experience.
What is all that?
Out-of-body experience.
Is it just consciousness?
Listen to me. If you are really interested in experience.
No, I'm.
It's very simple. Out-of-body experience. What you have to do is to increase your blood pressure. Any means. Through meditations, through techniques of yoga, anything you do to increase the blood pressure, level of your blood pressure, you will fly, you will go out of your body and experience what you call the out-of-body experiences. They are worthless, those experiences.
Well, now, is it conscious? Is it actually out of the body, or is consciousness never in the body?
There is no consciousness even now. I am questioning the consciousness itself. So what you have to say is important. What the books say, what the spiritual teachers say is of no importance to us at all. You tell me what you mean by consciousness. You don't quote any books to me.
Okay.
Are you conscious now? Now, in relationship with what is going on there at this moment, I want you to tell me something about what you call consciousness. Don't quote anybody.
Well, the only thing.
No, you are thinking. You are not. You are
well,
thinking.
I was going to say sight.
Sight does not tell you anything.
That's true.
Anything. The translation of the sensory activity through the help of your memory, which is knowledge, that is all that you know. You don't know a thing.
Well, usually it tells me where the chair is. I can reach and grab it.
So no. Without knowledge, you have no way of experiencing the reality of anything.
I guess what I'm saying is if I close my eyes, I'm not too sure where to grab for the chair.
The memory is still there. You are carrying it. See, what the physiologists have been telling us for ages is bullshit, you see. Because the moment the eyes are closed, there is no image left there. What you think is the image is the imagination you have of that, you see. That's all. Otherwise, it is not looking at anything. See, the moment you turn this side, everything there is wiped out. The eyes are looking at that. You see, there is nobody who is looking at things. There is no seer there. There is only physical seeing. Physical seeing does not tell you that, you see, you are a man. That's a chair. Huh? That's a woman. That's a lamb.
Those we make up.
No, you translate those sensations within the framework of your memory and tell yourself that is a lamb, that you are a man, that you are not a donkey or a monkey. That's a chair, not chair. You see, there is the sensory perceptions cannot experience anything without the help of the knowledge that is given to us.
What about things that happen that aren't connected with knowledge? Say, for example, if you're in nature and there's a connection with it feels like there's a connection with the whole.
There is no connection with the nature there at all, because you have already separated yourself from nature.
Well, what if you're there and there is
don't
a one?
Say what if, forget about ifs, buts and ends. You see, you know.
Well, what's oneness? What is that experience of oneness?
Spiritually or otherwise?
What actually is
otherwise,
it?
Spiritually
When it happens, what actually is it? Is it memory in the mind of
you
man?
are sitting in that, what is that, sofa or whatever you want to call it. Is there separateness there? Are you separate from or different from? The sofa you are sitting in, what is it that tells you? It's the knowledge. There is oneness here already. What is the oneness you are talking about? Oneness with nature, oneness with Brahman, oneness with God, oneness with the truth, oneness with reality. What is the oneness you are talking about? There is already oneness. It's all single. One unit, single unit. And what is it that separates you from that and creates that individual? It is the knowledge that creates the individual. The knowledge I am referring to is not something mysterious. The knowledge that you are a woman, that's a sofa, you are sitting, that's the knowledge I am talking about.
Well, the body is female.
Huh? Who says that?
Right.
If you accept that it is not, you are in trouble.
I know. But the life, I mean, the mind isn't male or female, is it? I don't think so.
Mind is worse.
Well, the life isn't male or female, but it appears in most things. No, that's
Oh boy.
that's wonderful. No, I that's really great.
What you
I
have
like
to say is more important than what all the others have said so far.
Mm-hmm.
You have nothing to say. Sorry, I don't have any thought which I can call my own. Period, full stop, full period. You seem to have many things. They are not yours.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
I agree.
The individual does not exist. The individual is created by that, the totality of knowledge, your culture, your society,
Well,
for its own reasons.
Well, what? It's so strange because the body goes through these physiological changes and it affects the emotional system.
No, it is the other way around.
What is it?
It's the other
And
way
then it
around.
creates this individual who reacts.
No, it's the other way around. It is the emotions that disturb the body there.
What is the instigation for the disturbance?
Hmm?
Well, why?
You are wanting something. It doesn't matter what you want. I am not saying that you should be without wants. Anything you want, you begin to think. And to get what you want, you have to think. And you cannot think without the help of those jokers who dished out all this nonsense. You see, con men.
Then what is living in this culture?
You are fighting all the time with that culture. That's your problem.
That's right.
The value system created by your society is responsible for your misery.
I totally agree with that.
So what do? Run away?
That's what I want to know.
Or run away? Revolt against that? Where will you go? If you are that product of the culture, not we are the world, not that song I am talking about. You see, you are the world, not that fancy stuff. There is no you other than what you are taught. To tell yourself that you are living, that you are a woman, as you said, is not possible without that knowledge. It is not out there. The separation you are talking about is already taking place there. Not that mysterious oneness of life, oneness of one, become one with God, one with Brahman. With this, you see, there is a division there. The division that tells you that you are not happy. That's the division. That you are bored. That's the division. Division from whatever is happening there, any sensation that is there. You separate yourself from that and tell yourself that you are bored, that you are miserable, that you are not happy, and that you are not this, that, and the other, that you want to be that, this, and the other. You know, my English is bad now. As long as I communicate something, give you feel about it, no communication is possible. Because you are all the time communicating to yourself. The communication is not the mysterious one, telling yourself that I am this, that I am not that. But it's inside, the so-called inside. You are looking at the things out there and telling yourself that that's a child, that's a man, that's beautiful, the wonderful sunset, wonderful sunrise. You are telling yourself all the time. That is the division that you are talking about, you see. If there is no division, you will never look at the sunset and tell that's the most wonderful thing and write a poem about it. There must be a division there. The division is the knowledge you have. If you say something is beautiful, you have already created a division there. So oneness is gone. So there is no such thing as beauty at all. Beauty is a frame. You capture that in that frame and say it's beautiful. Sorry?
Is division something bad, sir?
No. What is bad about it is, I don't like to use that word bad. What's the word? You help me here. You're full of those words. He can.
I'm not full of
He's
those
a
words.
professor.
I don't know what they are.
He's a professor of English. He can
Pass the buck to him. Here's the word. Full is full of words.
But that's how we grew
the,
up.
the demand to maintain that continuity, the demand to maintain that communication within yourself, is the one that is exhausting you. Since that's a repetitive process, there is nothing marvelous about telling yourself all the time that you are this, you are not that. That is this, that is not that. See, that is the one. Is the energy. It is consuming tremendous amount of energy. If you put on that another thing, you see enlightenment, God knows what, whatever you want. It's your demand for permanent happiness.
But without the division, there is no enjoyment of life either.
No, you see, that is it. You see, the demand for permanent pleasure is the cause of your misery. See, it's a problem for this body. Any sensation of pleasure has a limited life of its own, or happiness, you see. So the moment you separate yourself, there is a demand that it should last longer than its natural duration of life. That's the battle there. This is not interested in that moment of pleasure or demand for permanent happiness, cannot take it. It destroys the sensitivity of this body. It has to function always in a sensitive way for the survival of this body. That's all it is interested in. It is not interested in your spiritual experiences. It is not interested in your permanent happiness. It is not interested in your permanent pleasure at all. You know, it is that is destroying the sensitivity of the body. And the sensitive activity is colored by all that demand. So you don't look at anything. You have never looked at anything in your entire life. To look at this, you see, without the help of that knowledge, is a very dangerous thing. You know.
Why is it dangerous? What's the danger?
But you see, the only way you can look at it is only through the help of the knowledge you have. You can sit in front of a flower and tell yourself that, you see, the observer is the observed. It's beautiful, wonderful. You see. But if you relate that to your functioning in life, it's dangerous. It destroys everything.
Because you can't drive your car then? Is that what the problem is?
Car is a mechanical thing. See, you don't, the moment
What's
you
the
start...
danger? What's the danger?
The danger is that, you see, the observer is the observer. For example, you are about to make love to your man or girl, as the case may be. Observer is the observer. What happens? Where is the separation? Where is love making? Tell me. It's all right to sit in the flower.
You can't enjoy your food then?
No.
Then why all this spirituality?
That is why I say, if you are interested in varieties of food, there is nothing wrong with having varieties of girls or the other men. Society may not accept that. You see, there are certain actions of which the society cannot accept. You see, you know, certain actions of yours are not socially acceptable. That is why, you see, the society condemns your actions. It is interested in status quo. You may rebel against that and become a rebel, but still it is part of that. You are still interested in that. So you are involved with the society. Either you want to fit yourself into that framework or rebel against that framework, but still you are involved with that system.
It's a livelihood. The reason one stays involved is the livelihood. You have to eat.
That is simple. Livelihood is not a big problem.
Well,
you can live on a sawdust with glue thrown. I guarantee that. You know, I was talking something like this. Somewhere, some top nutritionist said, UG is saying absolute rubbish. You see, you shoot that bastard, I said this. All those nutritionists on site and at site. And he got furious. And there was one Russian woman who lived through the Leningrad siege for 4 years. You know? She survived not exactly on sawdust, but worse than that, you see. And ever since she came to America, you see, she's now fat as a pig, and you see, she eats all the nutritious, healthful stuff. That is why she's miserable. This body can survive on anything.
It isn't just food and this survival we want from society. We want goodies like pleasures.
Yes, that's all right. Nothing wrong. Why are you condemning? Why these ethical codes
well,
of conduct?
is comfort a pleasure where you're not cold and sick?
That is simple. The animals know how to.
Well, see the humans.
You're not better than a dog. I'm sorry, not you.
I totally agree.
Well, the dogs, the animals, dogs, cats.
They're much smarter.
And horses, if you ever look at them, they are totally aware. You see, total choiceless aware. They all just look at you. It's a lot easier to have a one-way seminar with the dog than with your loved ones.
The problem with dogs and cats is they can't change anything. We can change.
But we have not succeeded in changing anything. The change is always for the worse. We are made to believe that it is for the better.
It looks like we could use our mechanisms of thought to change the whatever seems to be problematic into something.
Yeah, but along with it, we create problems, don't we?
Yeah.
So we are caught up in this.
You got to pay a price.
Oh, we have to pay the price. We don't count at all. You see, we can pay the price, but the whole of life on this planet is involved. You see, and how much of it has benefited the vast majority of these people on this planet.
Progress has its price.
Progress, I don't know, progress not something that we can be proud of. If people ask me why you use all these automobiles, planes, you see, that's the mode of transportation that is available. I don't know, you also lived in Vijayawada. Vijayawada at least had electricity earlier than we did in Gudivada. We used these kerosene lamps and use bullock cart. I'm not suggesting for a moment that we should put the clock back and go back to the days of
holistic technology.
Don't mention
Oh no! I got $1 million, the jackpot, right?
Yes, a serious man.
Yeah, you say there is separation and there is this demand and all those things because we believe that we are an individual.
Yes.
Why do I believe that I am an individual? Why do I have this belief? Because this is the cause of the problem.
It's very simple. That culture has turned us all into neurotic individuals. That psychosis is absolutely essential to survive in this culture of ours. There is no other way.
He's saying to work with each other, to play with each other, to exist together.
Yes, exist
we
together.
have to pretend that we're individuals.
If you push yourself for any reason, especially in the spiritual direction, religious stuff, you become more neurotic, you see. And then if you push yourself further, you become manic depressive individual. Thank God you have some lithium.
Everybody in any culture believes that he is an individual.
Exactly. That's all.
So
At the same
why
time,
is that so? Why is it that people believe?
That's why I said they are neurotic people, you see.
Is it that they believe that they are an individual and as a result
Not
they
an
are
individual.
neurotic?
Not an individual. Actually, you are not an individual.
Okay, that's my program.
Yes, you are not an individual. We are made to believe that we are individuals.
Right. What is it that makes me believe
This division, you see, that you are an individual and you must become an individual. That's the whole emphasis of culture, is to turn you into an individual. But actually, we are not individuals. You see, we have to depend upon that. Just the way we need air to breathe and survive, to experience yourself as an entity, you have to depend upon the knowledge that is given to us.
True.
You see, and at the same time that it is false because it says, you see, that you are an individual, actually you are not. So that is the conflict, the neurotic situation that we are functioning. That kind of a neurosis is absolutely essential to survive in this world. There is no other way. That's why we are educated. You see, education is very essential, you see. Not necessarily to give you a tool, you see. You know, I can be a carpenter, I can be a mason, I can be anything, you see, to survive in this world.
Before we are given a model to imitate, we don't have a consciousness of it.
I don't know why, when this self-consciousness occurred in the human species, you see. So that was the day when that laid the foundation for complete, total destruction of every form of life. It may have, I don't know, they say 15 billion years of the universe. Now they are going to find out. They sent something there and they want to know.
But animals are self-conscious too.
Not in the sense in which we are self-conscious.
So because our self-consciousness requires an image of something which
continuity.
A continuity, yes. Something against which we measure ourselves.
Yes, we measure ourselves. We have
which
measurements, you see, but we forget that measurements are arbitrary. All measurements are arbitrary, but we have to accept them for purposes of functioning. They are functional, functioning in this world sanely and intelligently.
So this sense of separation, this sense of the individual and self-consciousness are all related.
All related. They are one variation
the same phenomenon.
The same thing.
So if you have self-consciousness...
What is wrong, what is false about that is this demand for integration.
Yes.
The unity is
somehow this division should be bridged.
Should be bridged.
Which is itself born out of the division.
Out of the division. It is the one that has created the beyond.
That's why it's false.
That is
born
why
out of that division.
No, it is not possible. So if you want, you see, to be very effective in this world, you have to be a manic depressive individual. See, all creativity is born out of, you see, to be an actress, to be a musician, to be a painter, to be anything, you see, creative, you have to be a manic depressive individual. You see, you don't have why you
The best poetry always comes when I'm feeling ridiculously horrible. I've lost a girlfriend, a love, or something.
Exactly. We are not decorous enough, decent enough to admit that. So, but if you enter the area of a clinical problem, then we are in trouble.
Yeah, we all know that artists are neurotic people, but let's talk about healthy people.
What makes you think that we are healthy?
Well, okay. Let's go into that. Let's go into that.
What do you want? Don't think.
To live forever.
You hit the nail on the it's not for permanence.
Jane said it right.
You said it right. That's the greatest profound statement.
That's correct.
And you ain't got a chance.
How do you explain to people who have all these channeling experiences of other disembodied spirits? And
why should they choose these individuals to communicate? I have a friend who's sent a message to me, God is frightened of talking to you. So he has asked me to give you this piece of advice. That you are not taking care of your body.
You should talk to the atheists. They will tell us. We have friends who were visiting a couple of days ago, the atheists.
Yes, I knew his father very well. He was my teacher.
the question is, what is going on in the mind and memory when people, like I've even had experiences with people who are...
Forget about others. You can give the answer.
Okay, I myself.
Listen, you are mechanically repeating what is put in there. You are just a computer. Nothing there. Sorry. You are repeating what is put in there. Mechanical, there is nobody who is talking there. You just slow down.
I see what you're saying. It's just the brain memory
Don't use anything. It's brain memory, nothing. You see, mechanically, these are two robot, automaton, through tape recorders. Not even a computer. Computer has some intelligence.
But what about these individuals
Forget
who
about
talk
them.
to you,
What about them? What you have the answer
who
for
tell you something? What is that? Just the mind creating this?
They are conning you into the belief that they are the channels.
They actually are there, though.
Who? Shakespeare? Why should Shakespeare? Why should Shakespeare? You have no way of testing whether that was the voice or that is the voice of Shakespeare.
Yeah, you just have no way of, see, ultimately it all boils down to you have no way of checking.
Checking, you see, if it is Shakespeare's voice, then you have no way of finding out whether it was Shakespeare or this woman imagining herself. You can imagine yourself to be anything. Right?
Even if it is all true, it doesn't make any difference.
Is it in the brain memory that those things are projected?
Don't go into the anatomy of all that.
Anatomy, physiology.
No. Why?
Oh well.
This is hilarious. I have never been so frivolous. Because it's the last one.
The last gather.
I can afford to be.
The last one was the last one.
The chosen ones.
Nowadays, lately I am talking only to the unseen public. And 2 cameras, 3 cameras in front of me.
You get more response too. They start calling that.
Sometimes dangerous.
What about past lives?
What do you think was your previous life?
I have no idea.
I grew up in an atmosphere. I'm never tired of repeating this one. And that was the days of J. Krishnamurti, when he was proclaimed as the world teacher and put on the world stage as Messiah. At that time, they published I don't know how many hundreds of lives of his past lives. Only 12 of them have been published in book form. That's interesting, you see. And the people living there, when they met first time, you see, you know how they greeted? You say, I am Paul, what is yours? I am Catherine, what is yours? That's the way you introduce yourself to get the name of the other person. I was Queen Victoria in my previous life, what were you? I am not joking. I grew up in that atmosphere. Apart from the fact that all Indians believe in reincarnation, this was something more.
More specific.
So nothing was left for me. I was wondering what I was in my previous life. And I went to the clairvoyant who picked up this Krishnamurti and put him on the world stage. I was always looking at him, sitting in front of him as a little boy, like this. No, let me He doesn't know a damn thing about my past or goodbye. You see, all these claims of clairvoyance is bosh and nonsense. I said to myself.
He had nothing to tell you?
Huh? He didn't see anything great in me, probably.
So he said nothing, that's interesting. Oh, wow.
So then I concluded that I didn't have any worthwhile.
That's wonderful.
Worth mentioning, worth talking about, worth remembering my previous life. What do you think is there now? Now at this moment. Find out now. And tell me about reincarnation. What do you think will reincarnate? There must be something there. Now, how can you find out by yourself and for yourself if there is anything as such as reincarnation? You have to die now. That's a dangerous question. You haven't even started living. Why are you concerned about next life? Reincarnation, I want to know. You are not living. You are already dead. If you are concerned about what will happen if you are dead, you can't live. So if you want to find out for yourself and by yourself, just find out what is there now. No matter what you say about reincarnation, what anybody says has no meaning. I don't know, we put it on record. I have a landlord who belongs to the Christian club in Switzerland. One day I was standing out, he came running. Yuji, I believe in reincarnation. Do you believe in reincarnation? He asked me. I said, my standard answer is to such questions, there is reincarnation for those who believe in it. There is no reincarnation for those who do not believe in it. If there is any such thing as reincarnation, like the laws of gravity in this world, I don't think there is any. But anyway, you believe in reincarnation, I believe in reincarnation, he said. And then I told him, look here, you have more money than you can count. You have no children. Your wife is an alcoholic. When you die and reincarnate, you are not going to inherit all this money. You will have to start all over again from a scratch. There is a point.
Something to think about. Reincarnation. I want the money.
What good is this?
Something to think about.
What good is all this money if you don't? Now, apart from joking, what do you think will reincarnate? $2, sir. Nice.
What happens to you when you see a beautiful sunset?
I never look at the beautiful sunset. If you are there standing, probably I'll be looking at your shoes than sunset. You know why? The eyes are focused on that color. You see, it does not know that it is red. Anything, there must be something in the red color. So it is demanding. See, you don't bother about how beautiful the sunset is. Maybe you look at it in the next frame, you are drawn. Anything that is moving there. The wagging of a dog's tail is more demanding than that horrible sunset. We leave it to the poets to write some poetic nonsense about the sunrise and sunset. You have come all the way to listen to this crap.
That's good. It's wonderful stuff. I think you're quite lively.
Quite lively.
Quite lively.
Because this is the last one.
The last one.
The last supper.
The first book was the last book.
We sent this to Durdas. They want it. Please don't. I'll be in trouble. I don't care.
Is there anything to science saying, for instance, when I interpret never dying, I see it in a scientific sense, which is to say that the things that we're made up of, the important stuff, goes on.
You see, this body is immortal.
Goes on and on.
It has no beginning, it has no end. You see, this is useful. Your ideas, no use for nature. Your God, your inventions, no use for nature. The nature is interested in this body because the nature can reshuffle the atoms.
And has done it forever.
Recycle the atoms and use it to maintain the balance of energy in this universe. That's all it is interested in. See? So if there is any need for balancing the energy in the universe, thousands and thousands of people will die.
It sounds like an argument for quantum mechanics or something.
I don't know. True.
Yeah.
Yes. One earthquake. You see, it is no comfort for those who have lost their lives or the lives of near and dear ones. The shifting, this earth is taking place, and there is a demand for a new equilibrium. Same is the case with your Hurricane Hugo. You see. So we really don't know. There was some fellow, you see, who was on the television. I was very much interested in what he said. He flew almost into the eye of this hurricane several times, but he did not enter the eye of the hurricane. That would have been disastrous. He said, see, it is really a thing of beauty, he said. Really extraordinarily beautiful thing that's going on there, but when it hits a place like
kills people.
North Carolina, oh my God. It destroys life and property.
Is that, sometimes I think
now they are saying
war was
there
the same
that
thing.
Helen, Helen there, that volcanic eruption there near Kyoto.
Mount
They
St.
have new
Thomas.
Mount Helen, they have new forms of life there coming up. We really don't know. We really don't know. Huh? So this body, the disintegration of the body into its constituent elements. So it's no consolation, comfort to the ideas you have, you see. The demand for permanence does not exist because there is no such thing as permanence at all. We are not going to succeed. The demand for permanent happiness, the demand for permanent pleasure does not exist.
Even the idea of change is born out.
Change is born out of that, you see. It's interested only, it has invented the change, knowing very well that there is no unchangeable thing at all.
That's exactly right. Although change doesn't exist either.
At all, you
It
see.
doesn't exist.
So
There is
through
no change either.
thought invents the thoughtless, the time invents the timeless, knowing very well that there is no such thing as timeless, no such thing as thoughtless. Wanting to be in a thoughtless state is a fantasy. I know many people who come and tell me I was in a thoughtless state. You are joking. How can you say that you are in a thoughtless state? Thought was very much there. I live in a state of unknown. You know, what the hell you are talking about? How can you say anything about the unknown? You know? That Ramdas, Albert, Richard Albert.
Oh.
Oh my God, you say unknown and then you just forget it.
Just forget it.
You are relentlessly attacking everything, sir. Then.
Did he leave? Did you chase him away or did he stick around for
No, he stayed on afterwards. I went away. You see, at least, you know, he was open. What's the word?
Honest.
Honest to admit that, you see.
Nothing was working that he was
That is a
saying.
living for him, by all means. What do I care, as long as it's a living?
Does he still speak at
Yes,
colleges?
yes.
Well, Be Here Now is still a book that you can find on every hippie's
Yes.
shelf. Exit Yuppies shelf. Yuppies now.
Now hippies are reading that book.
Huh?
Hippies?
Yeah.
Ex-hippies.
Everybody wants
They're now
permanent
yuppies.
happiness. Everybody wants permanent happiness.
Permanent happiness. You see, you don't have to bother about enlightenment. You see, the cab driver there wants permanent happiness. That's all. Everybody there in this world, anywhere in the world, whether he's a communist or a religious man, the religions have invented this permanent happiness, eternal bliss, and we fall for that.
You mean that doesn't exist?
What do you think?
Is there any happiness here?
What do you think?
I haven't found much.
Good. And yet you are living in hope. One day you will be permanently and die in hope.
Looking for it.
And die in hope.
Looking. Little happiness.
Just tiny weeny bit.
Yeah,
And you want to
people
indulge.
out there entertaining themselves with endless junk.
You haven't succeeded.
No.
Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
That's such a pop from you.
You ain't got a chance.
That's such a pop from you,
All right, forget it.
To that dis-
Eugene's favorite kind of story.
Eugene remembers these bits of information.
become very handy for me.
Maybe the tree was saved, they all went to the church and they all died.
Everybody has their own database.
Right.
Eugene's a little unique.
All the religious ones died. Get that straight.
That's not wrong.
It's a good joke.
No.
Okay,
Yes, I
don't
am
record it.
gorgeous blonde there.
Don't record it.
And one fellow said, I wish I were a lesbian. He said, he still didn't want to become a heterosexual. Oh my God.
One of the high points of late night programming that you get to watch.
No, not late night. It was it's prime time.
Oh, that's prime time.
To fit him into the value system.
Sure, but why is it a big question as such? You know, the culture wants to shape.
The way we are going, we are heading towards, I don't know, to a disaster. There is nothing that we can do.
Unless we realize the fact that my survival depends upon the survival of my neighbor. You see, not love thy neighbor as thyself, or brotherhood, or cooperation and all that. Just the way these cells are functioning. The survival of one cell depends upon the survival of the cell that is next to it. But not, you have to cooperate with your neighbors, you see, because you have to love your neighbor.
You know, some type of person that won't lead to more destruction.
Not
You know what I mean? That's right, because any attempt we make to have a cultural ideal, that leads to more destruction.
Sir, if we
So
don't...
is there any kind of person we can
No,
build?
if we don't destroy ourselves, when the nature needs, you see, these atoms.
We just take them anyway.
They're taking something, you see, to maintain the balance of energy in this universe. We will all be wiped out.
Yeah.
You know? So
the whole point of trying to do that.
It is no consolation to those who have lost their near and dear ones, their properties.
Yeah.
You may not bother about this marina, but others, you see, they are near the epicenter. And Watsonville, so many people have lost everything there.
Right.
But this shifting, you see, may be necessary, you see, for establishing a new equilibrium, you see, on this planet. We don't know yet. We don't know. So, you see, whether it is a few hundred or few thousand, you see, when these atoms are needed somewhere, you see, you don't count. We are not created for any purpose, grander purpose than any other species on this planet.
So we should just relax, stop trying to make any kind of great ideal or goal in terms of, you know, moral person or successful person, because we have to face it that there's other factors in life that's much stronger.
That goal, that model, you see, that value system which you have created is the cause of your suffering.
Yeah.
You are not able to fit into that value system.
And that's the only thing that would make us stop
That is
doing
why there
it.
is a suffering, there is misery. So you live in hope that one day you will succeed in fitting yourself.
But we have to experience that as our suffering. In other words, if I don't experience that, you say it's my suffering, but if I don't experience that,
You do.
But I don't.
You do.
Well, I don't know I'm experiencing it.
Why
as my
you are
suffering.
looking for answers to that problem? Why do you go to a holy man? Why do you go to a therapist? Why do you go to somebody else?
Because what I think I'm experiencing.
John Learight, what is his name?
Yeah, Enright.
Enright,
Yeah.
John Enright, one of the top psychologists. He holds seminars. He educates
One of the Marin-
50,000 people.
Marin New Age
50,000 people. He's in trouble. This fellow is here.
You?
You know?
No, I didn't. I just heard his
And so
name.
what good is that? You see, you know, he may have made money, lot of money. You see, like Ramadas is saying, that's my living. I want you to accept that fact. That there is a market for that, you are doing that to make a living. It's exactly the way you are dealing with that fire there.
Right, you
It
know,
is
that's what I'm
not
saying.
that.
There's a
So
difference.
all these jokers are providing you with gloves.
Right.
Fireproof gloves,
Right,
and you
and
still
saying-
want to play with
right,
that.
saying, hey, you can really
It
go
is
in the
not
fire,
a
just wear
burden.
this glove.
If it is
Yeah.
a burden, you just drop it. You
Right.
see, that's all. You don't even have to think. That's why when I ask those people, what do you want? They don't say anything. You see, they just begin, what do I want? I want 100 different things. It's a simple answer, what you want. You know? There's no need for you to think. It's wanting and thinking go together. That's all that I'm saying. You even know that is a desire because it's a living thing. Greed. You preach against greed. I'm sorry to point out this to you because you harangue, give discourses on how to be free from greed. Are you free from greed? No. Do you want to be free from greed? No. No. Why the hell you are asking me to be? I'm sorry to spotlight and put you in that spotlight. Right? So you tell me. Yeah. You see, I don't know if there is any such thing as greed. If there is a greed, it is operating here, this moment in you. I don't like to use that word bastard. You are the greediest bastard at this moment. And I'm using this only to drive home to you. My guru is... He's watching you. He's watching you. So you think that I have something which you want. If there is money, you can rob me and take the money away. Something there. But here, your assumption that I have something, that I am functioning differently, that I am this, that and the other, you want to be like me. If that is not greed, what else is it? And if you want for any reason, she is laughing.
She knows I'm greedy.
You see, when are you going to be free from greed? I'm the greediest man.
No,
right?
I am.
When are you going to be free from greed? When? Tell me.
Tomorrow.
It is an operation here. The solution for that greed, if at all you are interested in freeing yourself from greed, is to allow that greed to fill the whole of your being. Every cell in your body, everything in that body should vibrate with that greed. You see, by wanting to be free from greed, for whatever reason you want to be free from greed, is the one that is destroying the possibility of freeing yourself from greed, and through greed you will be free from greed. Are you ready to accept it? It is the selfishness that will free you from selfishness, and not the preaching or practice of selflessness. Otherwise you will never know what it is. So if it is possible for you to look at that for the trillionth of a second, not knowing what you are looking at, that would be the end of you as you know yourself and as you experience yourself. How can you be interested in this kind of a thing? That applies to all the sensory activities. You know, you may say what you like, you can put salt on your tongue, you will never know that it is salty. You have to tell yourself and bring the past experience of how the salt tastes like, why the salt is salty. You can discuss that for hours and hours, but when you put it on your tongue, when you are not there, when your past experience that how that salt tastes like, what is the saltiness is like, you will never know what it is. That applies to the sweetness, that applies to all the tastes that you know of, the bitterness, this, that and the other. So there is no way you can experience anything there unless you have the knowledge. So what you do not know, you cannot experience at all. So what is that experience? Bringing back the past experience, how your knowledge created that kind of an experience for you. You have to recall and relive through it. But here it is not possible to relive through that kind of an experience. You know? So this is not a problem, you see. So you have to be there all the time. If you are not there for 1 trillionth of a second, you as you know yourself, you as you experience yourself, will be finished. So how can you be interested in this kind of a thing? What, Nataraj? Huh? Why are you wasting your time? So I am telling you all the time, this physical body is functioning exactly the same way that body is functioning. You know, no difference. You want to know, you see, unless you have the knowledge that is given to us by physiologists, by the medical technology, you will never know how this is functioning. The body does not know that it is alive. It has no way of experiencing that this is a living body unless you use that knowledge that is given to us by psychologists or medical technology. You have no way of experiencing that this is alive. You know, you can say that, you see, I'm alive. You see, if you ask me the question, are you alive? I would certainly answer that question in a positive way. I'm alive. But I am alive. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. So I can logically explain. Using all the knowledge that is put in there, it's because of this, that and the other, I say that I am alive. But I am alive, that statement is something which cannot be experienced by you or by anybody without using that knowledge. And wanting and thinking. See, in Chinese language, wanting and thinking is the same word they use. You know, not two different words. So whatever you want, The only way you can achieve whatever you want is through thinking. No other way. Right? And then if I use thinking as a means to get what I want, I have to depend upon somebody else. He's telling you, this is the way I got whatever I wanted. This is the way you are going to get whatever you want through thinking. You understand? I don't understand. Huh? So anything you want, and that want can be fulfilled, achieved only through thinking. So that means I am already dependent on somebody else. There is nothing which you can call your own. No experience is your own. No feeling is your own. No thought is your own. All that is put in there, the shit. Right? You have to use that to experience. You see the experience of somebody else. To experience that, you have to use that. There is no other way you can experience anything. I don't know why I'm trying. Stop. We love suffering, enjoy suffering. Huh? Why not? Be a living misery, sitting misery, walking misery, and then you die in your misery. There is no way you can free yourself. That you may say that I am cynical, I am pessimistic, I am this, that, and the other. No, sorry, no. So it's very comforting for you to think that you are an optimist, that I am a pessimist. And if I say that God is irrelevant, you think that you are a believer in God, I am an atheist. But get this and get this straight. An atheist is still interested in God. You may say that he doesn't believe in God, but the desire to free others from their belief in God, he becomes a missionary to free you from your belief in God. And you are another kind of a missionary who want to make people to believe in God. So both are in the same boat. And the worst situation is that somebody calls himself an agnostic. He's sitting on the fence, hoping that one day the science will find out that there is a God. Then you can jump on that side or the other side. So that's the worst. Agnostics don't trust them. You see? Yes, that it is an empty thing. That the silence is there. Not possible. You see, the only difference, if there is any difference between the way you are functioning and the way I am functioning, if there is any difference, believe it, take it or leave it, the thought that I am different from you never enters my head. See, supposing you come here and I never tell myself that I am different from you. See, so if you ask me a question, then I would know that you and I are not functioning in exactly the same way. It is not that the way I am functioning is far superior to yours or something different, but not that. You see, there are no questions of that kind in me, right? The questions you are asking. Probably I asked the questions before. That is not the point. You can't draw a line and say the before and after. My favorite thing to say is that, you see, there is before and after only in washing powder. You see, washing clothes, before wash and after washing. Here there is no before and after. And what is comforting to you is that you did all that, you did sadhana, you did meditation, you did yoga, you listened to Krishnamurti, you read all the books. That is only a comforting thought for you. And that gives you hope that one day, you see, you will be free from all that and function like me. No, not a chance, you see. You cannot be me. Not that I am far superior, that I am the highest, unparalleled, unique, nothing of the kind. As long as you want to be something other than what actually you are, so long you are in misery. And you fall for them. They say that I am an enlightened man, that some radical transformation has taken in me, that you must also function like me. Don't believe all those people at all. Sorry, if you want, good luck to you. You are not going to get anything from anybody If I want to learn how to operate that video camera, I have to take a few lessons from him. If I want to learn how to operate a computer, I have to take lessons from them. Through repetitive process, trial and error, you master that. In that area only, it is possible for us to learn something and perfect that through thinking. Thinking means repetitive process. In the other areas, it is just not possible. Not possible. So the thought that I am different from you never enters my head. Only if you ask me the question, why is he asking those questions? Why doesn't he accept what I am saying? All the questions are born out of the answers you already have. If you don't have any answers, there are no questions. As I very often overemphasize this, that you are not interested in the answers at all. You see, I am not giving any answers at all. Nobody is giving any answers. What you are interested in is to get an answer to maintain the continuity of the answers you already have. Otherwise, there won't be any questions. Actually, if there is any answer, the answer puts an end to the question you are asking. The fact that you are asking questions again and again means that that is not the answer. So, the next thing is that the questioner and the question are one and the same. They are not. There is no questioner who is asking the questions. So, if the question comes to an end, the questioner automatically comes to an end. Right? And the questioner is the answer. The answer that is not the kind of an answer that will put an end to the questions. You ask the question, your belief in God, for example. Why you still ask the questions, does God exist? What for? Huh? That means you are not certain that. If you are certain, you will become a missionary, you will become a pope, you will run a church. Right? The fact that you are asking questions is that you are not certain of the answers that are there in you, which are put in by your culture, society, or whatever you want to call it. So if there is any answer to the question, the question should come to an end. Since the questioner is not separate from the questioner comes to an end. You are not interested in that, you can't be interested in that at all. Because all the questions are the variations of the same question. If one question comes to an end, the questioner comes to an end, and along with it, the whole thing is finished for you. You want to keep the questioner going, and all questions are the variations of the same question. Everybody.
So there is no relationship between
I don't know
and
exactly what relationship. You don't want me to go into that delicate subject and give nasty answers.
No,
Sorry,
I
no,
like,
no.
I like.
No, you don't like nasty answers.
I like nasty answers.
You have heard me so many times saying nasty things. Yes. I have said enough on that subject. There is no point. What, Bob?
You haven't answered her question.
I have answered the question.
No, you said you don't answer. There is no relationship. But there is a relationship.
No relationship is possible, and
if Lakshmi and Gua, they are in a relationship.
That is, we are not discussing their relationship.
No, but I mean there is
nothing, none whatsoever. I don't have any at all.
But other people have a relationship.
That is their misery.
You're just honest about it. You know, everybody else, you're pretending to have relationships, but you're honest about it.
Not a question of honesty. Where is the question of honesty here? I just don't have any. You see, your friend Julie, she wants to be of help to me. She wants to do things for me. She wants to do all kinds of things. I am not interested. So it is her need. It is not my need. So if it is also my need, then the whole problems start. Who has an upper hand? And who will control who, and then what is it that you can use to control the other persons? If that is missing, it's one-sided, you see. So if I also want to have some relationship,
then the problems arise. You see, she cannot be aggressive here. She is used to that kind of a life, very aggressive, and she wants to take over, control everything, and run the whole thing. I don't need it, right? And so it's very difficult to have any relationship with a person who doesn't care for all that, who is not interested, So I do have to depend upon certain things for my basic survival in this world, you see. But Bob, nothing is coming out. I have nothing to share. This is not sharing. I'm not sharing this, you see. Money you can share. He says, how can anybody share money unless you have more money? Then you need, then you say probably. Or,
but in relationship you can have sex. No, not you, but people who work.
They don't talk, the animals do they talk of relationship in sex? They don't care.
They do.
They don't talk about this. The animals. No, anything you say is a projection of your own ideas. They are ready to have their mothers. Are you ready?
To have their?
What, Bob?
To have their mothers.
Yes.
No, my mother
Or
died.
sisters or daughters. And so, you see, they don't condemn, you see. They don't talk of eugenics. They don't talk of any of that nonsense. And there, this sex, we don't want to go into that, is only for continuity of life. That's all. Then here it is in the case of humans, it's pleasure. You see. So it is not possible for animals to have sex at any time and every time they want. See. So in the case of humans, through the help of thought, it has become possible for us, you see, Otherwise, it has a limited place in life, not the way we are using that, you see. I should be a selfless man. And it is that has turned me into a selfish man. If I am not selfish, to the very core of my being, I cannot function in this world sanely and intelligently. The word selfish is not in the sense in which we use that. You see, I am always referring to the cellular structure of this body. Every cell in this body has a memory of its own. And the cell, I don't want to use that word now. Can you help me? Knows means not the way we know. That this is a table, that you are a man, not a dog, pig. I see. Not in that sense. It knows that its survival, continuity, depends upon the cell that is next to it. It is so selfish to its very core. You see, the word selfish I don't use in the sense in which, so its survival depends upon the cell that is next to it. It is for that reason there has to be a cooperation between the two, not cooperation in the sense in which you use that word, love thy neighbor as thyself, or universal brotherhood. Not in that sense, for its survival. So that is why we have created all this mess in this world. We have isolated ourselves from the rest of our life, the life around. So we are creating all this mess because of that. One thing I am emphasizing all the time is the demand for permanence, right? Permanent pleasure, permanent happiness, permanent relationships. And you have all kinds of demands for permanence. Permanence does not exist. You are not going to succeed. That is the cause of human misery. Permanent happiness. How is it possible? Say the sensation of pleasure, the sensation of happiness has a short span of life, And then once you separate yourself from that sensation
and baptize that as sensation of happiness in the church or somewhere else. The demand to keep that last longer is inevitable. You see, so since there is no way you can keep that going longer than its natural span of life, what you are stuck with is unhappiness. That's all. That is the reason why you are unhappy. Not that happiness and unhappiness, unhappiness follows happiness, nothing of the kind. No. Same, pleasure is the same. See, that also has a limited span of life. And this is what I have observed, not what I have read in the books, not what they are telling me. See? And so, then you see, what you actually have is pain, not pleasure. The moment you say that it is a pleasurable sensation, what you are stuck with is pain. You know, not that it comes after. No. So there is no such thing as pleasure. There is no such thing as happiness. They are just like any other sensations, whether it is a painful sensation, pleasurable sensation, happiness, unhappiness. Unhappiness doesn't exist because happiness does not exist. I don't want anything that they want me to want because that is turning me into a false being. See, something which I am not interested in that, you see. You tell me that I am a selfish man. And why I become a selfish man is because you are telling me that you are a selfless man, that selfless man is functioning this way, and that, you see, which you are not even selfless there. A selfless man, if there is anybody, he will never call anybody a selfish man and tell him how to be free from selfishness. That you can be certain. So if there is any moral man, there is no moral man at all. He would never call anybody immoral. You see, an immoral man for some reason wanting to be moral, one day, you see, he is the one that is calling everybody else an immoral man. But he is the immoral bastard, you see, who is trying, sorry to use that word bastard. So what do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I don't want to be this, I don't want to be that. Huh? So, but it never occurred to me that wanting to be something other than what they wanted me to be is also a want. It never occurred to me that at that time, you see, I want to be something. And my grandmother telling me all the time, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. I heard nothing but don't, right? And then if that person said, do it, that's the very thing I didn't want to do. You see, not it was a conflict or anything. That is the one thing that I don't want to do. And you want me to do that. And all the other things that you are telling me, don't do, whether I do it or not, I'm not interested in that. So I didn't have any way of resolving this problem. What is it that I want? What is it that I want? What is it that I want? You don't believe that. The one thing I wanted was money. You see, because that will buy anything and everything. The basic demand was that. And if that is all that you want in this world, that's the easiest thing to make. You see, you want 10 different things. I don't know. You see, then if that is all that you want, it draws a line there, and anything more than that is of no interest to you. Right? I don't know what I'm doing. Huh? If you don't want money, if the thought that I wish I had money is not there, it is never a problem. You may not be a multi-millionaire. You may not have Rolls-Royce cars 365 to use a Rolls-Royce every day. That you see that then you see the goals and the needs are the same. I want something. So the means to get what I want is already with me, otherwise I never want anything. It's not a spiritual trait, because the goals and the needs are the same. If I want something, the means to get it is either in my pocket or in your pocket. I put my hand and pick it up, and you will call me a pickpocket. or some such thing. So, what is it that, what do I want? Oh, I don't know, nothing is coming. It's coming.
Yes.
I am not capable of giving any talks.
No. Go you do it well.
I am doing it well. Something that I can give to others. You won't get it. Come who cannot come. And who will give me, say, $1 million and who will give me $10 million. This is something which cannot be sold. Right? It's not that it is precious, not in that sense. You know? You cannot deliver the goods. You see, are you entertaining yourself? If I am an entertainer, do you think I would do it free? No. The only area where you can get away with delivering goods is your field. I'm sorry. In the religious field. If I am in the business, if I don't deliver the goods, I am out of business. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
You can get away there. So here it is not something that can be given to others. And I don't want to fool anybody. What for? So I am never tired of repeating that I ended up, after all my search, what were the phrases we used? Misspent, misguided, misled man found himself on a merry-go-round. Going on and on and on and on. I was sick and tired of it. And I wanted to jump off, but I didn't have the guts to jump off because I was frightened that I would break my limbs. You see, if you are frightened, you become stiff. And you will certainly break your limbs. You have seen that animals falling from the high trees? They are like rubber dolls. They fall, get up, and frightened body becomes stiff. So you will certainly break your limbs. The fear that I would break my limbs prevented me from jumping off. I was sick and tired. Nobody helped me. Nobody helped me. Because what I wanted was something different, you see, in the sense, what is it that I want? I don't want that. You see, the teaching falsified me, the teachings of all. Not that I never did any shopping. If you see one, you have seen them all. If you see one ashram, you have seen all the ashrams. There is no need to shop around. So then I was thrown off the merry-go-round, got up and walked away. I didn't even look back. How can I tell them, you jump off, nothing will happen? Not a chance. I didn't have the guts to jump off. How can I tell? I did not know how I was even thrown off. So I have no interest in helping you to jump off the merry-go-round at all. You see, so there is no way I can be of any help to me. This is something which cannot be passed on. This certainty that there is nothing to get is something which you are not interested in. Can't be interested in this. It is not something mysterious, mystifying, mystical nonsense. I was just lucky. That is all that I can use that word lucky. But not in the sense in which you buy a lottery ticket and wait for 1 million francs, dollars, as the case may be. It is not that kind of a luck, because I don't know what word to use. I say I'm just lucky, because everything everybody thought, felt and experienced before me was thrown out of my system. What I am left with, I have no way of knowing. And what I am describing is, if you are lucky to be free from everything everybody thought, felt and experienced before, what that living organism will express, you will never know. Never know at all. I don't know. You see, but what I am saying is how the body is functioning, freed from the stranglehold of what is put in there. Lucky. That's why I say that shit was thrown out of me. Everything everybody said is a shit there. It is just coming. It is finished. What you are left with, you will never know. There is no teaching, because the teaching implies that you use something to bring about a change in you. I am telling that there is nothing to be changed there. Nothing to be changed there. So where is the need for a teaching? Teaching is something that you use to bring about a change. So that is a shoddy piece of goods. They are selling, you see, different brands of cigarettes. And you sell your particular brand. I don't mean you. I said to say, your own particular brand of cigarettes free from nicotine. That's all that you do, varieties of cigarettes. But I am interested in nicotine. And I fall for your brand of cigarettes because you are telling me it is nicotine free. I don't mean so. I mean this body functioning in exactly the same way. There may be some differences, genetic differences. We don't want to go into that. You see, that is not of any importance at all. That is an extraordinary thing. As I was saying this morning, you have no idea at all what that living organism is capable of. It has such a tremendous intelligence, I'm telling you. And if there is anybody who is unique, you are that unique person. Not that I'm choosing you as the one who is unique and patting on your backs, and nothing of the kind. Unparalleled. And why do you want to be a cheap imitation of somebody and be like him? You will never be like him. As I was saying, I don't know, I was quoting all these times. Jesus is there. If he is anything, he is not to be a Christ and not a Christian. You want to be a Christian, you want to be a Buddhist, you want to follow somebody else. See, in other areas, I have to learn something. How to use a camera, I have to learn. Through repetitive process, I perfect. And then you see you are more intelligent than I am. You will be a better photographer than me. Right? So, but here there is nothing is necessary at all. You don't have to do a thing to be what you are. And you want to be somebody else. Why do you want to be a cheap copy of somebody else? You don't know what is there. I don't go around the world telling myself that I'm a unique man, unparalleled person. Never do I tell myself. Never will you tell yourself that you are a unique person. But when once you are freed from the stranglehold of what culture has put in, how it will express itself, you will never know. You will never know. That is language. So the way we are taught and we learn through repetitive process how to space create a space between the two notes. Then it is German, French, Italian, English, or the Indian languages. You see, music is exactly the same. This listening mechanism rejects the music because it is artificially created. There is nothing to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony or Fifth Symphony or any of the classical music. It doesn't want, you see, unless you are exposed to that kind of a music, live and learn how to appreciate a particular kind of a music. See, you cannot appreciate that music at all. As I told you very often, when I first went to London in 1939, my friend took me to the Albert Hall to listen to the classical music. After 5 minutes, I walked back. So I was not interested, not exposed is not the right word. You see, I was not interested in that kind of a music at all, you see. But in India, I lived in a place where I was surrounded by all the South Indian music. Even today, I cannot enjoy North Indian music. I'm telling you. No, classical music. And in the South, because I was surrounded by all these great musicians and my wife was a great musician, so I can stand that music, but not really enjoy it, you see, But otherwise, this listening mechanism is rejecting everything. You see, you don't listen to anything at all. You don't listen to anything. The listener must be there. The listener is one who is, who has, what is the right word? I don't even get the right word. Used to translate what you are listening to into a meaningful language. Otherwise, it is just sound, you see, echo chamber. It is repeating
whatever you are saying, in whatever language you are saying, it is just like an echo chamber is repeating it. But you don't even know what you are listening, you don't even know what you are saying, But I am saying, making so many statements. I am making so many statements. There is nobody here who is making those statements, So I myself don't understand what I am saying. It's so mechanical, it comes out in exactly the same way it is put in there. That's why I say, how you are not bored day after day, he comes and he has been listening to me for almost, not every day, but 32 years, Bob. And how you can stand this, you see, exactly the way the words are put in, they come out. It's just a computer, no different from that computer. The only difference, if there is any, between that computer and this computer is that there is no selectivity in that computer. There is no censorship in that computer. And the human computer, if a question is thrown at this computer, it doesn't say searching. It doesn't say. And it doesn't say that the data is not found in the data bank or your memory bank or whatever phrases you use. If there is no answer to the question which you are throwing at, it doesn't even say it is silent. You see, no movement of any kind here at all. So the movement is possible only if there is any information, you see, that is there, put in by, you see, your culture, your society, or whatever you want to call it. Otherwise, it comes exactly in the same way. That is why I tell many of those computer people who come to see me, the moment you put selectivity and censorship in the computers, their usefulness is finished. It will be like the human thinking mechanism, you see. So it selects, and then here it is no selectivity. The selectivity is created by your culture. You see, censorship also is created by your culture. It is put in there by the society. Other than that, there is no way you can choose anything, select anything, and there is no question of censorship, you see, here at all. It is just listening to everything without knowing what he is listening to, you see. I don't know. Bob, very difficult for me. It's like a tape recorder. It is recording everything. The recording mechanism does not know that it is recording anything, does not know that it is spoken in a particular language. In exactly the same way, whether you say things in Russian, German, or English, or any language for that matter, it is just listening to that without the listener. It's not translating that at all. And in exactly the same way, all the other senses also operate here, And you have never in your life looked at anything, Bob, probably as a newborn baby. Even the newborn baby does not look at anything. If anybody who has raised children knows that the babies cannot focus on anything for some months. You see, then only they start focusing on things. So you can't look at anything. You have never looked at anything in your life without knowing what you are looking at. Bob, you got it? So if you can look without knowing what you are looking at, you can force yourself. Because I am making a statement that it is not possible for you to look at anything without knowing what you are looking at. You can force yourself to look at that without knowing what you are looking at. You will be choked to death. Don't try that at all, you see. You are not going to succeed. So don't apply this, you see, to this statement of mine to the living situations in your life. You are looking at, you see, your wife. If you don't know what you are looking at, that's the end of the whole story for you. I'm telling you. So it doesn't mean anything, you see, to the listener. If you say that is your daughter, this is your wife, that is your husband, it is just a word. It doesn't mean anything
So if you want to know what it means, you see what the dictionary meaning has there, you see that's all, it comes very slowly. So no relationship is established between the word at all. You see, what does it mean? The wife, the husband, you see, it doesn't mean anything, table, chair, it's all right, you can sit here and discuss everlastingly that the word is not the thing, the word is the thing. You see, you can say the word is not the thing. So the image making structure has got to be there. What that means, that word means, how you build an image around that word is very important for you, you know. So if I turn that side, the whole thing, the picture of that man sitting right in front of me, whom I have known for 32 years, completely and totally wiped out and erased. There is no way I can create how my friend Bob looks like. Impossible for me, you see. So the image making structure is very important. What is that word you are using, friend? What does it mean? What is the relationship you have between you and friend? That is the image making structure. How he looks like, I will never know, you know. So if I say that he is wearing a blue shirt and then blue jeans, what does that word blue mean? It doesn't mean anything to me, you understand. So if you ask me, is that blue or red, I would say that it is blue, because I am taught that that is blue. I am taught that the sky is blue. But the physical eye does not look at that as blue. You see, the physical eye cannot see the depth of anything. So all that nonsense they talk about, the depth has no meaning. The physical eye looks like the way you look at the photo there. You see, there is no depth there. So the third dimension, fourth dimension, all those scientists are talking about is absolute gibberish bullshit. Sages, saints, and saviors of mankind, all something wrong. The teaching is false. You see, that is why the teaching is falsifying me. Not only the religious man, the scientists fooled me, the psychologists fooled me. If Einstein were to be here, I would kick that bastard, tie him with a chain that will not rust, and throw him in that river so that even his corpse may not float. If he were intelligent enough, he would understand what I am saying. What is the point in you talking of? Of course, you have helped us with the nuclear weapons, right? He advised Roosevelt. If you don't, they will do it. Right? If they do it, what happens? That's the only thing. Then afterwards, he was crying. So if he talks of third dimension and fourth dimension, do you mean to say that I will accept that? I will show him. You cannot experience the depth there. You cannot experience. There is no space there. What the hell you are talking about? I have problems with all the scientists and psychologists who come to see me. What you are saying is true, sir. We are all moving in the direction. But if we want to believe that you are wrong, you see, I am making $3,000, $4,000 a day analyzing people. Tomorrow I have to go and teach psychology in the Columbia University. What happens to me? Right? I don't even know how I will survive. So why you teach these false things? Everybody, every field of human thought is false. Not that I am the only right one or any such thing. If you get the hang of what I am pointing out, you will be surprised. Not just religion. This is what that fellow said, they say, in China, when I first went to China. My guide, still alive, he asked, how come you are still alive? Do you know what you are saying? We have completely and totally succeeded in destroying Confucianism, Mao Tse's teaching, everything here. You are undermining the very foundation of human thought. Not just religious thinking,
scientific thinking. This is what these books say. How come you are still alive? You ask me. So I am not interested in undermining any structure of human thought. I am not interested. I am not interested in saving you. Who the hell am I? Who has given me the mandate to save mankind? I am not interested. You are not interested, but you are. Sir, don't false. Tell me, sir, how I am interested. The fact that I am talking. Everything you say. And then I asked him, I say, why I feel the effect of these planets, not on the days when the almanac says it is full moon, new moon, quarter moon. And he said, I don't know how you have come to this conclusion. You are very correct, he said. You are not an astronomer. I said, I'm not an astronomer. That is the way this body is responding to the planetary effect on this body. Probably we are also affecting the planets. One of these days we'll find some instruments to measure how much we are affecting the planets. So he said that the only thing you can predict with exactness and precision is, you see, the eclipses, but not the full moon, not the opponent quarter. You have seen these things, swellings all over the body. Even Le Boyer said, I don't even know what it is, what's happening here. He said, thymus gland probably, or a pituitary gland, pineal gland. The only thing I tell you that will happen, and once you are free from everything that is put in there, when the stranglehold of thought cannot function, control, the way it has been controlling all these years, the incompleteness of the body, that is the glands that are inactive are activated. So it has come into its fullness. What prevents that to come into its fullness and function in its fullness is that one. What nonsense, the thought. So when once that is finished, you see, so what I am saying is, when once it has come into its own, when once they are all activated, it is not something spiritual or mystical or mystifying. It functions in its natural way. So it has no use for you, and you will have no use for others. Another thing is, the nature does not use anything as a model. You are not ready to accept that, you see. No two faces are the same if you very closely watch. You go there tomorrow and sit there on the bench there and see how men, women, children walk in the streets. They all walk differently. I discovered this when I was a student of botany, studying leaves. No two leaves are the same. No two faces are the same. No two human bodies are the same. You try to fit them into the same frame, and said even the twins that they always talk of, the twins sharing the same features, even they are different. If you very closely watch the angles, if you study, so no two bodies are the same, no two leaves are the same. So nature does not use anything as a model. When once, not that there is an evolution, even that I question. There may not be any such thing as evolution. I maintain, I may be wrong, those people may not agree, it doesn't interest me. You see, so it takes jumps, you see, that is the mutation, you see. Mutation occurs not in the perfected species, but in the degenerate species. So you cannot link up together and say that this is the result of that. Two things are different. It goes in a different way. I don't like to use the word perfected. Come into its fullness, even that word may not be, it has no use for nature. It has no use, it is discarded. Whatever genetically programmed life is there, it will live and then it will go. Where will it go? The only usefulness of these bodies is for recycling. These bodies are recycled by nature to maintain its energy level. Other than that, it has no usefulness to nature, to our bodies.
Yuji, thank you very much for visiting me here in my office. And it's a little difficult to ask you a question Because if I ask you a question, you immediately tell me that I know the answer already. So most questions that people ask, especially nowadays, especially here in the West, is what does it all mean? Who are we? Is this all there is? Is this what life is all about? What a mess. How can I become better? These questions you hear a lot.
Not only the questions which you are asking, but even ordinary questions spring from the answers they already have. For example, a mathematician teaches mathematics to his students. He already knows the answer. From that, he creates a problem for you and then make you feel that you are trying to solve the problem, which already answered by him. Otherwise, you cannot ask any questions. See? And all questions are born out of the answers we already have. And the question which you posed is no different from any other questions we ask. How is the weather? Even that, you see, is born out of the assumption that the weather should be like this. You see. So we assume that there is some purpose, some meaning in our existence that is born out of the assumption that there should be some meaning, some purpose in our lives. And why should there be any meaning? Why? And we are fed up with the way we are living. We are tired, bored with our day-to-day life. And so naturally we ask the question, is that all? There must be something more interesting, more meaningful, more purposeful than what we are doing. And that's the reason why we ask this question. Nobody knows a thing about life. What is life? You know, it's the most difficult thing to understand. And we are only interested in living and not life. Nobody knows a thing about life. Even the scientists who are trying to understand what life is, the origin of life on this planet, and the age of the universe, and why they are interested in. You see, how is that the information that the universe is 40 billion years old is going to help us in our day-to-day existence. And surprisingly, you see, I find that more and more people in the West are getting interested in this kind of a thing. That's why they are importing all kinds of things from India, from Japan, from everywhere, because you have everything that you can reasonably ask for. You are living a very comfortable life. And naturally the question arises, is that all? So that's all I say. And the idea that you should have some meaning, some purpose in your life is the one that has created the demand. And we have created a market for that kind of a thing. And so when once you have a market, there is always somebody who is trying to sell all kinds of ideas. You see, this is the meaning, this is the purpose. And also in our relationship with our fellow beings, with our partners in our life, in a business management, with the bosses, with the people who are working with you, you have an idea that this is the way it should function, that this is the way our relations should be. And so we naturally ask the question, the harmonious way of living. Why should there be a harmony? The idea that you should live in harmony with the people you are living with the people around you, with the world around you, is the one that has created the demand for a strange kind of creating a harmony. There is already harmony in this world. That makes it difficult for us to look at the problem and deal with it exactly the way it is. The idea that we should live in harmony is the one that destroys the harmony that is already there, or make it difficult for us to live in harmony, because that's the model we have placed before ourselves. And the demand to fit ourselves into the model is the cause of our misery.
So if we say we should love one another?
The one thing that is attracting my attention when I go around in this city is the poster of that movie, Love, Cheat and Steal.
Love, Cheat and Steal.
It's a very attractive movie, I think. I haven't seen that movie and I don't see the movies these days. And they're all the same. You see, cheating and stealing and loving to cover up that. You see, it's a very fancy way of covering up our cheating and stealing. Because the law is on the side of those who want to protect what they have already stolen, you see. And we have grabbed everything that is there on this planet for ourselves, and we want to protect what we have grabbed and what actually belongs to everybody. See, on this planet, there is enough for everybody. So you have to protect yourself, what you have stolen, if I may use that word. You may not like, and your views may not like, when I say that we are all thieves, we have stolen everything that belongs to everybody. So we have created a police system. If they cannot protect us, we have an army. If the army cannot, we have created atom bombs. And there is no way you can continue that way at all. Let me emphasize one thing. There is no way you can win the war against terrorists and the war against drugs. These are two powerful movements in this world. You can have all the destructive weapons in your arsenal, but there will come a time when you will not be able to defend yourself. I am not a pessimist. You can pat on your backs and tell yourself and everybody that God is in far heavens and all is right with the world. There was a time when I never thought that the British Empire would come to an end, even at the time of my grandson and great-grandson. Where is that British Empire? So, okay, everything will be all right. We can stay on the top of the world all the time. That's just a myth, you see. One day, everything is going to collapse. Yeah, I'm not a prophet. I'm not like the Jehovah's Witnesses talking of Armageddon or whatever you want to call it. But everything that is there in this world is changing, constantly changing. We talk of a change, but when the time comes for a change, we are not ready for the change. Change is always for the better. I don't want to talk, you see. You have to. This is supposed to be an interview and you have to ask some questions. And you know, the other day I watched a documentary on Channel 4 in England. Their documentaries are very good. On red mercury. We read about that red mercury in the newspapers years and years ago. Everybody poo-pooed that. There is no such thing as red mercury. The only thing that we have is the mercury. And it hinted, you see, the Russians did tremendous research in that. And the Americans also got the whole stuff. And there will come a time when you will be able to carry a nuclear weapon the size of a ballpoint pen. Oh, see, that's going to happen, you see. And so, what are we going to do? And your belief in God, your belief in divinity, your belief in cosmic power, why should God be on your side if there is a God? And
now we have, of course, quite a strong religion. We have a Judeo-Christian religion here in the West,
yes,
with a big Bible telling us pretty much how life works, or are supposed to work, and that we have some questions that we cannot answer, but you should believe those in order to be saved and to end up in heaven.
Yes,
so what is this all about?
As you pointed out, it's a belief. You see, you cannot live without belief. The assumption that you and belief are two things, or the belief is separate from you, is the one thing that is responsible for believing in something, and when that belief doesn't work, you replace that with another belief. See, you cannot be without belief at all. You have to replace one belief with another belief. When once you are disillusioned with the beliefs that you are already caught up in, you import this stuff from outside. You see, you may lose faith in God, and then you see you import the things from there, the Brahman, this, that, and the other. And
Buddha,
Buddhism from outside.
Yeah.
And so you learn a new language instead of speaking simple Dutch or English. you begin to indulge in some Sanskrit phrases, feel important. That's all. They are all empty words and empty phrases. There is nothing. What has not helped those countries is not going to help you here. But we are not ready to face the situation that the things have gone too far and there is no way you can reverse it. So, as you said, I'm not saying anything against judo, whatever you want to call
the Judeo-Christian belief.
that has made us believe that the human species is created for a nobler and grander purpose than all the species on this planet. And not only that, you see, we are made to believe that everything there in the universe is for the benefit of humankind.
The crown of creation we are.
That is why we have created all these problems in this world, the ecological problems. Everything you discover in nature, you use them for destructive purposes. The progress that we are very proud of is really not a progress at all. We are progressively moving in the direction of destroying ourselves and destroying everything on this planet. Planet is not in danger. You have programs in the United States and other countries, the planet is in danger. That is just a media hype. The next day,
we are in danger.
We are in danger. And is there anything that we can do to stop that? You may say that I'm a pessimist, but you are a cynic, you are this, that, and the other. But I think we have gone too far. There is no way we can reverse the whole thing. And enjoy what is there and then go very gracefully. And some of these books like the history of the future and so many books, I don't know, I haven't met any of them. They refer to me as a prophet of doom, prophet of despair, and quote me extensively even in some book, The Wonder of Childhood. Every chapter carries a quotation from the man called Yuji. I don't know, I haven't even met them. But, when you say that God is irrelevant, it's easy for the listener to say that he's an atheist, that he's an agnostic, or they put so many labels on me, call me anti-guru, they call me nihilist, they call me this, that, and the other. That's an easy way out for them. So when I say God is irrelevant, you have to call me an atheist or an agnostic, but even an atheist is involved with God. And he wants to free people from the belief in God. And so he has created an organization to free people from God. Whether you do it on an individual level or on a collective basis, it's the same. You see, you're still involved with the belief in God, whether God exists or not. That is not really the question, you see. I have always quoted, I rarely quote anything because I'm not a learned man, I'm an illiterate in many ways. See, if you want anybody to believe in God, show him that God can make you like. And if we are the examples of believers in God, we are in great trouble, you see. So if God needs your help and my help, it's something wrong. And so we better leave God alone. And he does not need our help. And we have created the mess, or whether he created the mess. If you want to exonerate that God and give him some credit for creating this marvelous world, just give him the credit and leave him alone. In India, you see, you have only 33 million gods. At that time, there were only 33 million people. So they created 3 million people in their own images, you see. You have only 2 arms, the God must have 10 arms. You have only 1 head, he must have. You have only 1 wife, and the super God must have 8 wives and 16 concubines. 16,000, I think. I don't know. They don't like what I say. And Yuji, they say, is always a useless guy. So, but for some reason, they don't brush me aside and say he's talking nonsense. But when I say that great heritage you are proud of has created this nation and people like you and me, there's something wrong with it. There's no reason for you to be proud of that great heritage of India. They say, no, you are the one that is the product of that great heritage. With all, in spite of all my disclaimers, they say you are the typical product of that great heritage.
So one of the basic messages of most religions is that, like in Christianity, we are born bad, full of sin,
No.
and we have to be baptized in order to become more or less passable, isn't it?
Otherwise, they cannot be in the holy business.
It's a business.
It's a business. Holy business, it's a lot easier to be in holy business than in this real business. If you don't deliver goods, you are out of business.
So that's why we have the business of enlightenment.
See, they can get away without delivering the goods. They promise you so many things: happiness, peace, bliss, beatitude, immensity, God knows what, and we fall for that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And then they get away with that kind of a thing. They make money, you know. Otherwise, is it possible to buy a Rolls-Royce car? 90 of them, 360 Rolls-Royce cars. Try and buy one.
Yeah.
And we fall for that kind of a thing, you see. And they are all con men. Con men. They con themselves and conned everybody. And the question should arise in you, the basic question, why do I allow myself to be conned? You know. And if there is an answer, you have to find that answer out for yourself and by yourself. So that was my question.
Because I believe I'm not good enough, or I'm bad, or I should be enlightened, I'm in the dark, or...
What will you do with enlightenment?
I don't know.
They set up a holy business.
Yeah.
Easy way to make money. So you can thrive on the gullibility and credulity of the people and make plenty of money. And many of them believe that the world was a living to them. Why should the world owe a living to them? What for? They claim that they are, you see, enlightened people.
So Jesus Christ was fooling us.
No. You see, this is a Christian land.
No, that's okay. No.
I don't care. I was there on a program in New Mexico, you know, that is a fundamentalist thing.
Yeah.
And I quoted something about Jesus. I have a lot of nice things to say about all these great spiritual teachers of mankind, you see. And they don't like it, you see.
No.
But anyway, your program probably...
No, but the Pope thinks that Holland is lost for Christianity. We are heathens here now.
You are here.
Yeah, we are missions. Yeah, we are mission in the
There
territory.
is one country in this world that is taking care of everybody. I am never tired of mentioning this to the people. There is one country in this world who takes care of the basic needs of the people. It may be at the expense of this gentleman or her. And what are they there for?
You mean Holland is taking care of?
Sure,
Yeah.
you see, they are all my friends. You see, that's why I'm asking my Dutch friends to adopt me.
Yeah.
So and how much share we will get out of the money you will get? They're already demanding that. That's a Dutch mind, I suppose. I don't know. Percentage they want. You see.
Percentage, yes. We're the middleman to the world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You see, I have many friends, communist friends. I tell them, you see, there isn't going to be any classless society in this world. That's a dream. It's not going to work. See, because we are protecting ourselves all the time. You see, the instrument which we use for survival in this world is thought, after all. You see, it is born out of the demand to protect itself. You see, you have created armor around ourselves, and we will do everything possible to protect ourselves. And what you have, I want. What I have, I am not ready to part with. I don't know if your viewers will be interested in this kind of a thing, but anyway, you are a very popular. What's your program? I don't even know what the program is. And
it's called Disneyland. It's called the program.
Yes.
But,
I can sit and talk in a very informal and casual way. I have been on television everywhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of informality is not possible there. You know, you say anything you like. Sometimes I say something nasty about Buddha in Japan and there. Or Jesus cannot walk, swim, so he walked. And the water was only ankle deep. And my interviewer thought that there would be the fundamentalists waiting outside to kill me. So anyway, what do I have to lose? I have lived 76 years on this planet. I can go.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. Nor am I interested in propagating for or against anything. You may very well ask me the question, and many people throw this question at me when I go on television like this, and I'm finishing with my interviews. This is the 19th one, 2 more.
2 more?
Finished, 21 enough.
Mm.
And then, and so why 21, they ask us. I have some strange faith in 7 and multiples of 7. So 2 more. And
that's your faith.
That's enough. I have done enough mischief. And
yeah.
My friends say that you have not done enough mischief, and so we want you to give more interviews. You know. So they even are interested in making a documentary in India, and even somebody suggested to Channel 4 or something, submitted a proposal that they should make a documentary on UG. Well, how are they going to present me? They will have word of a problem to present me as what? I say I'm just an ordinary man. And just an ordinary man, you see, that's all. And I am not anti-guru, I am not a saint, I am not an enlightened man, I am not any of the things you think that I am. But how are you going to present this man, very crude, rude, and he doesn't indulge in saying anything very romantic and, promising something. How are you going to present it? It's very difficult for them to present me. And the Indian television also interested, but when once they invest money in me, you can't say something nasty about India. No. And so I said, no.
But the most important thing is being ordinary is okay, but being just ordinary is very special.
No, it's very difficult to be ordinary. You see, we have been brainwashed to believe that you cannot be an ordinary man. You see, so we have created a model. And what is that model? The model of those spiritual teachers.
The level.
And you want everybody to fit himself or herself, as the case may be, into that model. That's the cause of our misery, that's the cause of our suffering. Why should you be like Buddha? Why should you be like those spiritual teachers? They existed thousands and thousands of years ago. And what is there is something unique, something extraordinary. There is nobody like you anywhere on this planet. And that living organism, you see, is the result of millions and millions of years of the past. You see, you cannot compare anything with that. You see, unfortunately, the belief that you should be something like that you should not be this, that you should not be that. You see, we are caught up in this. And people ask me these questions. You suggest people to do this and murder, get away. You watch movies full of murder, mayhem, rape, but you don't do anything that you ask people to do. I am not recommending anything. I am not condemning anything, you see. And those who condemn really are not the kind of people that should condemn. You see, if that is operating in their lives, they wouldn't condemn anything. To me, there is no such thing as morality at all. So I can never be moral. So I am not trying to be free from these opposites, good and bad, right and wrong, morality and immorality. I'm just not caught up in that at all.
So as soon as we think we should be good,
then you are bad.
Then you're really bad.
Yes, really bad. The only bad thing comes out because you are going to be good tomorrow and 10 days after, next year, 10 years after, and the Indians have invented a thing called next life and always next life. Nobody can get enlightenment in the present life according to the Hindu tradition. Impossible. You have to go through 84 million lives. Even then you have to be born as a cow. You see, no chance. And then you as a Brahmin, the highest caste there. Then you have a chance, maybe not in this life. And how come all these people there, the gurus in the marketplace, selling ideas that you can be enlightened, you see. Yeah?
So it's our ideas.
According to that tradition, I don't believe in tradition at all, you see, but whatever that word means, that such a man, if there is an enlightened man, he is not interested in enlightening anybody else because he does not know that he is an enlightened being. He will never pronounce to the wide world that he is an enlightened man. that is going to enlighten everybody. This is a marketplace, so there is a demand and supply. That's all there is to it. So you can live in hope one day you are going to be an enlightened man and probably set up holy business like the gurus in the marketplace and make money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because everybody wants to be better and more and clear and holy.
And it is that is creating the misery for the people. That's all that I am saying, you see. And you are wanting to fit into a framework created by those people, modeled after those teachers, whether they existed or not, I don't know, and I don't care, you see. I have never been interested in that kind of a thing. I read once the student, The Lives of Saints, Catholic saints, 8 volumes, each one as big as the Encyclopedia Britannica. And the writers have tried to fit them into that mold and say all of them from their childhood lived exactly the same way the saint is supposed to be, you see, you know. And I give you a personal example, you see, a friend of mine who has been with me for almost 25 years and a great Harikatha man, you see, he gives religious discourses with music, singing, songs. Both of them wanted to give a religious musical discourse on this man called Yogi. They spent 3 months trying to find out one event in my life which could be footed into that beautiful songs. So they gave up.
She gave up?
That man was very well known for his musical discourses, religious discourses. He gave discourses on Ramana Maharshi, everybody dead and alive and yet to be born. But every time he gave a discourse, he used to draw 5,000, 6,000, 8,000 people from every walk of life. It's impossible. There is not one event in his life which could be fitted into a saintly life. And much.
What is stability? How does it matters, and where does it come from, and how it really gives a feeling of
that is an assumption on our part given to us by the scientists that there is a stability here. Everything must be stable. Why should it be stable? It is we don't know whether there is any stability. We don't know whether there is any order in this universe or chaos. And somebody says there is chaos and he gets a Nobel Prize. Another fellow says that there is order, he gets a Nobel Prize. Now somebody comes along and says that in the same frame there is chaos and there is order. So where do we go from there?
So when we are born we learn a bunch of stories and basically it's all lies.
The mother first imposes all the things on us, first of all. And then that's why I call mothers monsters. I'm sorry, you see.
So we should call it Monster Day.
I was on TV Asia program there, and one woman was giving birth to a baby and she watched my program. What should I do with my baby? Abandon that baby, I said. And why mothers are monsters? Even my interviewer happened to be a woman. She said, I'm a mother, I have 4 children, you see. I said, all right, the mothers are monsters, the children are no angels. You see, and what about fathers? They don't count at all, you see.
They don't count.
No, you are trying to be funny, but you know, from the time they are born, you see, the first time a mother kisses the baby, that's the beginning of the end. You see, you know, and we have not come up with any idea how to raise children. You know, I had 4 children. You see, one died and 3 of them are still alive. And I allowed the children to cry until their throats became hoarse, and after that they never cried. You see, I said, what are you doing? He said, why do you allow them to cry? Forget it, you see. And so they are more intelligent than us. We are not ready to accept the fact that the children are more intelligent than us. We cannot handle them. So we impose our fancy ideas and beliefs on them and force them to fit into the framework which we have created. And they also want to be accepted by us. You see, otherwise, how can they survive in this world? There is no way they can survive in this jungle, in the jungle, you see, you can survive, you know. But here we have created a kind of world where you have to be forced to learn things to function in this world. Even if I want to eat some fruits, the trees either belong to an individual or to the state, you see. For example, we have in my place there, up in the hills in India, sandalwood trees. The sandalwood trees, whether they are in your private property or out there, they belong to the government. And so all the thieves come in the night and cut it. And so my landlord suggested, why should they take it away, you see, and then we use sandalwood for our fireplace.
Eugene, what is emotion in a normal human being's life?
You see, emotion is not different from thought. You see, when you are happy, or you have to tell yourself that you are happy. So, when once you translate any sensation within the framework of the knowledge you have created a problem for yourself. So you push yourself to see that, you see, it acts, you see, you know, but it doesn't operate that way. So all emotions are thoughts, all feelings are thoughts. We are not ready to accept the fact that all feelings are thoughts. You see, you give importance, you know, you must feel good. You see, how do you feel good? I force myself to be kind to somebody. Huh? So that's the reason why I tell people, don't practice kindness. You will have heart attacks. You see, the heart is there only to pump blood. If you force that heart to feel kind, you see, you know, there is a problem for the heart. So the living organism is not interested in anything you like, anything you want. So it doesn't want to learn anything from us, it doesn't want to know anything from us. We don't understand this basic thing. We think we know a lot and we force that body to do things that it is not interested at all. It's not interested in emotions, it is not interested in kindness. So I always give the example, you see, of this cells, the cellular structure is a tremendous thing there. And the memory, where is it located? It is not located in any particular area, not in the brain. And all this talk of neurons and all that is absolute rubbish. One of these days they will have to find out, and they are going to find out, that every cell has a memory of its own. There is a cooperation there. You see, not because you have to cooperate with your fellow beings, that you have to love your neighbor as thyself, or that you have to practice brotherhood, but the survival of this cell depends upon the survival of the cell that is next to it. That is the way the jungle life is operating. But we have an idea that you should cooperate, that you should love thy neighbor as thyself. What the hell you are talking about? In the name of love, we have killed more people than all these recent wars put together. So, there we are.
Eugene, sexual feeling is also a thought?
Yes, otherwise there is no sex.
But with animals then, they...
Anything you say about the animals, you see, is a speculation on your part, and is a projection on your part. And why do you give the example of animals? What for? The elephants have sex once in 7 years. Why the hell do you have to sex every hour on the hour? Sex, I am not against sex. Sex has nothing to do with these spiritual matters. By controlling sex, by demanding that you should have sex on a particular day, and somebody said yesterday, there's a school here, school of Shankara, you can have sex once a month, it seems. But according to the Hindu tradition, when once a child is born, that's the end of his sex life, because the wife becomes the mother. You see, only once in your life. So apart from all these fancy ideas, when one's thought is used as an instrument of pleasure, and use that for sexual pleasure, we have created all the problems. So sex has nothing to do with your spiritual achievements or at all. You see, that you can invent a thing called tantric sex, and whether you have a sex with a prostitute or with your own mother or your sister. I am not advocating that. I am putting it in a very crude language. Then it ceases to be of a problem. You see, man has also a rhythm like the woman. You see, if you allow that to function that way, it becomes a simple thing. You see, there are only two things that this living organism is involved in, concerned about, interested in, that is reproduction and survival. It's not interested in
reproduction and what?
Survival. And reproduction.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And all the ideas that we have, that spiritual things, God, heaven, just forget it. I don't know if it makes any sense.
Yeah, so it's basically the ideas that cause the problems.
We put ideas in our stomach.
Yeah.
And we wear ideas.
Yeah.
You walk through any of those, that fellow is telling you how you should dress yourself. And the body needs very little food. You see, it needs some energy, and it can create glucose from anything. See, all they talk about proteins, they talk about vitamins, is absolute gibberish. I don't believe in all that kind of thing at all. They can say what they like. You see, that's why I say very often, if you believe in the belief that Jesus was born to a virgin, you will believe in anything in this world.
Yeah.
Any commercial that is there on the television.
Yeah.
What they are selling there in the United States, you have no idea at all. And how can people fall for that? Aerobics, and then you see now the yoga. Yoga is bad for this body because it's not interested in walking at all.
Now in Germany you have Tai Chi on television.
Yeah, you have to
instead of
import something new. You see, all the time you are fed up with your walking, jogging, and the high priest of jogging dropped dead in the tracks. And you know that macrobiotic diet fellow, what is his name, Ishawa or some fellow?
Osawa.
Osawa. And he made people believe that if they ate microbiotic food always, they would live forever. While he was giving this discourse at the dining table, he dropped dead. I am not joking. So you believe in anything. So where do we go from there?
Many people are now concerned of living forever. They want to live longer and longer.
That's a battle, that's a war you will never win.
Yeah.
Never. Because the nature is interested only in these bodies and not what you say, what you believe, what you think, because it is interested in recycling these bodies to maintain the energy level in this universe. Nothing else.
But the people who are looking for purity, what are they trying to achieve?
This is so pure. The idea of impurity is the one that is creating impurity in your mind. If I may use that word. It's a dirty word.
But mind is a crook.
Is a crook.
Yeah, mind is a crook.
Yes, it is. That's why we are all, I'm not including you. The common decency and elementary manners. The present company.
My mind is a crook.
All of us, wherever there is a mind, it's only interested in that kind of a thing, perpetuating itself until the end when it knows that it cannot. And that's the end of it.
But when we are born, we don't think. We learn to think. It's something learned.
I don't know what thinking exactly is. You know, there are no thoughts there. There is no thinker. There is no thinking. Everything is put in like the computer. You see, it's a computer here. And so you use certain thoughts to achieve a goal. It doesn't matter what the nature of the goal, whether it's a spiritual goal or a materialistic goal, it just really doesn't matter. It's better to be a billionaire than to be, you see, a very, very rich man. I'm not against acquiring riches, but whether it's a materialistic goal or a spiritual goal, it cannot be achieved except through the use of thought, which is matter. So even the spiritual goal is a materialistic goal. You go to the temple and pray. What for? Why should that God, all merciful God, reward those who pray and punish those who do not pray? Why? Why do we believe in that kind of a thing? So there it is. That's all.
But isn't praying like a kind of programming for yourself then?
No, it's a comforter. Hoping that you see through the grace of somebody that you will achieve your goals.
You feel better then?
That's a do. You see, you feel good. You feel good because of the nicotine there, you drink. I'm not against that.
No.
Enjoy it.
I enjoy it. Yeah.
Good, why not?
But you say thought is matter.
Meditation is a materialistic thing. It gives materiality to the things. It's a matter. You see, so even if the goal is a spiritual goal, the matter turns that into a materialistic thing. You see, why do I go and pray? What do I want? Material things I want. That is why I pray.
But what is thought then?
Thought doesn't exist. You see, supposing you want to know about thought, you want to look at thought. See, what you look at is not thought, but about thought. What we are told about thought is all that you see. Otherwise, there is no thought. Thought also is memory. So I brush aside everything, consciousness totally, because consciousness also is memory. I become conscious of the fact that you are wearing blue jeans and red t-shirt, you see. Otherwise, the physical eye does not see anything there, does not see the colors. You would be surprised if you are sitting, there is a tree in front of you, the eye sees only the flatness and not the round thing. So if you see a round tree, it is what we are taught. It's born out of your imagination to look at the tree and say to yourself and to others that that is round. It's because we have been told. And that knowledge you have about that, you use and you create a round tree. Every time you look at it, you tell yourself and others the tree is round. But if you are sitting here with no knowledge of what you are looking at, that's not possible for you, because it's all the time it has to translate every sensation to maintain its memory, continuity of memory.
Yeah.
So it's just a simple memory table. It's a sound. You see, so thought is a sound, memory is a sound, knowledge is sound, consciousness is sound, red you say. So when you use that, what happens here is that this in this sort of an echo chamber here, it repeats itself. That gives you the illusion that there are two things, but actually it is one. You are out there and say hello, and after a few seconds you hear that. In exactly the same way, when this sound is born there, it repeats itself. And that gives you the illusion that there are two things there, but actually it is one.
Many people then realize nowadays that there's something wrong with thinking. So they try to stop thinking by meditation, or try to stop their thoughts, or try to be empty, or try to be here now, in this moment.
You see, all that is bullshit. All that is bullshit. I'm sorry to use that strong expression, but you see, the present. This is the present. You see, if you recognize this as table, if I recognize that as smoke, it's the past that is telling me. So there is no such thing as the present, there is no such thing as now, there is no such thing as this moment. So you are trying to free yourself from thought and put yourself in a thoughtless state. I don't know why. If you are in a thoughtless state for the millionth of a second, you will drop dead. I assure you, I guarantee that. So it is not in your interest to put yourself into a thoughtless state. But one thing that they don't understand is how, through thought, you can put yourself into a thoughtless state. You are using thought. People talk of effortless state. But you are all the time trying to be in an effortless state through effort. You are not going to succeed at all. You may not accept what I am saying. You believe what they have been dishing out for centuries. Why the hell do you want to be in a thoughtless state? That would be the end of you as you know yourself, as you experience yourself. So it is not in your interest to be really in a thoughtless state. What for? They describe that state as the void, what for? You say, how do you know that you are in a void state? Some people come and tell me, I was in a thoughtless state, and they describe that state. How that?
Yeah.
So the thought was very much there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it cannot tell that it's in a thoughtless state. That state is bliss, that state is love, that state is compassion. So that means something is there. The division is already there, the void. They build a tremendous structure of thought.
Nowadays, it's very popular that people don't talk for themselves, but they receive voices, they channel voices.
You can hear your own voices. That means that you are heading that way. And you must be there as a permanent resident in the loony bin. They are giving visas there.
Yeah. Yeah.
The holy men go there. That's what I tell those people who come and tell me that I have meditated. Look here, you have not meditated. If you have really meditated, you would be there in the mental hospital. True. They have not done any meditation. They just talk, you see. It's just like creating peace on this earth through war. How the hell you are going to create peace? As I said at the beginning, 34 wars are going on here. And we were made to believe that the last war was waged, a war to end wars, as it ended wars. So there is a conflict there. You see, the things are moving that way. You bring it back. And the peace that they claim they have as a result of this meditation is this. Between two wars, you have some peace. So then it starts all over again. So there it is. So they have not really done any meditation. They have not really done any yoga. Because yoga, this by torturing this body, you are reversing the natural flow of the energy here. It's not interested in that at all. It's living a very peaceful life. And you have an idea of a peace and force this whole thing to be in that peaceful state. So it is disturbing the chemistry of the body. So doing good to somebody else makes you feel good. That is what they call the do-gooders high. And you can start a scout movement and then become a scout and do good unto others. I am not saying whether you should or should not. I am just focusing, spotlighting what the situation is. Isn't that enough?
So it means that we literally have to accept whatever happens.
It doesn't mean a thing.
Doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, I accept, so what? And I still continue to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I accept it. I know that I am a damn fool, but I still continue to be a fool.
Yeah.
So that should put an end to my foolery, tomfoolery.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't, you know. So that is the problem there.
Yeah, but if you accept it in order to get rid of your tomfoolery, then you don't accept it.
Then you will replace it with another kind of foolery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all right. If there is no word, we can coin our own words and get away with that.
So you like parrots, where you're repeating the words that our parents taught us.
To put it very crudely, sir, these are two dogs.
Two dogs.
I am a dog. And whether you accept it or not is irrelevant and immaterial.
That's a second name of God.
It's a reversed spelling.
Yeah.
And so we are taught how to
bark.
Make sense out of this barking.
Yeah.
So all languages are the same, exactly the same, you see. So you know how to create the space between two notes. And then it's Dutch, and then German, the Italian. Otherwise, if you don't know, there is no way you can make any sense out of this.
No.
But this is a very artificially created structure.
Yeah.
Whereas in the case of dogs and then the parrots, it's something living there.
Yeah.
You see, what they are expressing, we don't know. One of these days, probably we will understand.
I was just hearing the story that in Italy, there were two farmers who left their kids alone with a dog, and the dog was teaching the kid how to bark, and it started barking.
Yes. They learn how to bark.
Yeah, the kids was barking.
They pick up Dutch and then start up to us in Dutch or English or Indian language, as the case may be.
Yeah.
So singing also the same. Finished. Everything is finished. For
so what about children who are like raised by wolves or so and become like wolf children?
They are better than the children raised by us.
Yeah.
Yes. They have no problems. They don't have to go to a psychiatrist for analysis. They don't have to go to a church and pray. You see, there it is. So that's it. I don't know if you can make anything out of this. You can?
No, it stops every conversation in its tracks.
You see, one problem...
It's great for a talk show.
Not good for a talk show. You see, because I don't sum up anything. These are all disconnected, disjointed series of statements. That's all. So it's very difficult to sum up and present to the viewers or the listeners, as the case may be, as something that they can understand and make out something out of this and use it. You see, why do you listen to anything? You listen to the teachers only to learn something and use that to bring about a change in you.
Yeah.
So I am saying all the time, there is nothing there to be changed. Thank you.
There's nothing there to be changed.
Yeah.
So
it runs counter to everything that has been said by everybody before. But I take it or leave it. That's it. But that fellow didn't have the guts to go to the end. And when he had this experience, he said, as long as there is a single soul imprisoned in the veil of illusion, I refuse to enter the gates of nirvana. He never entered the gates of nirvana. He refused. For the sake of mankind. You know, like the politicians talking of mankind, humanity, you know. And then, for the first time in the history of mankind, he introduced the element of conversion, proselytization, created a sangha, you know, he moved from place to place, followed by all these people. And he didn't allow women to join his order for a long time. A lot of protestations, and finally he relented and admitted them also. Then there came along, this is my reading of the history, I take it or leave it, and Ashoka, the king, used that as a power, instrument of power, which spread it forcibly in this country. Then Harshavartha, another fellow. But when they came south, they stopped it, you see, they couldn't come further. Down. But Jainism spread in the south, not Buddhism. That's why you have so many Jain temples. The place where I grew up in Andhra is called Gudivada, that means the place of temples, not Hindu temples, but Jain monasteries. You know. A lot of prostitutes lived there, and along with, of course, you know, they go together, prostitution and spiritual preachers. Lanjadevula Animunna Guruvaru Boldu. We used to go and pick up coins in those days, very rare coins as little boys who played there. That in essence is Hinduism. It is not a religion.
But what is the story that he refused to enter paradise?
Who?
Buddha.
He didn't have the guts. He stopped with some petty little mystical experience like anybody else, like all these gurus you have in the marketplace. Even Ramana Maharshi stopped there. You know, all of them. You see, that prevents the possibility of those people coming out with something original. So they have to rely upon the authority of the scriptures and then they interpret. How can a fellow who has written 4 volumes on Astavakra talk of enlightenment? Tell me. And claim that he's an enlightened man, sets himself up in the business of enlightening others. He blasted everything Astavakra, you know. So he cannot do that. It's a sales pitch. They sell that stuff and poor people. There is no authority for them. The filthy word you are using, enlightened man. Sorry, sir.
But Buddha had authority on it?
No, no, not at all. It was the political, the man, like the King Ashoka. Otherwise, Buddhism and Christianity and Islam would have remained small cults. They became the instruments of power. they force, of course, they didn't use violence here in this country, but when Buddhism spread to but when Buddhism spread to Japan particularly, the monasteries maintained armies, trained armies and supplied them to the rival kings. This is what. Thank you. Thank you. That's a trait of holiness. Avec plaisir. Oui. Oui, madame. Asseyez-vous tranquillement. Ici. There means what French? I'm forgetting.
Ici.
Ici.
Ou là.
Huh?
Ici ou là.
Ici. Tranquillement. Good. Bob, you recorded that? Good. Sannyas never existed in India.
Yes, this point I understood.
Difficult to understand because you are all sannyasis. Because we had a business out of there.
That, do you say that Buddha was not at all original?
Not at all. He pretended like J. Krishnamurti, original, by not using any authority that existed before. Because that's what the Upanishads say. Swayam Pramanya. It is an authority of its own. Swayam Pramanya, I think. Why should I quote that nonsense? I must wash my mouth.
I thought Buddha was very original, rejecting
Nothing
God.
original.
And all the...
He never rejected it.
All the Upanishadic teachings he totally rejected.
Because it was all intellectual nonsense.
But he was original then.
Not
definitely.
original, all saints do that. What did they do? No, sir. They did more harm. And the monastery supplied armies to the rival kings. That's why one of the Chinese saints called the founder of, what is that?
Taoism? Zen.
Chan. No. The first fellow who went there, your Andhra, you're so proud of.
Bodhidharma, sir.
Bodhidharma, they called him a barbarian. And Buddhist teachings, nothing but toilet paper, he said. He had the guts to say that in the 7th century. It is quoted there in, they put that quotation in French.
The emperor asked him, what is the holy teaching of the Buddha? And he said, no holiness, just emptiness.
Kill him, he said. If you meet Buddha, kill him. Well, anyway, what do you need a Buddha for? Same Christianity, also conversion. With violence, sir.
No.
You may say that Buddhism was not violent and Indians are cowards. Useless fellows. You swallow anything. Hinduism is not a religion at all, like Judaism. It's a socio-political, economic, strange, a lot of things put together. It's just a way of life and way of thinking, nothing else. That is culture. It's not art, beauty, poetry, music. That's not culture. So that is part of your thinking. And think that you are superior to me because you are a Swami. What have you renounced? You have not renounced anything. And the second thing is they pick up new jargon, new language, use them and feel great. Right, that's all. Remember those jokers that came, use those words, Krishnamurti and Lingo. Huh? Not the Sanskrit phrases, but what's the difference? A truly religious man does not want anything for himself. But it is the responsibility of you all to see that my teaching, he didn't say the teaching, should be preserved for posterity in its pristine purity. So give liberally to my cause.
I see. He added that.
Sure, he sent cards, sir. You see, he was brought up in not wealthy conditions, you see. He didn't have anything, you see, in his life in the early years. Here it's the other way around, you see. Buddha was born, you see,
He's a king.
as a king, so they didn't Anything I
Whatever
wanted,
he had.
anything I wanted, I could have had. Anything in the world. I had, as a matter of fact, everything that one could reasonably ask for. If I wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce car, just in a jiffy, by writing a check on Imperial Bank of India, I could buy. You see, so they never interested. Money was not, in that sense, a
Never felt the lack of that.
primary. What is that word, sir, Bob? My language is failing.
Concern.
Demand. No, I don't get the right word. Don't bother. We mystify by not using the right. That was not my interest. Money, see, I knew how you could make money. If I had dedicated myself to money, I would have been the world's richest man. World's richest. All the billionaires in the United States, nowhere, pale and insignificant. That was not my interest. My only interest was to be certain that Buddha was a con man. You see, when people around you, claimants, are not really the genuine people, you see. There is a dichotomy in their lives. What they said and what they were in actual life, in reality, intrigued me. I didn't call them dishonest people or any such thing. So if the teaching produced me, it doesn't help me in any way, the teacher must be wrong. You see, you don't blame usually the teachers, you exonerate them. The teacher is not responsible for that. You have not done it enough, you have not done the things in a right way, so you exonerate the teacher. No, I was not interested. If that teaching runs counter to the way I am functioning, something wrong. If I am not jealous, something wrong with me, you see. I am full of jealousy, I am full of greed, and you are talking of a state that doesn't exist at all. You claim that you are in that state. I don't see that you are operating that way. I'm very close to them. As I say that I was always surrounded by such people. I lived in the company of, sages, saints, saviors of mankind who claimed to be murderers, rapists, conmen, thieves, everybody. Any day, I opt for their company and not the spiritual people. There is some sort of integrity in them. They know exactly what they want, and they don't mince matters. And so you see, the teachers, no degree. I never accepted one-up degree.
Because normally,
if you say one-up degree, you have destroyed the possibility of going to the end. Degree never interested.
Fellow fails in this exam, he has to study hard.
That's a different matter. You see, you don't know how to operate that through repetitive process.
Yes.
You learn how to operate, you improve it, you modify it. That is how the whole technology came into existence.
One cannot
through a repetitive
change
process.
himself like that.
No, not at all. This I discovered when I was very young. So thought is the instrument to put me in a thoughtless state. So not interested in that at all. This cannot be the instrument. How can this be the instrument? Tomorrow, the day after. So the teachers are false. And then go to the source. These are all the claimants.
Everybody was caught up in that game, that in the process of evolution, thinking that we are
evolution
slowly...
doesn't exist. There may not be any such thing as evolution. You can throw out all evolutionists, and much less in the field of spirituality. There you see it creates a hierarchical structure.
Yes.
I am far superior to others.
Yes.
You become a rightful principal master, this, that, in the second degree, third degree, you become a arhat. What nonsense is this, arhats? They fight amongst themselves.
Now, how you freed yourself from that kind of conditioning?
Don't use that word conditioning. What do you mean conditioning?
It is not conditioning.
What exactly do you mean by conditioning?
Because everybody, everywhere we see that this continuous process of learning is there.
But you don't understand one basic thing, that this is also conditioning you in a different way.
Which one?
Whatever you are doing to uncondition yourself is for conditioning you in a different way.
Yes.
So that is important for me. Whether you are conditioned the ancient way or modern way or Krishnamurtian way, see, you may talk of unconditioned mind, but he doesn't operate like a man living in a state of unconditioned mind. So if you talk of the experience of a silent mind, what is he talking about? How can you experience a silent mind? And then describe that as love, bliss, beatitude, immensity, not at all interested in that. What is, you say? And then why do you describe that as love, bliss, beatitude and immensity? That's the sales speech. That's what you are interested in. So he is selling you that. So he has created just a structure of thought. Nothing else is there. So you reject. So you go to the source. They themselves were con men, you see, conned themselves and conned the whole of mankind. So then the next question is, why do I con myself? All of them are con men, not one single exception. Those who were there before me, those who are there with me today, around me, and the teachers yet to be born. You see, yet to be born. They will be con men.
That means they con themselves. They fool themselves.
Yes.
That they are going somewhere and reaching somewhere.
That they have
Reached
come
somewhere.
into a state like whatever it is, unconditioned mind, transformed individual. So there is nothing here to be transformed. Why the hell you are talking about radical transformation, radical mutation? Why the hell you are talking about? No? Why? I asked him these questions. He didn't have any answers. He was giving the answers of a politician, neither confirm nor deny. I'm not interested in that. So, if you are, I would have asked Ramana Maharshi also, did you, by posing this question to yourself, who am I, got into that enlightened state? I asked Jai Krishnamurti, you are taking all these people on bogus chartered flights. They call them bogus chartered flights. Journeys. You got into that state of a transformed individual through this step-by-step, logically? No, he said. Then why the hell you are talking about it? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, he told me, the joker. You don't find all that in his teachings. Whatever was convenient, he put it in that book. That's all. Anything that anybody said against him or attacked him.
Because he believed that is the only way.
He believed that I tell you, he never freed himself from the world teacher business. Never. And why he dissolved that was because of the family quarrel amongst themselves. That is one thing, you see. The money remained with him. I asked him also why the money is sitting there in the Dutch bank. Then he said, what do you want me to do? How do I invite all those people who contributed this money, and there is no way I can return it. He returned only that castle. I didn't see that castle. First time this year when I was there, we were passing through that place. And so I asked them, take me to that castle. Now it is not in the family. They sold it and sold to some school. Bob, don't record. Anyway, I have said this before. You can record. I don't care. And what was I saying?
Yes, you told him that this is not the...
No, he says, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What the hell you are doing? What for? What for? The world teacher business, it was... and then he wanted to be on his own and build himself up into a spiritual teacher on his own, which he succeeded. And there was a time when he was using only a mystical language until he was stuck in California during the war. He was not allowed to talk, and he was in the company of Aldous Huxley, Harold Gerd, and the joker, Sri Ramakrishna mission fellow. I forget his name. His disciple Isherwood, Christopher Isherwood. And they were meeting every day, and he had nothing else to do. He was growing potatoes or tomatoes, roses. So he had a chance to discuss with all those people. Then he created a lingo, which I call Krishnamurtian lingo. And 1942, I think, he met a few people in one of the farms there in Midwest. I don't remember that. First time he came out with this lingo. Before that he was using all I and my beloved and then all that nonsense, immortal friend. Even in 1932, because my English was not, what is that word, good enough to understand, but even now my English is not good. So, that was it. I heard him first time in 1928 in that national school, boy. That was it. He irritated me most. Even in 1928, I was only 10 years old. A student in the national college there, started by Annie Besant. They wanted to show that Theosophical Society is not any way involved with J. Krishnamurti. That was a show. That's it. So that's it. See, the certainty that, then the question arises, why are you conning yourself? Why are you fooling yourself? Why you can't reject the totality of human thought? Not one. They are all the variations of the same. So there was no answer to that question, and even as a little boy, and everything I want, everything, my taste, my appreciation of beauty, everything is what they wanted me, whether my grandparents or my grandmother or my servants. What I learned about sex was from my servants, not from these saints. It started in me some strange things, you see. Not that I wanted to this servant maid. No, not in that sense. That was the beginning of my questioning. And then why this celibacy, why this nonsense? Like that, you see, I learned a lot, and I learned everything, not from spiritual teachers, not from secular teachers, in my own way. Of course, if I want to learn how to operate that, I have to learn from him, and he learned from somebody else. So through repetitive process, you learn. That's the only instrument we have. It cannot conceive of the possibility except in time. It has taken so many years for you to become an engineer. It has taken so many years for me to be somebody in this world. There is no other way. So everything I want, all my tastes, all my likes, all my dislikes, all my beliefs, what they wanted me to want. So something else I want, different from that, even as a little boy. I don't want that. Why they are forcing me to want this and not that want? But it never occurred to me that this is also a want.
To want something which
other than what others
nobody
wanted.
else wanted.
Nobody else wanted. Also a want. Like this thought. Why the hell do you want to be in a thoughtless state? What am I using? I am using my thoughts, and these are not my thoughts. Those jokers are putting these thoughts in me. Where are my thoughts? You
are feeling that way?
Yes, from the very beginning.
You are seeing your thoughts? Or?
No, I didn't see any thoughts. I didn't see any thinker. I didn't see any thinking there.
How could you say that these are not my thoughts and these are my thoughts?
What I see is only about thought, but not thought. Even today, what do you see? Come on, how do you find out? Why are you asking this idiotic question about thought? What is thought? How do you go about? What do you see there? How do you separate yourself from what you call thought and look at it? Actually, you don't look at thought. There is no thought about thought. What they said about thought. Thought is matter, thought is this, thought is that, thought is that. That's all you see there, but not thought. After all, you see, what is thought? Noise, sound. Thought is sound.
That you had, that somehow saw you through. You told me that that would be ruthless honesty with yourself.
With yourself.
With yourself.
Yes,
See?
not the honesty that we are all taught.
Right.
To be honest with yourself, that's very difficult.
It's very difficult.
Very difficult.
And that was always working in
The only
you.
honesty you know is the policy. Honesty, man of integrity, man of honesty, they don't interest me at all.
It's all bull.
No, they don't interest me.
That's
So
not
any
interesting.
question you throw at me about those people, the great teachers of mankind,
Right.
you see, I don't care whether they are honest. They may be the men of honesty, they may be the men of integrity, but they don't interest me. In that cultural framework, such men are, you see, models and valuable, not to me, you know.
Right, right. And how did this ruthless honesty operate in you?
From the very beginning.
From all your life.
There in my makeup, I was genetically programmed that way.
What do you mean by ruthless honesty?
And
About yourself.
first of all, you see, I questioned every experience as worthless. You see, you know, there's nothing to eat. Nothing to eat.
As long as I think the way I say it is, as long as it is now here, that it's not there the next moment, the experience has no value.
No value at all. There's no such
That's
thing
why
as
I
no
see
experience.
it's just an experience, because it comes and it goes. You put value on it, you do.
Or the demand to repeat it again and again. That's another thing.
So you didn't have.
So these people don't accept when I say whatever cannot be experienced does not exist. How can you say that, you see?
Whatever what?
Whatever you cannot experience does not exist. So then they go into that, the object is there. So where is the object? You see? The object, this chair is still there whether you experience it or not. No, you have no way. If you say it's an object, you might as well call it a chair. What's the difference between the two? Recognition and naming are not two different things.
Naming is, recognition is naming.
Naming.
No recognition.
You may not use the word,
It doesn't matter.
but to recognize a form as thing, you see a material thing there, is the naming process, you see.
Yeah, I mean, if there were no naming, then you wouldn't be able to discriminate between the chair and the person or that chair.
Actually, I don't.
You don't.
Actually, I don't. If you ask me the question,
Then it comes up.
then you see the knowledge which you and I have tells me that you see
Murti is getting up from the couch.
not the chair. Chair is not moving.
The chair's not moving. They must
So
be
then
different.
you see it's finished.
Yeah, but he doesn't keep on saying, therefore it must be different. He goes back to.
Yeah, he's in an undifferentiated state unless a demand is made on.
No, it is not undifferentiated state. It is not a state. It is not static. It's
Not
movement.
static.
Undifferentiated state, you see, unknown. This is the problem for
The language is a problem.
our Ramadas.
Mhm.
You see, he still has to maintain that there is such a thing as the unknown, that he could be in an unknown state.
Mhm.
And how can you tell yourself that you are in an unknown state? That's what my point is.
Right. It's absurd.
Yeah, I was in a thoughtless state. What the hell you are talking about? You see, look, you know. And describe the unknown.
Uh-huh.
This I told the old man. You see, he didn't like it. You see, he didn't like it in the sense that he changed this subject. You should stop with what is.
Yeah.
Don't describe that.
Don't describe it, right?
Don't describe what. That was my problem with him.
Mhm.
If you take off from there, Valentine realized that point. You see, you know, she listened to him for the first time. She was not interested in any of this stuff at all.
Right.
Her grandfather was a minister, very well-known minister, but she never attended the church.
Mm.
They tried to drag her even as a little girl. She didn't want to go anywhere near the church.
Mm.
And so, you see, she listened to him, you see, one full series. In the end, she said he doesn't belong to our times. He is a Victorian talking something. He is interesting, analysis is very, his insights are very, powerful.
Mhm.
That's all.
Right.
But he takes off and all this poetry, he belonged to the last century.
Right.
She rejected him.
Yeah. His training was 19th century.
Yes, but you see, what is, must be, all right, what is, whatever is there. But if you say anything about that, you know, you are destroying the whole thing. That's only to stay in business.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Right.
Ramdas was saying something, describe
The unknown.
How could you describe the unknown?
How could you describe the unknown? How can you tell yourself that you are in the unknown? How can you say that there is any void?
Camera's rolling. I'm doing the best.
Mm-hmm. Great. I wish we could
What
go
do you
back.
mean it is
Yeah,
emptiness,
that was
it is
good.
void.
Yeah.
What the hell you are talking about? It is not empty, it is not void.
Mhm.
How can you describe the void
Mhm.
and build a tremendous structure of...
But tell me for a second. When you so-called wake up, I know you don't sleep, but when your body is in a state of rest, your eyes are closed, and the senses are withdrawn in what I would call sleep, right? When you awake from that, what happens? What is your description of how you would...
Listen, you see, that is the reason why I am asking you. Are you awake now? You seem to have the knowledge of the wakeful state now.
Yeah, right.
So in relationship with this, you talk about the sleep.
Yes,
You see,
that's right.
I was asleep,
Right.
and you see, from this.
Right.
All right, that statement can be explained only through your logic.
Yeah.
You go on and on and on, you are talking, you are responding, you are not sleeping. You see, the knowledge you have of the wakeful state, but you don't know a thing about the sleep at all. You see, why you dream?
Right.
You don't sleep. So the division between it wakeful, sleeping, dreaming states is absent totally.
Absent, and you don't experience that at all.
At all, I can never tell myself that I am awake. It's just the way you can't tell yourself that you are asleep.
Okay.
So there is no difference between the two. But if you ask me, are you awake? The question implies that you know the functioning of a wakeful man. So since I also know the functioning of a wakeful man, how a wakeful man functions, I am giving the answer, yes, I am awake. But the fact of that can never be experienced by me or by anybody. So anything you say about your sleep is in relationship with the assumed wakeful state that you think you are in. So you don't know a thing. You cannot tell yourself while you are sleeping that you are asleep. Can you? No. So the same thing while you...
Well, you can have a dream in which you're aware that you're
Somebody
dreaming.
asks you in your dream, are you awake?
No, you won't say that. At that time you cannot tell your friend that you were dreaming. Only when you come out of the dream you can tell yourself. You tell me that while you were dreaming, you knew that you were dreaming. I doubt that statement.
Oh, I have had that experience.
Experience maybe, but it's doubtful. I don't think that you can tell yourself while you are dreaming that you are dreaming, that this is a dream. No.
But it's not clear. You're saying if somebody asks you you're awake, you use the general criteria to say, okay, this is why I'm awake.
That's why.
Apart from that,
that after giving the answer, the situation is the same. I don't even know. I don't.
You don't ask that question.
I never ask the question. Why should I ask the question? Never do I tell myself that it is bright out there. If you ask me, is it bright, sunny? Yes, is the answer. That is why I say the questions are born out of the answers you already have. You understand that? So I never tell myself that it is bright and sunny, that it is sun, that it is beautiful, that it is a fly, that you are a man, that's a woman, that's a camera. Never. You
But
see,
there would be no answers.
Even after the eyes are closed, the details are not there, but the light is still there. Where the light is penetrating through the porous skin of yours. So the light is still there. If it is dark, totally dark, thought, you see, produces light sometimes,
It makes the optic nerve active.
Active. Sound and light are interchangeable. That is what all these people experienced and talked of. You see the flashes of light, you see, the sound is something.
Fall out of my
What are you
body.
saying?
Oy vey.
What is that?
I don't know. Sometimes it just blocks all the escapes listening to you, and it just makes the mind feel sticky. You know what I mean? It has a little momentum. Hard to forget it. Forget it.
What is the expression I used? In the shooting, you throw something and skeeting.
Skeet shooting, trap shooting, right? Yeah, right.
That's what goes on.
That's what goes on here, right? You throw it up. That's excellent. I like it. Skeet shooting, right?
It is skeeting.
Right. This person that I think I am, mistakenly think that I am,
Any
feels
thought.
like it keeps throwing up its bits and pieces of memory, ideas, experience, knowledge, the sum total of what I am, and it gets blasted. And I don't
Not
really.
with the idea of
No intent on your part. No, you wouldn't. I would not corrupt.
Such an innocent man.
I mean, you're such an innocent man. I would not.
I wouldn't lift my little finger.
To help me, I know you can't stand me. I'm a nasty Jewish bastard, but
That does not prevent me from tolerating you. No, not tolerating you. What is it? Sitting with you. Sitting with you.
No, because we've known each other 20 years, and why change anything?
Even if I call you, see,
It doesn't matter. You don't.
I do really, literally mean it.
Yeah, you do mean it, but you don't mean it.
And what we need is some radical crap shooting.
Well, we have some radical crap shooting going on here.
Shooting? I said, simply to throw up and shoot that is doesn't fulfill anything.
No, this is a snake.
The basic thing has to be shot at, if at all.
Your discussion is something
Well,
like
there is
that.
nothing basic to it. I mean,
There's a basic in a sense that
It's a game.
Your self-perpetuating mechanism, as you would say.
It's a game, you see, like people going and practicing there.
But there's no central target. That's the paradox. The skeet shooting goes on. You have thoughts arise, mind forms, defenses, images, right? These things come up, right? But there's no central unit from which they're arising. So
but we all behave as though there is.
Yes, we do.
Except for you. So
Well,
in that sense, he's different.
Well, we seem to make that out of what he's saying.
No, I mean we assume whatever it is, we assume that there is something here.
Yeah, right.
It's difficult. You see, we were discussing this on the dots there. All that is dots, and you are the one that is creating the picture, image.
Yes.
It's difficult for you. He got the point. He repeated that there. See?
You're talking about the resolution of the television.
Yes, you are not seeing them as pictures here.
There's just pixels.
There are all, you see, points there. You see exactly the way the points are there. And you are translating them, you see, within the framework of your memory and building an image picture there.
Right.
I don't do that.
Right.
Not that I see as points. You see, how the picture is put together is reflected there on the retina. As dots. Also the same, you see, when you are listening to a tape, you don't listen the spaces there. There are gaps there all the time.
They used to call what you're talking about in India they would call it witness consciousness or something like that. But you use no such reference point. Why is that?
There is no witness. Witness is a divided state. Division is their witness. That's why they don't like witness, existence, bliss, absolute nothing. If there is a witness or awareness, choiceless awareness, so that is not something that you can use to bring about any change there. That's all that I'm saying. The dog always looks at you like that. I'm like that, you see, most of the time. Cats, dog. You see, that is the choiceless awareness that is in operation there. It doesn't use that as a means to bring about any change. That's all that I'm saying. It is not as an independent activity, you see. It has no separate existence of its own. Consciousness, awareness, all that, you see, has no independence. So no time you can say anything about consciousness. The recognition is consciousness. When the recognition is not there, was there anything, you see? Using that witness business, now I am describing it in physiological terms, but even that cannot be experienced. What I am telling you is what I learned from a physiologist to spotlight, focus it so that, you see, look at this way. I am telling you. Then it is simplified. If you talk in terms of witness, the observer, there is a perception. There is no perception without the perceiver. Let alone pure perception.
That means this description is like a convention just like that one. You're saying?
Hmm?
Are you saying
That's
because
exactly right.
Yes,
Because-
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly what he's saying.
I don't experience that way. I can't separate the response from the stimulus any more than you can. You cannot. I don't know if that makes any sense. No, not that. This is what I learned from the physiologists. Let us use this and understand. Instead of talking of the seer, the seen, I don't know what they meant, and we don't care. A witness or choiceless awareness. Why bother about this choiceless awareness?
yeah, I guess you use that. I mean, that convention is no better or worse than any other.
Really, they're all convenient.
That's all that I'm saying. There is no pure perception at all. Sorry?
What is there you cannot say a thing about.
You cannot say. Then how can they describe it in poetic, romantic languages? Huh?
Well, it's contaminated by the demand to know about.
Yes, certainly.
What
He
was it?
obviously knows that it is something different from, you see, the
Abstraction.
love is nothing but...
See, the urge, the very urge to describe does not arise unless you want to do something else.
No.
There's no urge you need to describe it.
In a way, even though you're talking all the time, you're a mauna.
You know, that fellow admitted, it is there in that tape,
Which fellow?
psychiatrist.
Uh-huh.
When I was talking, somebody asked me a question about silence. Do you know what silence is? Not that peace of mind, not that you are trying to experience, the silent mind, not at all. Anybody who is there in a soundproof room will tell you why, you see, it drives them crazy. He said he put himself in a soundproof
Yeah, I remember that.
room. You were there that
Yeah,
day, remember?
right.
Huh?
He said a roar, cacophony is the word he
Sensory
used.
deprivation.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
yes.
with hooked
And
up.
everything starts off
There's a certain name for it.
No, the heartbeat, you cannot, your own heartbeat and flood of flow of
Right.
blood
It's
in
a
your
chamber
brain.
where you're, not only is it sensory deprivation, but they've got biofeedback, so your own heartbeat and bloodstream is fed back through acoustic, picked up electronically and fed back.
Oh, yeah.
So you hear your own body talking, so to speak.
That
And
is
he-
the peace.
He said it's a cacophony. He said it was so noisy.
So that's it, that's the peace of
That's the peace. So there's no such thing. as-
volcanic eruption.
Yeah.
You see, the roar of an ocean. And you sit here and think that it's a peace? What the hell you are talking? That happens to me all the time.
All the
when
time.
there is total silence
Mhm.
around me,
Right.
you have to listen to your own heartbeat. That's too much. We don't want this.
We don't want to.
No, your blood.
I imagine just hearing your own heartbeat would it be enough
Too
to
much.
stop it right there? Would snap it.
It's not what.
The sense of continuity, right? I mean, identity, the sense of self that we have.
Listen, when I'm describing this, when I was hearing this,
Right.
there was a division there. You see, don't think that
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you that there is a division there.
Hmm.
Otherwise, how would I know?
How would you hear anything?
No. The fact that you are listening to the heartbeat implies that there are two. You see?
Hmm.
That there is a consciousness and you are talking about consciousness implies there are two.
Hmm.
You see, one who is experiencing the void, one who is experiencing the emptiness. One who is experiencing the... How the hell can you experience? Why do you say that it is a state of not knowing? I don't know a thing about that state. That's all that I am saying. Why do you keep asking that idiotic question? Huh? It is a state of not knowing, you see. How can you talk of that, you see? I don't know. If you know, good luck to you.
I'm going home.
Go, 5 o'clock anyway, another half an hour wait, as he said. 20
You
more
are
minutes.
almost at the point of figuring it out.
No.
23 years I haven't understood
I'm
a
just
single, I know you are. A
Mr.
single
Douglas
thing.
Rosestone.
Rosenstone. and
Rosenstone, your name Rosestone.
Rosestone.
Not Rosenstein. Get this and get this straight. Okay. You have no way of figuring it out. I have no way of figuring it out at all.
Yeah.
You see, don't try to figure out.
I don't, to tell you the truth.
Just
When I leave
leave
this room, I can tell you, if there's one thing that has changed.
Tomorrow, you will tell your wife tonight
Mm.
all that we talked about.
No, actually,
Yes, I'm
no, you're
sure.
mistaken about that.
No, I'm not mistaken.
No, you are.
Yes.
You are.
Tomorrow
No, I'm
you will
mistaken about that.
repeat this.
She asked, no, quite honestly, this is what goes on. I get home and she said, well, what did you guys talk about? And I go, God, I honestly don't remember. Yuji was in great form. We talked a little about
That itself is
sonnet.
enough. Yuji was in great form. Enough.
That's it there. I ruined all of it then. Then and there.
Yeah. You must repeat. That's a healthy sign. I do it. The whole description, if you want, I can repeat it afterwards.
Better than I can.
Now, what about our going and looking
For the sunset.
Sunset.
You and what are you?
You're asking me the most difficult question. You see, I have a problem here. The problem, it's not really a problem. That question never arises in me, but many people ask that question, who are you? And I tell them that's a wrong question. You see, I think grammatically speaking too, but it should be, what are you? Or something like that. But in India for centuries they have been asking this question, who are you? And the assumption is that there is something there other than you know who you are or whatever you are. But I have a problem there, you see, in the sense that it is very difficult for me to create an image of myself and tell myself this is me. But by the time I try to complete the image there, then it is not there anymore. So only in relationship with that it is possible for us to form images of others. That is always very difficult for me. See, the other day I was talking to a friend of mine. I don't understand what you are talking about, you see. So it is very difficult for me to create an image of you, how you look like, the moment I turn that side. I always think in terms of and talk in terms of the functioning of this physical living organism only.
Okay, if I look at the functioning of this physical living organism, what does it do for a living, for example?
You have to, you see, we live in two different worlds. The natural world. And this living organism has a tremendous intelligence of its own. It doesn't need to learn anything to function and live in a jungle. But unfortunately, our culture has created a different kind of a world in which we have to function differently. Society, culture, or whatever you want to call it, has created this world for us in which we live in the world of ideas, worlds of thoughts, worlds of experiences. And the society says that we are going to educate you and fit you into this framework. And here is the cake for you. If you want a share in that cake, you have to fight for it. The more you fight for it, the more larger share you will have in this cake. So you have got to be educated, and there is no way we can survive in this world without fighting for our share in that cake.
Well, if I could sort of interrupt and say that the question really is, what is it that you do for your bread? Let's forget about butter and cake. How do you make a living?
I have been very lucky, see, because I was born rich, and when all that disappeared, somebody else came along and provided me the chance to survive without working for my bread.
Tell us how that happened. Where were you born, and what's the story?
I just don't want to go into that. That's all. You see, past history. You see, that may not be of any interest to our viewers or to me. I can't really go back into that question. You see, so people very often ask me, so why do you travel? Do you have any compulsion to travel? And this year I have gone around the world twice. Why do you travel? They very well ask me the question. That question sounds very funny to me because you never ask the birds that come all the way from Siberia to a small little place in Mysore state, what you call bird sanctuary, and after that they go back.
You've been reluctant to sort of have labels attached to you as teacher, philosopher, or what have
God,
you.
man, guru,
or
and
whatever.
all that kind
You have a reluctance.
You see, when
about
people
that,
ask me, what are you? You see, what do you do? You see, not necessarily for a living. I have to tell them, I'm a philosopher of some sort. I did my philosophy, but I am not a professional philosopher. But I have discovered something extraordinary for myself. And despite everything I did, I stumbled into something extraordinary.
You just mentioned miracle, but you've also referred to it as a calamity that was to, dare I use the word, transform your life.
I have very purposely used the word calamity, but actually it is not a calamity. I use the word calamity in the sense that you search for something all your life, you see. For example, you see that there is a self here or God out there, and suddenly it hits you like a lightning that where is this self that I have been searching all my life? You see, it shatters everything that you have experienced before. The whole image that you have built around that is shattered to pieces. You expect to be in a blissful state, in a state of ecstasy, full of love, full of compassion. But in its place you find that this is just a living organism, pulsating with life. What is there? And what you are left with is just the pulse and the beat and throb of life. And there is nothing there. And this comes as a shock because you realize that all your life, all through your search, you expected that you would be something like Buddha, something like Jesus, something like, you see, Muhammad, all the great teachers. And so that came as a shock to me and said, you see, this is a calamity. See, you are expecting something to happen. You are questing all your life, you see, for something that does not exist. You see, that came as a shock to me. So that's the reason why I use that word, calamity, and also rejected totally and completely the idea of transformation, because what is there to be transformed? I didn't find anything there, so there is nothing there to be transformed. And so all that talk of transformation, radical or otherwise, is just poppycock, I said to myself.
This happened in your 49th year.
49th year.
What happened? Did it sort of happen one morning? Was there a light or lightning?
No, the question that, you see, first I started with the question, you see, I want to be enlightened. I want to be like Buddha. I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like all the great spiritual teachers. And so how to be enlightened? You see, that I pursued for a long time. And somewhere along the line I discovered, through some sort of a mystical experience, I might say that, for want of a better and more adequate term.
Can you describe that mystical experience?
You see, the mystical experience is within the framework of the knowledge still. And that's, I consider, and it's a very petty little experience. You experience what you know. That does not in any way free you from the knowledge you have acquired. So you are still, you see, caught up in this idea, and you owe everything to the one that has helped you to experience these things. You are still dependent on that. You have not actually freed yourself from that. That's why I call it mystical experience. That itself is an extraordinary thing because it awakens some sort of an intelligence there in you. And from then on, you look at everything differently. You experience the same old things in a different way and try to share that experience with somebody else. Or you interpret the text, you see, in a different way, in a more meaningful and more expressive way. But I said to myself, this has nothing to do with what I have been interested in. This is a petty little experience. And then when you still continue and try to go beyond, you have no way of going beyond that mystical experience, because that has a stranglehold on you, exactly where the other experiences had a stranglehold on you. There is no way you can get out of that trap, because that becomes more important to you because it is your own experience. What you consider to be the experience of others has become your own experience, and that, you see, throttles and chokes you all the time. And the struggles to get out of it is more difficult than what it was before. So at that time I could have established a tremendous worldwide organization and invited the whole world and shouted from the tops of the world, here is something which I have discovered for myself. Come ye and listen to me. And that is also the thing that is responsible for the idea of changing the world. When once you are freed from the demand to bring about a change in you, the demand to change the world around you also comes to an end.
The question really is that what is it that you experience? You've told us that the consequences of that experience. There's this moment of, I know you're averse to the word enlightenment, but this moment of realization, of self-awareness, if I can call it, or whatever phrase, I don't want to get stuck in the context of the vocabulary of it.
All right.
But what was the moment?
You see, the moment that I realized that I am in the state of Buddha, I am in the state of Jesus, I am in the state of all those teachers, I was emulating them as an example, wanting to be like them, gave me this idea, you have not freed yourself from the knowledge that is passed on to you, what enlightenment is, and who is an enlightened man, and what his behavior patterns are like. I said to myself, this cannot be the thing. The knowledge that I have of this enlightenment is still there. This cannot be the enlightenment. There must be something other than this. You see, although I said to myself, I am in the same state as Buddha, Mahavir, and all the other great teachers. So suddenly, somehow, you see, the question whirling through me as it were, suddenly disappeared and left me with this, what I don't know, what I am left with. So I don't know how it happened, why it happened, when it happened, and has anything happened. I really don't know.
Do you believe in the uniqueness of this experience?
I don't go around the world shouting that this is something unique, this is something extraordinary, this is something which nobody else has experienced before. You see, what I am left with is the feeling that I am just an ordinary man. So I don't go around, you see, telling that I am an ordinary man. But the demand to change anything, to become something extraordinary other than what you are there, somehow disappeared. The very demand to be free from anything isn't there anymore. How it happened, I really don't know. So there is no way I can share this with somebody and help somebody to stumble into this kind of a thing.
Is there any significance, any function, any purpose for you in keeping your body going?
No, I not at all. You see, the same question many people ask me. You see, it does not know that it is alive. It doesn't need and demand anything. Why do you feed this body? Because the body needs some energy to move around. You see, you don't expect me to do the toileting here. You see, for purposes of cleanliness, for purposes of neatness, for purposes of whatever word you want to use, this needs some energy, and that is all that is necessary for this body. Otherwise, the life energy that is there is something extraordinary, and it expresses itself in its own way.
But would it matter if the body ceased to exist?
It does not know that it is alive, and when it is dead, it does not know that it is dead. I was saying the other day, the nature is interested in the human bodies only as atoms that can be used somewhere else to maintain the balance or the level of energy in this universe.
What is it then that motivates you to keep on living?
I have no choice. You see, I did not come into this world of my own choice, and I have no reason, you see, to quit this world. When the time comes, when the body wears down, and when the nature needs these atoms somewhere else, then what we call death takes place. Death is nothing but for this body and in nature. Reshuffling of, you see, the atoms, and when they are needed, the body goes. It wears itself out. It may be possible for me to keep this body going through genetic engineering or some other things that we have at our disposal to keep this body going longer and longer. But what for?
You've acknowledged human suffering. You've also said that what happened to you was a spontaneous event. You cannot transmit the techniques of that being possible for other people. What is it that an individual can do, or is there a process of inevitability to an individual's suffering? Where does a catalyst for his own?
I don't think individually there isn't a thing. I don't like to use the word damn, the cursed word. at all. You see, collectively means war. You see.
Well, at the individual level, what is it that a viewer, me, well, you've already managed it. What is
I have
it that
not
we can
managed
do?
it through any volition of mine, through any effort of mine, through will of mine. Let me use this riding a tiger proverb or simile, Chinese proverb, I suppose. You cannot jump off the tiger because of the fear that the tiger might gobble you up. Somehow I was thrown off the tiger. I didn't even know what happened. So suddenly, see, I find that I'm not anymore trying to jump off the tiger. So from that moment onwards, you are not interested even in helping the people and tell them, you see, jump off the tiger. It won't make any difference to them at all. They have to do it on their own. There is no way that they can do anything. You see, this is my doom song. Many people say, we are doomed.
Are you
and
doomed?
there is no way you can reverse this course, you see. Not a thing we can do about it. But you see, we have to live in hope and die in hope.
Do you live in hope?
The hope is always in the future, you see. What is there to hope for? What? You see, the moment you use the question how, the whole thing comes into the picture. You see, how and hope are one and the same. We constantly ask this question, how, to get an answer and to know more and more and more. You see, how to shape our lives, how to change our lives, how to be at peace with ourselves, how to live in a peaceful world, how to live in harmony with the world and with the people around us. But that how is born out of the hope that somehow, some way you can know how you can change the whole thing. So the moment the how springs up there, the hope goes with it. There is no how. Somehow, you see, the demand to know is not there in me. That's all that I can say, whether you like it or they like it.
Do you
it makes no difference to me.
Am I right in assuming that then the concept of altruism would be non-existent in your worldview?
It's, sure it is. If there is any situation where something demands, you see, you do it. You see, to me, charity is one of the most vulgar things that the human mind has come up with. We have grabbed, we have taken away everything that belongs to everybody. And who are we to give charity?
That it may be different minds trying to use vocabulary as you are to communicate what is essentially a non-conceptual experience, and you may all be talking about the same thing using different words.
What I want to emphasize and spotlight and focus is a very simple thing. That we are all puppets. See? And that what is it that is pulling these puppets and play this drama? You call it thought sphere, you call it culture, you call it the fancy phrase I use it, genetic, morphogenetic field. It really doesn't matter. What I'm trying to emphasize or put across is one basic thing, that there is no individual there at all. There is no individual mind there. You and I have been created by culture, by society, for the simple reason that that is a self-perpetuating mechanism, and it is interested in perpetuating that, maintaining its continuity. So there is nothing here, there is no individual there. The very demand to be an individual is baseless, is false. But yet you see the very same culture that is all the time emphasizing the need to create individuals has created this neurotic situation for us. You see, two things, that there is no individual, but yet you have to be an individual.
It seems to me almost as if you're abdicating responsibility, individual responsibility, to larger, well, I use the word larger with hesitation when talking to you, but external forces. I even get stuck on the word external because you would argue that there really isn't an external agency. But using the vocabulary of most of us, if I may use that, to say that I as an individual am a victim or a participant in a larger societal context, where is the impetus for action or initiative then?
You are a willing victim there. I'm not blaming you, you see. Then when the situation is different, then the question of victim does not at all arise.
Do I have a choice?
You have no choice. You have no choice.
Do I then...
You are part of it, you see. This is all that is there. The world cannot be anything different because you being what you are, how can you expect the world to be different? We are all the time preparing for war, and how can you envisage the possibility of a peace on this planet? You know, flag is here. The flag represents what? As long as I wave my flag here so long, I cannot talk of peace because the other chappie also is waving his flag. So how do you reconcile this situation? Preparing for war all the time and talk of peace. Peace is not something that will descend upon us.
Do you feel optimism or pessimism, or do you feel nothing at all?
I don't think you can fit my statements into either this side or the other side. You see, people say that you are very negative, and all right, you are not negative, you are not pessimistic, you are very optimistic. What does it really mean? An optimistic individual is pushing things, you see, he is using his will, he is using his effort, and he is living in the hope somehow that we will turn this into a paradise and all of us will live in comfort and peace. So what you don't seem to realize is the very idea of creating heaven on this earth is the one that has turned the whole thing into hell. Actually, it is not hell. If we are lucky enough to be freed from all those utopias, the whole idea of a heaven, this will itself will become an extraordinary place to live in.
Would you call yourself a pessimist?
It's up to you to put stick the label on me. I don't know. I don't think in terms of optimism, pessimism at all, negativism or positivism. Many people say that you are very negative. You see, the negative approach is invented by thought because you have totally failed to reach your goal through positive means. You have invented a negative approach, but the goal is a positive goal. So it doesn't matter whether you approach your goal positively or negatively. Is there any such thing? My English is bad now. Anyway, you see, the goal is the most important thing. What we have to do is to free ourselves from the whole value system without replacing that value system with another set of value system. That would be a wonderful place to live. The way the animals are functioning. You see, they don't kill anything for an idea. You see, so they have to survive. One form of life lives on another form of life. That's what we are doing all the time. But you see, if you kill something for any reason other than survival, we are creating this disharmony in this world. And there is no way we can reverse the whole thing. You may call me a pessimist. I am ready to go along with that and carry that label on me.
On the one hand, you speak about the inevitability of processes and the biochemistry of the brain and sort of the vocabulary of the inevitability of life, and at the same time you talk about freeing oneself from a variety of responses, as it were.
No.
I don't see how they
there is
coexist.
a difficulty of the language here. I am not suggesting that there is something that you can do to free yourself from. You are already free. And what creates this demand to be free is the one that this has to free itself from. You see, this expresses itself in an extraordinary way, you know. This is something which you cannot even think of creating, but unfortunately, where have we gone wrong? Where have we failed? That's a very natural question for us to ask. Somewhere along the line it occurred in the process of evolution, especially in the human species, what we call self-consciousness. So that separated us from the totality of life around us. Actually, it is one single unit in the whole thing. But this self-consciousness separated us from everything. And it is that is responsible for creating, you see, the whole religious thinking of man. Forgetting that we have created all those things, God, truth, reality, or whatever you want to call it, only as an extension of pleasure. So whether religion has turned us into cowards, or our cowardice is responsible for creating religious thinking of man, is anybody's guess. You see, I'm not against religion at all. You see, all the other systems the human mind has invented are nothing but the warty outgrowths of religion, even communism.
But is it mere semantics when you say that where we have gone wrong, according to your vocabulary, we haven't gone wrong, nothing has gone wrong, and that too there is a value system that it's wrong.
No, this value system that is fitting the events into its framework and says something is wrong.
But you're ascribing a value that it's wrong, it's the way it is.
The value system is wrong, then we wouldn't say that it is wrong, we wouldn't do anything to change anything there. This is a perfect piece of creation, and our value system makes us believe that something is wrong with it, you see. So we superimpose on that all our ideations and meditations and destroy what is something extraordinary that is already there. Whether, you see, it will continue forever or not, we don't know. Why this was created, what is its purpose, what is going to happen, it doesn't in any way help us to understand whether this whole thing was created
Is
by
understanding
God.
important?
It is not, you see, we give so much tremendous importance to understand things, to know things. You see, that works in the field of, you see, that camera. You see, that's the only area where, you see, you have to know, you have to get help from somebody to operate. But in the living atmosphere, living situation, the dead thing cannot help us to understand anything.
Okay.
Should I turn this?
Let's shake hands. Now,
I hope we will end it that way.
We'll end, yes. But we don't have to.
Not necessary.
Not necessary. No, the thing is that I've been at some of your sessions. You don't really speak into the open. You really visit people's home, and there people visit you. And then you don't really start until somebody asks a question. So all you really do is you give answers to questions. And then you tell that they're not really answers, because we know the answers already. We're like some ventriloquists who is asking the question, and then with another voice, we're giving ourselves the answer. So after a little while, I've had experience, nobody dares to ask another questions, because every question seems to explode in our face. So I have learned, of course, as a kid, many things. For example, that you are there and I'm here. But now I start to slowly discover that I might not be able to see you, but that I only can see, say, my image of you, my idea of you. So in a way, I have the feeling nowadays that I actually create you, and that you create me. But you talk about our problems, and you tell that you are in a little different position.
I don't think you got me right.
No, I'm sure. That's why I ask questions.
Yes, that is true. The questions are born out of the answers you already have. Otherwise, you cannot ask any questions. But we have been brainwashed to believe that you should ask questions and get the answers from those you think are competent enough to give the answers. But actually, those who ask the questions are not really interested in the answers. If, as you say, that I give the answers, which I really don't give the answers, they seem to be the answers to the questions which they are throwing at me. But if there is any answer to that question, this question should go. But they still continue to ask the questions. That implies that the answers which they think are coming forth or from me are not really the answers they want. What they want is only a confirmation to the answers they already have. So if there is any answer to the question, the question should go. And if the question goes, the answers they have from which the answers have been formulated also go with them. But there arises a point because the answers are not their answers. The answers have given by those in whom they have tremendous confidence and faith and believe that they are the real answers. But they are not sure, otherwise they wouldn't be asking these questions at all. So if the question goes, the answer also goes with it. And along with the answer, those who are responsible for giving us the answers, or putting the answers there in us, also have to go. So the sentiment comes into the picture, and they dare not question the answer they already have, because they are questioning the teachers who are responsible for the answers. So the whole game is on their part. You see, I'm not playing the game with them. I'm just pointing out the absurdity of asking the questions, because they really do not want the answers for their questions. So what they are really interested in is confirmation from me, so that they feel comforted, so they feel strengthened and fortified in the belief that they are really the answers. But there is a gnawing doubt in them. They are not so sure that the answers are the real answers for their problems. As I very often point out, there are really no questions there at all. There are no problems there. The problem is the solution they have offered by those in whom they have faith, tremendous faith and confidence, and believe the teachers to be in possession of something, and their solutions are the real solutions for the problems with which they are confronted with. But really they are not the solutions. If they were the solutions should solve the problem, but the problems are still there. If really there is no solution for a problem, then the problem also goes with it. In exactly the same way, they really do not want the answers. So they are only interested in finding out somebody who confirms them. Through that confirmation, they feel strengthened and fortified in the answers that they have, but yet the doubt that something is wrong with them, and they are not ready to accept that situation. So they are really interested in comforters. They are interested in ice packs so that they can feel comfortable in their situation. Actually, there are no comforters there. See, they are not really interested in solving the problems. I do not see any problem there. I see only the solutions, but I am telling them that they are not the solutions, but they are not ready to free themselves from the problems. And if the problems go, they also go with the problems. And they are not ready for that kind of a thing. So they are playing with this question and
You
answer.
mean that if they solve the problems, or if we solve the problems, that we go in the process?
You as you know yourself, you as you experience yourself, that moment of knowledge comes to an end.
That means we die?
That it's not just a psychological, poetic, romantic death, but a physical death occurs there. Physical death means clinical death. But there is no such a thing as a physical death for this body at all. So death is something which cannot be experienced by this body. As a matter of fact, the body is some sort of an idea that we have created for ourselves. The body has no independent existence of its own. You began this, whatever you want to call it, the conversation or the dialogue, by making a statement that you create me. That is true, but you must have an image of yourself. If you don't have an image of yourself, you have no way of creating me. You seem to have an image of me, and it is that image you project it on me and create me, whereas I do not have any image of myself. So I have no way of creating you. That seems to be the basic problem here, or the difficulty of understanding that how it is possible to be without an image. See, the image we have of ourselves is put in by culture. Culture is the one that has created this problem for us. And so, as a matter of fact, if you want to experience the existence of your own body, It is not possible to experience your own existence without the help of the knowledge that is put in there by our culture or society or whatever you want to call it.
So the culture really teaches us how to see.
How to see, how to look, how to hear, how to listen, how to experience things.
Everything.
So, and the most important question which we all pose ourselves and throw at others is how to live. So this is a living organism. It is not interested in asking any questions as to how to live.
But at the same time, the culture, my parents and many other parents, tell kids from the beginning that they're not good enough. That they have to learn everything, and they get continuously actually flack or punishment for what they do wrong, very little compliment for what they do right. So the focus is on not being good.
That is the basic problem which we are facing today. So, but this is not interested in learning anything and knowing anything from us. But to be able to function in this world, we have to accept what is expected of us. See? So, what they have put in there is the fear. The fear that, you see, will not be able to fit into the value system that they have created for us. Actually, they do not themselves believe in what they are teaching us. It doesn't operate in their lives. So they put that, you see, the neurotic situation across to the children and create this fear. See, what we have there is only actually the fear. The fear of losing what you know. The fear of losing what you are experiencing yourself through the help of that knowledge, what we call knowledge. When I use that word knowledge, I do not use it in a very mysterious, mystical or metaphysical sense. The knowledge that is a flashlight, that is a video camera, that you see, this is my hand, this is my nose. That's what you teach your children.
Yes.
Every time you have a visitor, you ask your child, show me your hand, show me your nose, show me your ears, show me your teeth. Probably they don't ask them to show the teeth because they don't still have the teeth there. That's a different story. But you see, tell your friend the name. So that is how we build the identity. The identity is born out of fear. So you do not want the identity to come to an end. The only way you can maintain constantly this identity is through the demand to know more and more and more. We already know a lot, but we are not ready to free ourselves from the knowledge we have been accumulating. So we want to accumulate, add more and more and more to that knowledge. So that's the most important thing. The identity is the most important thing. How do you maintain and give continuity to that identity? It is through the constant use of memory. That's all that is there. The knowledge is memory.
Things you've learned.
Since we are taught by the culture, the society, educators, teachers, the whole lot of them, whole environment.
So there is no original thought of our own?
There is no thought which you can call your own. I don't have any thoughts which I can call my own. So I assure you that you don't have any thoughts which you
So
can
it's all
call.
acquired?
All acquired.
Like
so
a
all
sponge.
our experiences are also born out of the knowledge we have. Without the knowledge, you have no way of experiencing anything. So the knowledge we have is not ours. Whether they are material or spiritual, it really doesn't matter. Unfortunately, the culture has created what is called the spiritual values and put them on a higher level. And we all consider that spiritual values are more important than material values. But our demand is only for the material values only. We cover it up with the idea that we are pursuing some spiritual values. Because the instrument which we are using is matter, which is thought is matter. And so all the spiritual goals are materialistic in their value. When we go to a church, what do? You pray to God. And what do we want from God? See, the material benefits. Health, wealth, more knowledge, this, that, and the other. So how can you place spiritual values on a higher level? We feel that by practicing spiritual values, we are superior to all those others who are pursuing the materialistic values. I do not see basically any difference between those who are interested in making millions and millions of guilders or those who are interested in collecting millions and millions of spiritual experiences. But it makes you feel good, makes you feel superior to the rest of those whom we condemn as materialistic in their lives and in their values. So it makes us feel good. That's about all that is there about the spiritual values which you have been preaching for centuries.
For a long, long time.
For a long, long time.
So we give.
So unfortunately, in wealthy countries in the West, you have created a market for those people who come from outside and sell those shoddy piece of goods and make you believe that they have the answers for you.
So perhaps we teach first and we believe, of course, that we are not good or not good enough. And later when we grown up and we still feel not good enough, then we ask or seek for people that can give us the feeling that we are good.
Yes, that is the guilt complex which is put in there by our culture. So you feel guilty that you are not up to the mark, that you are not fitting yourself into the environment, that you are not fitting yourself into the value system, and so you feel guilty. It is created by that society. And so then they have an antidote for your guilt, free yourself from guilt. So they have turned us all into neurotic individuals. But it is absolutely necessary for us to live that neurotic life, otherwise you have no way of functioning in this world.
If you would stop it, you would die.
No, you see, I don't know what exactly you mean by if you stop it. There's no way you can stop it.
Some people believe that they can be good or get on a spiritual, on a higher level by, for example, meditation.
They are just
stopping thinking.
How do they go about? The only way they can stop their thinking is through thinking. So it is the most difficult thing for us to understand that thought can only create problems. It cannot help us to solve the problems. That's all that we have. The thoughts help us to function very efficiently in this world. It's a tremendous instrument we have. That's the only instrument we have. There is no other instrument. But we also know that that is our enemy, and it is that is creating all the problems. But it is very difficult for you to understand that that is not the instrument and there is no other instrument. When that realization dawns on you that that is not the instrument and that there is no other instrument, there is no need for you to look around for another kind of an instrument. No instrument is necessary. Thought falls in its proper place and it functions in a very intelligent and sane way. It helps us to function sanely and intelligently in this world. It cannot help us to create in what you are interested in. What are you interested in? What is anybody interested in this world? The quest for permanent happiness. Right. That's all that they are interested in. All these religious people who are selling those shoddy piece of goods in the marketplace assure us that there is eternal happiness, that there is another kind of a bliss, beatitude, immensity, and all that kind of a stuff, and they put us on a merry-go-round.
But isn't it possible, for example, we teach the children, for example, to go against their feeling. For example, a kid doesn't want to go to school, but we say, with an argument, with an idea, you have to go against your feeling, because later you will be very grateful, you get a good job, you get money, and so the body reacts by warning us that we go against it, in a way. Isn't it?
The feelings are also thoughts.
Thoughts?
Yes, they are also thoughts. Somehow we are made to believe that the feelings are different from the thoughts.
Hunger too? Thirst too?
They are natural functionings of the body.
Yes.
So what is hunger after all? The definition of hunger is something very strange. When the glucose level goes down, what you call hunger is created there. The demand to maintain the level of glucose in your system, that's all. But if you don't feed this body for 2 or 3 days, probably the first 2 days you will feel the hunger tantrums. Afterwards, you don't know what hunger is.
No.
So the body begins to live on itself.
But then on a certain moment, the hunger comes back. Then you know, if you then don't eat...
So what you are left with is the memory of hunger. That's hunger. So that is why in all spiritual pursuits, the fasting is a very important factor, both here in the West and in the East. So fasting creates some disturbances in the chemistry of your body, and it gives you all kinds of experiences which are in the area of fantasies. And you call them spiritual experiences and feel so good. You know, in Ireland where the terrorists fasted for 63 days, that's what they say. You can last for 61, 62, 63 days. That's all you can last. So it lives on itself. And they have recorded some of those experiences which fall into the area of spiritual experiences. So if you fast, that fasting gives you some fantastic experiences. And you see, give a name to them and call them the spiritual experiences. All experiences demand more and more experiences of one kind and less of the other kind. So that's all that we are interested in. But there is no such thing as a new experience at all. It needs water. So if we deny water, a sort of a dehydration takes place, and it goes where?
Yeah.
Goes where? It does not go anywhere. You see, it is put together and then it falls apart. And so a reshuffling of atoms takes place in nature, and that is very essential for the universe because it has to maintain the level of energy in the universe. So this human body is an integral part of all this, the forms of life on this planet. It has no separate, independent existence of its own.
It's a support system in a way.
It's a support system. Millions and millions of bacteria are crawling all over your body. If it is possible for you to enlarge it, magnify it, and look under a magnifying glass, you will be surprised that some of them are as big as cockroaches.
Yeah.
So they live on this. Inside of you, the flora and the fauna, they have their own part to play. See, one form of life lives on another form of life.
Yeah. Yeah, we all support each other.
Support each other. So
if we eat, for example, we support the body.
If you are breathing,
you support the body.
You are inhaling millions of germs.
Yeah.
So is that not killing? It is a sort of a killing, but you see, you cannot stop breathing. If you stop breathing, you will be choked to death. And probably those bacteria will have a field day. They enjoy a feast.
Yeah.
I am not.
And we breathe out millions of bacteria too.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Your sweat is bacteria, and you are killing them with the armpit cosmetics, and they are not good enough. Now they are coming out with something else. We create a market for that kind of a thing.
If we don't accept it.
If you don't accept it, you see, you may consider me frivolous, and if I say that those smells are essential for sex activity, you know.
So
you always smell. You know that. You see, don't make fun of that. You see, the smell plays a tremendous part in your lovemaking, as is the case in the animals. We are no different from the animals. The unfortunate situation that the civilization has created for us to make us believe that we are created, if anybody has created us for a grander and nobler purpose than all these species on this planet. That's the first error. The second error is that the whole nature is created for our benefit. So any attempt on our part to understand the laws of nature and use them will inevitably result in creating mischief in this world and destroying what nature has created. You know?
So instead of trying to improve ourselves, it's better to accept ourselves as we are.
Accept the reality of the situation exactly the way it is.
It is.
Yes. So as long as there is a demand which is put in by culture, I am not blaming culture. There is no way that you can destroy the culture. You are created by that, and you are that. You are that. Your thinkings, your feelings, your experiences depend upon that. Otherwise, you have no way of experiencing yourself as an entity here. So what do we do about it? It's not a question of destroying that, but trying to understand what this is all about. And when once that understanding dawns on you, you become part of that culture, and you cannot separate yourself, and you are not in conflict with that culture. That's all that I'm trying to point out. Those who are interested in listening to what I have to say, I have no message for mankind. As long as there is a demand in you to bring about a change, so long there is inside of you, within you, so long there is a demand to change the world. And once this demand to bring about a change in you isn't there anymore, you are not concerned about changing the world.
No.
What is wrong with the world?
Or about changing yourself.
Changing yourself. My question is, what is there you think demands a change? I say there is nothing there to be changed.
But
so all that talk of radical change and radical mutation is frivolous nonsense.
That's what we've learned. We've learned we're not good enough. So that's what we believe. So we're constantly trying to improve ourselves.
That's the way to force you to fit into that value
Exactly.
system. And so we do exactly the same thing. We force these things on our children, and they in their turn force it on their children. So this goes on and on and on, and there seems to be no end. I was talking to my hostess this morning at the breakfast table. If somebody can come up with, you see, a way of freeing the children from ignorance without destroying the innocence they are born with, that would be a tremendous feat.
Yeah.
Nobody has come up with any answers for that basic question, how to leave the innocence, how the tremendous intelligence they are born with alone,
Yeah.
and teach them how to fit into this framework. We really do not know. We have been a miserable lot. We have totally failed in fitting ourselves into the value system. There is a constant battle between us and the value system. So there is no way you can, help them to function sanely and intelligently. Somewhere along the line, if they are lucky enough, they will have to realize and find out the answers for themselves and for themselves.
Yeah, we saw it. I raised 2 kids and they didn't want to go to school. So we said, okay, you don't go to school. And they never went.
They are more intelligent than all those who have gone to this
much
school.
more. And
probably they don't have a tool to function in this world. So we are sadists. We are really sadists. We force these people to do things the way we want them to do.
Exactly.
That's why you keep the
it's manipulation.
Yes, manipulation. Unfortunately, they are also forced to accept our silly, idiotic ideas. They want us to accept them, and we want to force them into this framework.
Yeah.
That has been going on for centuries, and probably it will go on forever. And who knows? Unless we blow ourselves up one day. Yeah, anything and everything we are doing is slowly pushing us in the direction of wiping ourselves out and wiping out every form of life on this planet.
But is the manipulation a result of that? I have an image of myself, I project my image on you, so if I see something wrong with you, it's really something in me.
Yes, it is.
And I destroy you because I think something wrong with you, and I destroy myself.
Ultimately, yes, we destroy ourselves. That is why very often say that it is not love that will save us, but the terror that if I try to destroy you, I will also go.
Yeah.
That is what is happening in the field of politics in the world around us. The superpowers have come to realize that they cannot destroy their adversaries without destroying themselves. So that has to percolate to the level of the common man's thinking.
Yeah.
That I cannot destroy my neighbor without destroying
myself.
So that's
one
way,
thing.
That's the way you see this living organism is functioning. You see the cellular structure is functioning. Unless it cooperates with the cell that is next to it, it has no way of survival. So that's the reason why it cooperates. Not because of love, not because of brotherhood, not because of understanding. That your survival depends upon the survival of your fellow beings. But your survival and the survival of your fellow beings go together.
So what you literally see around you, that's you.
Your projection of you.
Anything.
Anything you see is created by you. I don't mean by you, you see.
By what I think is me.
Yes, what is there is responsible for creating all these problems. You see, the idea that we create the world, you see, the world creates you in a way. It's a very strange situation, you see. So when I say these things to people in India, they have this idea that there is a subject there, it is the subject that creates the object. But actually, it is the other way around. You see, the object creates the subject. You see, if you say that's an object, we get into this discussion, metaphysical discussion, philosophical discussion, logical discussion, to prove that, you see, you say that there is an object, how is that object different from the subject, and so on and so forth. That helps us only to sharpen this instrument which we use to understand the reality of things. For example, that light thrown on these objects reflects them, and that the image you have on the retina, you see, is the one that is actually created by the light there. And in that process, the neurons, the memory cells are activated and tells you that she's a woman, That is a man, that his pullover is red and that is black.
So if you have no idea, if you've never learned, you cannot see it.
You cannot see. That's why I always give the example of what goes on the television set. You see. The images are created by us. You will be surprised. They are only dots. You see.
Yeah.
So you see the pictures. What you see there is a projection of yours. You will be surprised. Actually, there are only dots there.
Yeah.
So supposing you take this the cassette and play in an African jungle. She also knows that they look like the human beings. Some others there look like the women and animals and all that. But they are projecting their own ideations and meditations on what they are looking.
Right.
They are actually dots.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Exactly.
So listening also is the same. You see, when you listen to music, you don't listen the gaps between the two notes. The continuity to the music is created by you.
Yeah.
So actually, this listening mechanism listens as the gap between the two notes and the tune.
Yeah.
That is music.
Yeah.
So all our music is a cultivated taste.
Yes.
You know.
It's say took a man from the African jungle into the open field where he had never been in his life, and he saw people in the distance, and he got terrified because he saw small people.
Yes.
He had never learned distance, for example. So you have to literally learn everything.
Even that is thought to function in this three-dimensional space is taught by somebody to us.
Right.
So otherwise you have no way of experiencing the three-dimensional space in which you and I are functioning.
So we're totally stuck in a pattern.
So when such a thing happens to a particular individual, you see, the psychiatrist comes along and tells that, you see, we have got to put together the identity which you are losing. Without that, you have no way of experiencing even the three-dimensional space in which we are supposed to be functioning. The physical organism does not say to itself that there is a wall there. So it does not mean that when you go there, you hit yourself against the wall and hurt yourself. When you are there, then there is an action. That action is the intelligence that is there. So it moves away like the water flowing. If there is a block there, it either overflows or sidesteps and goes away somewhere else. So in exactly the same way, when you are there, this knows how to act because it doesn't want to hurt itself, hit the wall there. So, but you constantly live in the space created by your thoughts. Thought is a space, you know. Otherwise, you have no way of experiencing the space at all. Some moments when the thought is slows down, when the thought slows down, some individuals experience a state where there seems to be no space at all, and they are frightened.
Yeah. At the same time, when the body gets into severe danger, then the first thing the body does is stop thinking.
Stop thinking.
And you run like you've never thought possible of running. You jump over walls that you never thought was possible.
Certainly, if you are on the top of a tree and the branch falls, if you fall with it, it is the fear that is responsible for breaking your bones.
Breaking your bones.
Otherwise, if you are not frightened of the consequences, the possibility of breaking your bones when you hit the ground, then it becomes very supple. It's like a rubber doll,
right.
And it lands on the ground like a rubber doll.
Like children, they fall from staircases and nothing happens.
There was a story that a little child fell from a 7th floor or 8th floor, I don't remember the exact floor in New York. The child got up and walked away.
No, right.
So we should not try that experiment because
no, don't.
We break our bones.
Yeah. So if you believe it, it happens.
The fear that you will hurt yourself. So you find yourself in a jungle. The cobras are the most beautiful creatures. You see. If you are not frightened that the cobra will kill you, you see, you will be surprised that they will take a walk with you.
Yes.
You know, or even the wild animals there. So when once you are frightened, you emit some sort of odors. So they have to take the first step. They don't trust the human beings at all because they kill for nothing. They kill only one person who is threatening to kill, but we kill all the hundreds and thousands of cobras, and that creates a problem in the fields because the field mice have a field day there, and they destroy our crops, and we have a problem there.
And
so every species has a definite place in the scheme of things. It is our fear that it will destroy your child. You will be surprised that you see the cobras never bite a child, you know, because they know that the child is harmless. But if they look at us, they know that we are not harmless. We are going to kill not one cobra, but hundreds of cobras.
And the reason we kill the cobras is because we are terrified of them.
Terrified, and we emit odor, so it has to take the first step. We have better weapons than the cobra has, so it's fighting a lost battle with us.
Yes.
In nature, you see, they fight to the last, and that is the end, or if they find that they cannot fight, they run away. So we are not like that. We create all the imaginable situations and try to destroy everything in nature. There is a tremendous balance in nature. Our idea of harmony is born out of our very crude thinking.
Yes, we have to
So we have
to fight nature,
Yeah.
and we are nature too, so we are fighting ourselves.
We are fighting ourselves.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So it's a contradiction.
That's the neurotic state that is created by culture. So there is no use blaming the culture. No, I'm not blaming the culture. If you destroy one culture, you replace with another culture. That's the human history.
The body needs culture.
The body does not need culture. No.
If I put a kid in an island where there's nothing, no other people.
It is your fear. They will probably find out some way of thriving in that environment. We don't know. It is our fear that we are projecting on them.
No, but say will take the culture of that environment.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I bring it in the nest of a wolf, it will become a wolf.
It will become part of that environment there, but it is our fear. You see, that is responsible for the problems we create for the children. They also, in a way, want to be accepted by us. It's not a one way.
No.
It is two ways.
And children believe everything immediately.
No, I don't think so. They question.
They question?
They question. They are frightened to disagree with us, to argue with us, to fight. You see, what you put in them is fear. The fear is all that is there. You do not want the fear to come to you. The fear is not something abstract. The fear is something living there. You don't want to look at that fear. You have no way of looking at that. The only way you can deal with the fear is how to be free from fear. That's all that we are told. You know, all the therapies, all the techniques that are offered to us is how to deal with something that you cannot deal with. It's something living there. So all these houses are dead houses created, born out of the imagination. So we have no way of dealing with that at all.
No, and all our institutions are based on fear. The police, bank, insurance, everything is based on fear.
The status quo,
Yeah.
everything, even the whole legal structure. So the whole fear is born out of the situation we find ourselves when we separated ourselves from the rest of life around us. In that fear, you see, we created God, we created so many things. You know, the whole thing came out of that.
And do you have a definition for fear?
What is the point in defining?
I don't know, I should ask.
That is something which you cannot touch, you cannot see, you cannot experience that at all. If you leave that fear alone, that it will burn what you are trying to free yourself from.
Say that again?
You see, if you leave that alone, it will burn the whole instrument that you are using to free yourself from fear.
If you accept it.
No, accept is not the word. If you
support
it, none of those words fit into the situation.
You leave it alone.
Leaving it alone is through some attempt of yours to leave it alone.
Yeah, right.
We are playing all the time these tricks with us, ourselves. We are experts, past masters in this game.
Yes.
We enjoy that game.
So we create problems and then with the same mind we try to undo the problems. Yeah.
So if you don't have a problem, you don't feel that you are living.
Yeah.
You have to have a problem. And your attempt to solve the problem makes you feel that you are living.
Yeah, right.
That's all that we are interested in.
So it's a kind of restriction that creates growth?
No, I'm not with you.
No, I don't know.
What is that word again? I'm not with you.
If like say a problem is a kind of, we feel it as a kind of restriction.
Actually, there is no problem there.
No, of course not.
Actually, there is no problem. There is a mechanical problem. Something is wrong. See with that right there. There is an expert who has, through repeated attempts, discovered how to repair that.
Yeah.
So this is something living.
Yeah.
So those techniques cannot help us to solve something living, because this will destroy that. All the techniques we have evolved to solve these living problems. These problems are living. You know, the techniques are dead techniques born out of the thinking of somebody. Anything that is born out of thought is destructive. It is trying to protect itself. It is interested only in status quo, maintaining its status quo.
So what is intuition?
Intuition is a tricky word. It's nothing but a sensitized thought. You see, it makes you feel that you can understand the problems. It is an ingenious invention of thought. And to create a word like insight, that intuition, but actually intuition is nothing but a sensitized thought. You know, it's a very...
And the same feeling is also an idea of...
The thought, you see. So unless you tell yourself that you are happy, you have no way of knowing that you are happy.
No.
Or you are angry. See, you have no way of discovering that for yourself unless you tell yourself that you are angry.
But you can give, by believing it yourself, the illusion that you feel good.
That is an illusion, but see, you are not ready to free yourself from that illusion. See, we are all trying to free ourselves from illusion, but you replace one illusion with another illusion. That's all that we can do. We do not want the illusion to come to an end. If the illusion comes to an end, or the belief structure that we have created comes to an end, you come to an end. That is the only death. There is no other death. What happens after that, what is left, is not your concern. It is the concern of others. It is their problem, not your problem anymore. Isn't that enough? That's enough. How long have we done? Half an hour. I've said the same thing again and again and again.
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
But that's what our mind is doing anyway.
That's
we
all.
say the
It's a
same
repetitive
thoughts
process.
every day, again and again and again.
Every day.
Every
the
day.
same thing. That's the only way it can survive and maintain its continuity.
It's like a broken record in a way.
Yes, a stuck needle.
Stuck needle.
Repeats itself. That's all that we are interested in. We want to hear the same tune again and again and again.
Yeah. But they discovered that for story writing there's only 36 plots.
Even that is doubtful. You are a storyteller and you have exhausted all the 36.
Oh yes.
And you have to start all over again. But you will have a different audience.
Oh yeah, sure.
Different age children.
But I think with television too, people have seen everything already so many times and to see it again and again and again.
They also want to see the same thing again and again. That is how all these musicians thrive, because you want to listen to the music over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It's a repetitive process that it is all interested in. Otherwise, anything new there is a threat. It takes time. See, in any field, in the field of science, in the field of music, in the field of art, it's not so easy for those people who are caught up in this classical music to enjoy the pop and rock music today. They blame these children. They say, your tastes are very vulgar. They say, but the moment you see this comes on television, I have a friend who is steeped in this classical music. He turns off the television.
Yeah.
Why the hell does he do it? I asked him. He said, that's also music. He just cannot take that music.
No.
And why do you expect those children who are interested in rock music, pop music, to bother about the classical music? These are all cultivated tastes.
Yeah. So if you don't have the taste for it, or you don't have the idea for it, if you never heard of it, and it might be there, but you cannot see it.
No, it's
or is there nothing there?
Such a situation does not exist at all. Either you are familiar with this, or you have cultivated a taste in the Western music, or the Eastern music, or pop music, or rock music. The problem with the modern electronics is that you are not satisfied with the 2 microphones, 4, 8, 16, probably very soon we will have 32,
It's already 48.
48, so it's more than your story plots. That is something. So you have to have the same titillation there, you see, otherwise you don't feel. That's music, you know.
Yeah.
That's fun, that's life. C'est la vie.
Yeah, nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying anything.
So,
but we feel superior because our tastes are very refined.
Yeah.
And you know, the boys who listen to this rock music, pop music, it's all sexy, it is this, that, and the other. But I don't see any difference between what is rock music. Music is music, you know. Like food, you know, all our tastes are cultivated tastes. So one person's, one man's, I cannot say this is an age where feminists are fighting for their rights. There is languages also, you see. It's very strange, you know.
But then if you believe that...
Mankind, you say, but what about half the population don't seem to have any role to play in this world?
Yeah.
The language structure is so absurd. Mankind, you say, you always refer to man as if the other half does not exist. They have every right to fight for their rights. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that one man's food is another man's poison. See, that's it. I'm just quoting in the proverb. One man's taste is another man's taste. Is different, you know. So there it is. But trying to find out the common factor is very difficult. You know.
So, but the belief...
we always force others to accept our thinking, our beliefs, our ideas. You can believe what you like. The moment you try to impose your belief on your neighbor, you are creating a war there.
Why?
You can believe in what you like, but you use that as an instrument of destruction. Force it on others.
On others, yes.
That's what we do. That's what religions have done. In the name of love thy neighbor as thyself, we have killed more people than all the recent wars put together. How can we justify that? We use God as an instrument of destruction. We use love as an instrument of destruction. Brotherhood as an instrument of destruction. You know? So that's all that we are interested in, imposing our ideas on others. And what is the conversation between two individuals? You'll be surprised. You are, through logic, through rationality, through every instrument you have at your disposal. If everything fails, you play the last card. If you loved me, you would not do this. These are all parenthetical clauses. The conversation between two individuals is to make the other person to do the things exactly the way you want them.
You want them to.
Otherwise, the whole conversation comes to an end.
Yeah.
Some people go to a movie when they come home, I ask them, how is the movie? Just a question, you see. Instead of telling me it is good or bad, I will be satisfied if they said only bad or good. But they go on and on and on for 15 to 20 minutes to tell me why the film was bad. And compare that film with all the other films which they have seen before or which they are going to see. That's all the conversation. So if you are a past master in that kind of a game, you are considered to be a great conversationalist.
Yeah.
You know. Or you descend to the level of salon de thé or coffee table conversation, or what is the other phrase we have?
Cocktail lounge.
Cocktail
lounge.
Yes. You talk about the food you eat and your tastes and the clothes you wear, where you bought this. I'm not cynical, I'm just pointing out.
No, it's mostly talking about problems, actually.
Yes, that's all. And your taste, how refined your tastes are and how bad my tastes are. That's all the conversation. Everybody is trying to educate everybody. You know, you'll be surprised that we can learn a lot from children than from all the secular and spiritual teachers put together in this world. Because it's life speaking to us.
Yes.
We are not intelligent enough to understand what they are trying to teach us.
Yeah.
We think that we know a lot. We have got to learn a lot from those children. They will teach us a lot.
Yeah.
You know, it's true. The problem is that we cannot deal with them. They are too much for us. You know, the energy they have, tremendous energy they have. We don't have energy to deal with those children. You know, it is a tremendous problem. I don't have any easy answers for that. I'm not a teacher. I'm not an educationist. I'm just pointing out that I have learned much more than from a child than from all the spiritual and secular teachers put together.
Yeah.
That's enough, I think. We'll have a chance to talk again. We are going there tonight, or that's not there?
Yes, tonight we can talk on Radio 100.
I'll repeat the same thing.
Yes, we talk about the same thing.
The audience probably will be different.
I have one more question. How does art fits in this?
You are asking a wrong man. You see, why you want to place art on a higher level than any craftsmanship? That's my question. See, unfortunately, if there is no market for his creation, he'll be out of business. Suddenly, your great artist is starved, and people pay for millions and millions of dollars for their paintings. And it's the market that is responsible for all this so-called artistic creation. And they are not decent and decorous enough to admit that what all they create is nothing but an imitation of what is already there in nature. So all art is imitation of something that is there in nature. But nature doesn't seem to use anything as a model. So no two faces are the same, no two human beings are the same. So nature is creating something new all the time without a model. So that's the only creativity that is there in nature. But what we call creativity in arts, in literature, in music, in all the other fields of human thinking is acceptable, workable only within that frame. That's all that I'm saying. For one who has no taste for all this ancient or modern art, I cannot say much. You see, he is just a craftsman like any other craftsman. He uses that tool to express himself. So all human creation is born out of sensuality.
Sensuality.
Sensuality. The sensory activity is all that this human body is involved in. I don't know what the correct preposition is. So I'm not saying anything against that at all. You see. The demand is that, you see, sensual pleasure. So that is the pleasure movement. So even that has to be cultivated by you. Otherwise, you have no way of appreciating the beauty, the art, and they feel superior because you don't have the taste that is expected of you. So if you question them and make funny comments about their creation, they want us to go to a school and learn how to appreciate it.
How to appreciate it.
If you don't know
That's how culture develops.
Yes, if we don't know how to enjoy a poem written by somebody else, they send you to school and teach us how to appreciate poetry. That's all that they are doing in the education institutions.
Yeah.
To teach us how to appreciate beauty, how to appreciate music, how to appreciate painting, how to appreciate poetry. So they make a living, and we are forced to learn the art of appreciating what they have created. But I don't see any creativity there. My field is quite different. And now you'll be surprised. One of these days, the computers will create music much better than all the painters and the musicians that the world has produced so far. It may not happen in our own lifetime, but it's going to happen, So exactly the same process that is operating in you, you are no different from a computer. We are not ready to accept because we are made to believe that we are not just machines, that there is something more there. Unless we come to terms with that and accept that we are machines, and that is a very intelligent machine there, with a tremendous intelligence there. And the human intellect which we have developed through education, through all kinds of techniques, is no match to them. That's enough.
No match at all.
No match. So we continue this this evening. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that is yours, not mine. I have nothing to do.
That you had, that somehow saw you through. You told me that would be ruthless honesty with yourself.
With yourself.
With yourself.
Yes, see? Not the honesty that we are all the talk.
Right.
To be honest with yourself, that's very difficult.
It's very difficult. And that was always working in you.
The only honesty you know is the policy. Honesty, man of integrity, man of honesty, they don't interest me at all.
It's all bull.
No, they don't interest me.
Just
So
don't
any
interest you.
question you throw at me about those people,
Mm-hmm.
the great teachers of mankind,
Right.
you say, I don't care whether they are honest. They may be the men of honesty, they may be the men of integrity, but they don't interest me. In that cultural framework, such men are, you see, models and valuable, not to me, you know.
Right, right. And how did this ruthless honesty operate in you?
From the very beginning.
From all your
I was
life.
there in my makeup. I was genetically
Mm-hmm.
programmed that way.
What do you mean by ruthless honesty?
And
About yourself.
first of all, you see, I questioned every experience as worthless. You see, you know, there's nothing to it. Nothing to it.
As long as I think the way I say it is, as long as it is now here, that it's not there the next moment, the experience has no value.
No value at all. There's no such
That's
thing
why
as
I
no
see
experience.
it's just an experience, because it comes and it goes. You put value on it, you do.
Or the demand to repeat it again and again. That's another thing.
So you didn't have
So these people don't accept when I say whatever cannot be experienced does not exist. How can you say that, you see?
Whatever what?
Whatever you cannot experience does not exist. So then they go into that, the object is there. So where is the object? You see? The object, this chair is still there whether you experience it or not. No, you have no way. If you say it's an object, you might as well call it a chair. What's the difference between the two? Recognition and naming are not two different things.
Naming is, recognition is naming.
Naming.
No recognition.
You may not use the word,
It doesn't matter.
but to recognize a form as thing, you see a material thing there, is the naming process, you see.
Yeah, I mean, if there were no naming, then you wouldn't be able to discriminate between the chair and the person or that chair.
Actually, I don't.
You don't.
He doesn't.
Actually, I don't. If you ask me the question,
Then it comes up.
then you see the knowledge which you and I have tells me that you see
Murti is getting up from the couch.
not the chair. Chair is not moving.
The chair is not moving, they must
So
be
then you
different.
see it's finished.
Yeah, but he doesn't keep on saying, therefore it must be different. He goes back to
Yeah, he's in an undifferentiated state unless the demand is made on.
No, it is not undifferentiated state. It is not a state. It is not static, it's
Not
movement.
static.
Undifferentiated state, you see, unknown. This is the problem for
The language is a problem.
our Ramadas.
Mhm.
You see, he still has to maintain that there is such a thing as the unknown, that he could be in an unknown state.
Mhm.
And how can you tell yourself that you are in an unknown state? That's
Right.
what my point is.
Right. It's absurd.
Yeah, I was in a thoughtless state. What the hell you are talking about? You know. And describe the unknown.
Uh-huh.
This I told the old man. You see, he didn't like it. You see, he didn't like it in the sense that he changed this subject. You should stop with what is.
Yeah.
Don't describe that.
Don't describe it, right?
Don't describe what. That was my problem with him.
Mhm.
If you take off from there, Valentine realized that point. You see, you know, she listened to him for the first time. She was not interested in any of this stuff at all.
Right.
Her grandfather was a minister, very well-known minister, but she never attended the church.
Mm.
They tried to drag her even as a little girl. She didn't want to go anywhere near the church.
Mm.
And so, you see, she listened to him, you see, one full series. In the end, she said he doesn't belong to our times. He is a Victorian talking something. He is interesting, analysis is very, his insights are very, powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Right.
But he takes off and all this poetry, he belonged to the last century.
Right.
She rejected him.
Yeah. His training was 19th century.
Yes, but you see, what is, she must be, say, all right, what is, whatever is there. But if you say anything about that, you know, you are destroying the whole thing. That's only to stay in business.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Right.
Ramdas was saying something, describe
The unknown.
How could you describe the unknown?
How could you describe the unknown? How can you tell yourself that you are in the unknown? How can you say that there is any void?
Camera's rolling, I'm doing this.
Great. I wish we could go back.
It is emptiness,
that was
it is
good.
void.
Yeah.
What the hell you are talking about? It is not empty, it is not void.
Mhm.
How can you describe the void?
Mhm.
and build a tremendous structure of.
But tell me for a second, when you so-called wake up, I know you don't sleep, but when your body is in a state of rest, your eyes are closed, and the senses are withdrawn in what I would call sleep, right? When you awake from that, what happens? What is your description of how you would...
Listen, you see, that is the reason why I am asking you, are you awake now? You seem to have the knowledge of the wakeful state now.
Yeah, right.
So in relationship with this, you talk about the sleep.
Yes,
You see,
that's right.
I was asleep,
Right.
and you see, from this.
Right.
All right, that statement can be explained only through your logic.
Yeah.
You go on and on and on, you are talking, you are responding, you are not sleeping. You see, the knowledge you have of the wakeful state, but you don't know a thing about the sleep at all. See, why you dream? You don't sleep. So the division between it wakeful, sleeping, dreaming states is absent totally.
Absent, and you don't experience that at all.
At all, I can never tell myself that I am awake. It's just the way you can't tell yourself that you are asleep.
Okay.
So there is no difference between the two. But if you ask me, are you awake? The question implies that you know the functioning of a wakeful man. So since I also know the functioning of a wakeful man, how a wakeful man functions, I am giving the answer, yes, I am awake. But the fact of that can never be experienced by me or by anybody. So anything you say about your sleep is in relationship with the assumed wakeful state that you think you are in. So you don't know a thing. You cannot tell yourself while you are sleeping that you are asleep. Can you? No. So the same while you...
Well, you can have a dream in which you're aware that you're
Somebody
dreaming.
asks you in your dream, are you awake?
No, you won't say that. Yes. At that time you cannot tell your friend that you were dreaming. Only when you come out of the dream you can tell yourself. You tell me that while you were dreaming, you knew that you were dreaming. I doubt that statement.
Oh, I have had that experience.
Experience maybe, but it's doubtful. I don't think that you can tell yourself while you are dreaming that you are dreaming, that this is a dream. No.
But it's not clear. You're saying if somebody asks you you're awake, you use the general criteria to say, okay, this is why I'm awake.
That's why
Apart from that,
that after giving the answer, the situation is the same. I don't even know. I don't.
You don't ask that question.
I never ask the question. Why should I ask the question? Never do I tell myself that it is bright out there. If you ask me, is it bright, sunny? Yes, is the answer. That is why I say the questions are born out of the answers you already have. You understand that? So I never tell myself that it is bright and sunny, that it is sun, that it is beautiful, that it is a fly. That you are a man, that's a woman, that's a camera, never. You
But see, there would be no answers.
Even after the eyes are closed, the details are not there, but the light is still there. Where the light is penetrating through the porous skin of yours. So the light is still there. If it is dark, totally dark, thought, you see, produces light sometimes,
It makes the optic nerve active.
Active. Sound and light are interchangeable. That is what all these people experienced and talked of. You see the flashes of light, you see, the sound is something.
Out of my
What are you
body.
saying?
Oy vey.
What is that?
I don't know. Sometimes it just blocks all the escapes listening to you, and it just makes makes the mind feel sticky. You know what I mean? It has a little momentum. Hard to forget it. Just forget it.
What is the expression I used? In the shooting, you throw something and skeeting.
Skeet shooting, trap shooting, right? Yeah, right.
That's what goes on.
That's what goes on here. Right. You throw it up. That's excellent. I like it. Skeet shooting. Right. Right.
It is skeeting.
Right. This person that I think I am, mistakenly think that I am, feels like it keeps throwing up its bits and pieces of memory, ideas, experience, knowledge, the sum total of what I am, and it gets blasted. And I don't.
Not with the idea of
No intent on your part. I would not corrupt.
Such an innocent man.
Yeah, I mean, you're such an innocent man. I would not.
I wouldn't lift my little finger.
To help me, I know you can't stand me. I'm a nasty Jewish bastard. But
that does not prevent me from tolerating you. Not tolerating you. What is it? Sitting with you. Sitting with you.
No, because we've known each other 20 years, and why change anything?
Even if I call you, see,
it doesn't matter. You don't.
I do really, literally mean it.
Yeah, you do mean it, but you don't mean it.
What we need is some radical crap shooting.
Well, we have some radical crap shooting going on here.
Shooting? I said, simply to throw up and shoot that is doesn't fulfill anything.
No, this is a snake.
The basic thing has to be shot at, if at all.
Your discussion is something
like there is nothing basic to it. I mean,
There's a basic in a sense that
it's a game.
Your self-perpetuating mechanism, as you would say.
It's a game, you see, like people going and practicing there.
But there's no central target. That's the paradox. The skeet shooting goes on. You have thoughts arise, mind forms, defenses, images, right? These things come up, right? But there's no central unit from which they're arising.
So but we all behave as though there is.
Yes, we do.
Except for you. So in that sense, he's different.
Well, we seem to make that out of what he's saying.
No, I mean, we assume, whatever it is, we assume that there is something here.
Yeah, right.
It's difficult. You see, we were discussing this on the dots there. All that is dots. And you are the one that is creating the picture, image.
Yes.
It's difficult for you. He got the point. He repeated that there. See?
You're talking about the resolution of the television.
Yes. You are not seeing them as pictures here.
There's just pixels.
They're all, you see, points there. You see exactly the way the points are there. And you are translating them, you see, within the framework of your memory and building an image picture there.
Right.
I don't do that.
Right.
Not that I see as points. You see, how the picture is put together is reflected there on the retina. As dots. Also the same, you see, when you are listening to a tape, you don't listen the spaces there. There are gaps there all the time.
They used to call what you're talking about in India they would call it witness consciousness or something like that. But you use no such reference point. Why is that?
There is no witness. Witness is a divided state. Division is their witness. That's why they don't like witness, existence, bliss, absolute, nothing. If there is a witness or awareness, choiceless awareness, so that is not something that you can use to bring about any change there. That's all that I'm saying. The dog always looks at you like that. I'm like that, you see, most of the time. Cats, dog. You see, that is the choiceless awareness that is in operation there. It doesn't use that as a means to bring about any change. That's all that I'm saying. It is not as an independent activity, you see. It has no separate existence of its own. Consciousness, awareness, all that, you see, has no independence. So no time you can say anything about consciousness. The recognition is consciousness. When the recognition is not there, was there anything, you see? Using that witness business, now I am describing it in physiological terms, but even that cannot be experienced. What I am telling you is what I learned from a physiologist to spotlight, focus it so that, you see, look at this way. I'm telling you. Then it is simplified. If you talk in terms of witness,
the observer, there is a perception. There is no perception without the perceiver, let
So-
alone pure perception.
That means this description is like a convention just like that one, you're saying.
Hmm?
Are you saying?
That's
Because
exactly right.
Yes,
Because-
exactly. That's what I am saying.
That's exactly what he's saying.
I don't experience that way. I can't separate the response from the stimulus any more than you can. You cannot. I don't know if that makes any sense. No, not that. This is what I learned from the physiologists. Let us use this and understand. Instead of talking of the seer, the seen, I don't know what they meant, and we don't care. A witness or choiceless awareness. Why bother about this choiceless awareness?
yeah, I guess we use that. I mean, that convention is no better or worse than any other.
They're all conventions.
That's all that I'm saying. There
What
is
is
no pure perception at all. Sorry.
What is there you cannot say a thing about.
You cannot say. Then how can they describe it in poetic, romantic languages? Huh?
Well, it's contaminated by the demand to know about.
Yes, certainly.
What
He
was it?
obviously knows that it is something different from, you see,
Abstraction.
the love is nothing but.
See, the urge, the very urge to describe does not arise unless you want to do something else.
No.
There's no urge you need to describe it.
In a way, even though you're talking all the time, you're a mauna.
You know, that fellow admitted, it is there in that tape,
Which fellow?
psychiatrist.
Uh-huh.
When I was talking, somebody asked me a question about silence. Do you know what silence is? Not that peace of mind, not that you are trying to experience, the silent mind, not at all. Anybody who is there in a soundproof room will tell you why, you see, it drives them crazy. He said he put himself in a soundproof
Yeah, I remember that.
room. You were there that
Yeah,
day, remember?
right.
Huh?
He said a cacophony is the word he
Sensory
used.
deprivation.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
yes.
with hooked up.
Everything starts off
There's a certain name for it.
No, the heartbeat, you cannot, your own heartbeat and flow of
Right.
blood
It's
in
a
your
chamber
brain.
where you're, not only is it sensory deprivation, but they've got biofeedback, so your own heartbeat and bloodstream is fed back through acoustic, picked up electronically and fed back.
Oh, yeah.
So you hear your own body talking, so to speak.
That
And
is
he-
the peace.
He said it's a cacophony. He said it was so noisy.
So that's it, that's the peace.
That's the peace. So there's no such thing.
Volcanic eruption.
Yeah.
You see, the roar of an ocean. And you sit here and think that it's a peace. What the hell you are talking? That happens to me all the time.
All the
when
time.
there is total silence
Mm-hmm.
around me,
Right.
you have to listen to your own heartbeat. That's too much. We don't want this.
We don't want to.
No, your blood.
I imagine just hearing your own heartbeat would it be enough
Too
to
much.
stop it right there, would snap it.
Snap what?
The sense of continuity, right? I mean, identity, the sense of self that we have.
Listen,
Yeah.
when I am describing this, when I was hearing this,
Right.
there was a division there. You see, don't think that
Uh-huh.
I am telling you that there is a division there.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, how would I know?
How would you hear anything?
No. The fact that you are listening to the heartbeat implies that there are two. You see?
Mm-hmm.
That there is a consciousness and you are talking about consciousness implies there are two.
Mm-hmm.
You see, one who is experiencing the void, one who is experiencing the emptiness. One who is experiencing the, how the hell can you experience, why do you say that it is a state of not knowing? I don't know a thing about that state, that's all that I am saying. Why do you keep asking that idiotic question? Huh? It is a state of not knowing, you see. How can you talk of that, you see? I don't know. If you know, good luck to you.
I'm going home.
Go, 5 o'clock anyway, another half an hour, wait, as you said, 20
You
more
are almost
minutes.
at the point of figuring it out.
No.
23 years I haven't understood
I'm
a
just
single, I know you are. A
Mr.
single
Douglas
thing.
Rosestone.
Rosenstone. and
Rosenstone, your name Rosestone.
Rosestone.
Not Rosenstein. Get this and get this straight. Okay. You have no way of figuring it out. I have no way of figuring it out at all.
Yeah.
You see, Don't try to figure out.
I don't, to tell you the truth.
Just
When I leave this room, I can tell you, if there's one thing that has changed...
Tomorrow, you will tell your wife tonight
Hmm.
all that we talked about.
No, actually,
Yes, I'm
no, you're
sure.
mistaken about that.
No, I'm not
No,
mistaken.
No, you were.
Yes.
You were.
Tomorrow,
No, I'm
you will
mistaken
tell
about
her.
that.
Repeat this.
No, quite honestly, this is what goes on. I get home and she said, well, what did you guys talk about? And I go, God, I honestly don't remember. Usually was in great form. We talked a little
That's
about
it. That itself is
sonnet.
enough. Usually was in great. Enough.
Enough. That's it there. I ruined all of it then. Then and there.
Yeah. You must repeat. That's a healthy sign. I do it. The whole description, if you want, I can repeat it afterwards.
You're better than I can.
Now, so what about our going and looking
For the sunset.
Sunset.